Hey everybody, it is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. It is 3 days before the election. Oh, I have to put that up on I'm going to put 3 days before the election up on the screen there. But Trump is speaking now in Gastonia, North Carolina. We're going to have some election coverage for you. Trump and Harris rallies. If there's no other news that interrupts, we'll be covering it during the day today and taking your comments on the air. Let me put audio on now. I appreciate you all being here, and actually, let me take 2 seconds. Thanks to our moderators, Ruth. Before I put the audio on, Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Jessica S. Over there on YouTube. Roberts May Queen, Linda Belk, and Larry over on X. Thanks for moderating. Thanks also to our members, to Fred Withrow, our member, and Mystical for the gift membership and your support. Thank you, Mystical. Thanks also Mick Britches for subscribing on Twitch. And thanks to Surly Dev and Mick Britches over there moderating on Twitch. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators. I'm going to put the audio on in about 15 seconds and let you listen. Thanks to Right Side Broadcasting for letting us use their shot of the rally. Because they're letting us use their Gastonia, North Carolina feed. So I really appreciate Right Side Broadcasting for letting them use their rally feed. Very nice of them. Thank you. And also thanks to Raven Lynn, who's moderating over there on Facebook. Okay, I'm going to put the audio on now. We're going to be taking your comments on the air, bringing you updates. But let's listen to former President Trump, who's speaking in Gastonia, North Carolina.
Numbers I hate to tell you. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Don't get scared. Don't worry, because I know what to do. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the beginning of the year. These are numbers that are crazy. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. That's really, I mean, I've got your speaker. I've got a lot of big shots from North Carolina down here. They're looking like I had nothing to do with it. He said, I had nothing to do with it. In October, but nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. That's 250,000. They dropped out. They gave up. They basically gave up looking for a job. We cannot take 4 more years of this calamity. You may not be able to take a couple of months more of this. This isn't just. In fact, now that I see these numbers, I think I'm not going to do this. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going to go to the beach. I didn't know I didn't know. Joe Biden is Herbert Hoover. Turned out, I always said I'd hate like hell to be Herbert Hoover. I would. That was 1929, the Great Depression. These are Depression-type numbers. 100% of all net job gains in the past year. This is another beauty. Have gone where? Do you know where? To migrants. 100% of the job openings have gone to migrants, taking jobs from more than anybody else, and you haven't seen the numbers. And I think your speakers should ask Washington for those numbers because they're really bad. You know where they came from? African-American jobs. They've taken the African-American jobs. Migrants coming in illegally have taken African-American jobs. People that have done a great job. They've worked there for 20, 25 years in different places. And to a lesser extent, Hispanic jobs, but large numbers of African-Americans. It's going to probably be announced right after the election. They should be forced to announce it before the election because I'll tell you, they won't get one African-American vote. They're letting these people come in by the millions, and they're taking jobs of African Americans. And you're going to see it right after the election. They'll announce it. And they did another thing. They had 818,000 jobs that were fake. They were fake jobs. They were made-up jobs. They were fraud. If I did it, they'd throw you into the penitentiary for 20 years. Crooked Joe Biden. They don't call him Crooked Joe for a reason. I mean, it's a reason they call him that. He's a crooked guy. And she knew everything about it. They created 800, and you knew this? It came out like 2 weeks ago, a week ago. They created 818,000 fake jobs. And on top of it, it was just announced that they had to readjust last month and create another 112,000 fake jobs. So they thought that they'd do the readjustment. Now, there's never been usually it's an adjustment of like 2,000 jobs or something. So this is almost 1 million jobs that these people defrauded you on because they wanted to go into the election with at least a decent picture. Wasn't great, but at least a decent picture. And we had a whistleblower that blew the whistle and told them that these were fake jobs. And so they've corrected that. And now we just had another whistleblower talking about 112,000 jobs off last month. In other words, last month where the numbers were terrible but okay.
Give me one second here. Hang on one sec. Hang on 1 second.
112,000 jobs. So that's almost 1 million jobs between the two of them. And even the 12,000, you're going to see that that's probably a fake number too. We probably went into negative numbers, which hasn't happened in generations. So I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy. This is a really bad thing that's happened. From obliteration and restore to strength, prosperity, and greatness. And you know what I'm going to do? The first thing, unlike her, they say, what are you going to do about the economy? Well, I grew up in a grass piece of land. I had a backyard that had grass on it. Remember the debate? She said, I grew up with grass on my front yard and some grass on my back. And I'm saying, what the hell is going on there? See, I have a little more aptitude for this. I'm really good at this shit. So let me just, you know what we're going to do? We're going to drill, baby, drill like you've never seen before. Right straight there. And for the people in Pennsylvania, we're going to frack, frack, frack. But we're going to drill, baby, drill. And we're going to frack in certain areas. We're going to frack like we've never fracked before. Because we have more energy than any country in the world, including Russia. We're lucky in that regard. Including Russia and Saudi Arabia. They have a lot of oil. We have more than they do. And we were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of that. And your price per gallon was, I always went around and said 187. The government corrected me. It was 184 a gallon. Can you imagine? We got it down to $1.84. And now it's like $3.50, $3.75. But, you know, a few months ago, it was much higher. You know what they did? They went back to my policies because they were getting crushed. This was going to go over $6 or $7. In California, it was $8.50. Gavin Newsom, he does a terrible job. By the way, she worked with him. You know, she worked with him and destroyed California. And that's Kamala we're talking about. She worked with him, destroyed California. When she was the DA of San Francisco, she destroyed that city. She's the one responsible for the destruction of the best city, probably the best city in our country. And we're not going to let her do that to the United States of America. We can't. If my opponent knew how to fix the economy, it would have already been fixed. So I say, why didn't she do it? You ever see where she stands the other day? We are going to do this and that. I just keep going, why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done it? She's going to do it. She's been there for 4 years, almost 4 years. Why the hell haven't they done it? Now today even, she's got some kind of a scheme. It's a scheme, but it is a scheme. That she wants to do something, and she announced today, it's, I don't know, something, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's all a lot of bullshit, that's all it is. She announced a scheme. She's going to do something. And when I go to office, when she goes to office, do it tonight. Do it today. You don't wait. She's going to wait. I've got a plan that I'm going to do this or that. Oh, good. Well, do it now. Do it right now. You know, if it's any good. No, she's a total fake. If Kamala, and she's incompetent, which is perhaps worse. If Kamala wins, you are 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. I believe that. You know, we have a lot of great analysts. Scott Bessent is one. He's one of the smartest guys on Wall Street. A real, you know, I call him 182, 184, double her IQ, like double, maybe triple. But they say the only reason the stock market is doing good is because they all think Trump is going to be elected. So I believe that's true. I believe it's No, but you have a lot of them. You have this, Scott is one of the hottest guys. I hardly know him. I don't know him. But he writes all the time. He thinks that think that Trump is going to win, and every time we have a good day, you can check out the market, but it seems like the market does very nicely. If I win, you are 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare. I mean, our economy is bad because of the inflation. No matter how well it does, the inflation just ripped it to pieces. We had no inflation. I had no inflation, virtually nothing. And now they have much higher than what you see, because when you see it, they don't put some of the higher numbers in. It's like the crime reports. The FBI forgot to put a few cities in there, like the worst cities in the country. So the crime report looked like it was pretty even. And he said, well, how come? I don't want to mention the cities because I'm trying to get their votes, okay? I don't want to mention, I want to get their votes, but you can imagine. But they forgot to put a few little cities in there, the big cities, actually. And then it turned out to be 45% increase in crime. A little difference. It's pretty sad when you have to rely on the FBI and they give you phony numbers too, right? Kamala's inflation nightmares cost a typical American family $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise your taxes by $3,000 a year. This is the only person I've ever seen that's running for office that says, we will raise your taxes. You know, all my life I've watched politicians, and they're always saying, we will cut your taxes. We are going to cut. Some of them don't even mean it, but they say it. This one says, we're going to raise your taxes. Well, I want to give, this might be the only time I ever give her credit. If that's true, at least she's being honest. Okay? Right? But I've never heard it before. But at least maybe she's being honest. And if she is, maybe that's even worse for you now. Because she wants to raise, when you think about it, she's going to raise your taxes. I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses. And we will have something that I think is just great. You know, she came out with it right as soon as I said it. A couple of weeks later, she came out when she's making a speech. And she said, and I will have, and she said it quickly because she knew she was going to get hammered. I will have no tax on tips. No tax on tips. She got hammered. But we will have copycat. He said copycat. We will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. All right? Which of them is the best? Okay, ready? We'll just do this quick. This is a free poll. Because, you know, I pay these guys a lot of money, these pollsters, and I don't even think they send people into the fields first. Let's see. It's 51-49. Now, send me a check for $300,000, right? I don't think they even send people into the field. You know what that means. You know, they're supposed to have hundreds of people that go into the field. They make a lot more money when they don't even bother. They say, Trump is leading 51-49. By the way, I think we are leading. You know, we're leading in every poll. But you're going to prove on Tuesday that we're leading by a hell of a lot more than just saying. We have to do it. We have to do it. Okay, ready? No tax on tips, right? No tax, wait. We'll go no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax Social Security. Ready? Face it, number one. Which is the best of the three? No tax on tips. Well, that's not too good. Do any of you work in restaurants? Or who works in a restaurant? Not too many. You get a lot of money in this place.
Hey, really quick, I just want to let you guys know. So we have Trump speaking live right now in North Carolina. As you can see in the lower left corner, we actually have live footage of the Harris rally in Atlanta, Georgia. She is not speaking yet, so we will be bringing you coverage of Kamala Harris speaking after Trump. Depending on who speaks before Kamala Harris, we may cut into that as well. Hey, thanks so much to DJ for your support and Marvo Marverson. Thank you. Marvo takes issue with some of claims about the economy and says he is making false claims. I am letting you guys, I just want to let you guys on this broadcast, while they're speaking, listen to the candidates. We can take your more comments on the air in between their speeches. But thank you, Marvo, for writing in and for your support. And thanks, Johnny M., our new member. Okay, so I'm going to get you back to Trump, but again, we have the Harris rally also, which is there in the lower left corner. I'll keep an eye on that as well.
These monsters back there, these horrible, horrible, dishonest people. You know, the fake news, I came up with the name. I came up with the name fake news. Unfortunately, there's a mistake with the fake news. The term is not strong enough. I need a stronger. It's fake is the least of it. They are totally corrupt. To lift up American families, I will protect and expand the child tax credit we created. We created it. And I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of their parent or loved one. These are great people. I'll tell you what, these people, if you didn't have caregivers, these family caregivers, we call them angel moms and angel wives, where a husband comes back from the war or something and lots of problems. And if you didn't have them, you know, our hospital system wouldn't be able to survive, literally. It would be, you'd have to make it 3 times bigger. These people have contributed so much, and they, you know, they haven't been recognized. We're going to recognize. We're going to give tax credits to people that take care of people. No, you'd have the people in the hospitals instead of at home in a bedroom with their family, with their mother or their wife or whatever, and or their husband. And they're unbelievable people. And a lot of them aren't. You know, a lot of them leave. A lot of them say, I can't take it. They say, I didn't sign up for this. I'm sorry, I didn't sign up for this. They say that, and they leave. And people understand that too. But these people, the people, they're angels. They're incredible angels. Our hospital system would not be able to handle it. So I think they deserve it, don't you? It's just, they don't even ask for it. You know, I don't have any big lobby or anything asking me for it. I have lobbies asking me for everything, but I have no lobby asking me for that. It's just something I feel. I've always felt it. I've seen so many of them, met so many of them.
All right, we're going to have to do double coverage now because Harris is coming out to speak. So we will be cutting back and forth between Harris and Trump. We've been listening to Trump for a while. So why don't we put the audio from Harris on, and I'll do my best to go back and forth. They're speaking at the same time. Oh, my gosh. All right, we got to figure this out. Hold on. There's music on the Harris rally. All right. I'll do my best here to get them both on the screen, and I'll make this a little bigger here. It's non-ideal. Non-ideal, but we'll do the best we can. All right, hold on. Hang on. Let's get the audio.
It's good to be back. Can we hear it for Justin? All right, Atlanta. Are we ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. And to be with so many leaders. And I want to thank everyone here for, out of your busy lives, taking time to be here to have this conversation. I thank you so very much, everyone who is here. I thank you. And I want to thank Senators Ossoff and Warnock. There's Senator Warnock. Representatives Williams, McBath, Johnson, they're all here. Mayor Dickens, Victoria Monet, Monica, Spike, and let's give it up for Pastor Troy and 2 Chainz. All right, Georgia, so we have 3 days left. 3 days in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime, and we still have work to do. We still have work to do, but here's the thing. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And
Sorry about that. Hold.
you know what to fight for. And Georgia, we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of Donald Trump, who spends full time trying to keep us divided and afraid of each other. We're done. We're done with that. We are exhausted with that. Enough of that. Enough. And we're not going back. And we are not going back. And one of the reasons is because we do know the contrast. And we know who he is, but Atlanta, that's not who we are. That's not who we are. And it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America. And Georgia, you know me. I'm not afraid of tough fights, evidently. For decades, I was a prosecutor. I was the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state, and I won fights against the big banks who ripped off homeowners, against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women and children, against cartels that trafficked in guns and drugs and human beings. I won those fights. And I pledge to you, if you give me the chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. And look, we know who Donald Trump is. And because we know this is not someone who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is increasingly unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and the man is out for unchecked power. And in less than 90 days, it's either going to be him or me in the Oval Office. Because part of it is to help people imagine. You can imagine in your mind the Oval Office, right? You can picture it. We've seen it on TV. So just imagine, if he is elected on day one, Donald Trump would walk in that Oval Office with his enemies list, stewing over an enemies list. When I am elected, I will walk in on your behalf with my to-do list. My to-do list. And at the top of my list is bringing down the cost of living for you. And that will be my focus every single day as president. I will give a middle-class tax cut to over 100 million Americans. I will enact the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging on groceries. We need a medic over here, please. We need a medic over here. If everyone can just part a little bit so we can let somebody through. Okay? Okay. All right. See, this is what we do. We look out for each other, right? That's how we roll.
I got into so much trouble. You saw that. I said, we will protect, because I keep hearing, I think the women love me. I do, because they know. You know what? If they don't have me, they got millions of people pouring through and coming up to the suburbs. They say the suburban women. Well, the suburbs are under attack right now. When you're home in your house alone and you have this monster that got out of prison, he's got, 6 charges of murdering 6 different people. I think you'd rather have Trump, but here's what I did. And I had a group, very controversial. What I do is very controversial. I don't care. I do the right thing. I want to protect women, but I want to protect our men. I want to protect our children. I want to protect everybody. So I took a little poll. And these horrible people back there said, well, Trump is soft with women. I don't believe I'm soft with. They say Trump is soft. He's very good with men. I don't know. Thank you, men. Thank you, men. No, I'm through the roof with men. She ain't catching us, men, let me tell you. No, I'm great with men, but I'm sort of like soft with the women stuff. And I say, she goes, yeah, it's true, you are. I don't, who said that? She said, I love good. She's made it up. She goes, yeah, you are, but we love you. So I believe that women have to be protected. Men have to be, children, everybody. But women have to be protected when they're at home in suburbia. So when I did it, I said it. I came off stage and my genius is back. Sir, that may be a little bit of a rough statement. What? That you're going to protect women? Tell me why it's a rough statement. They said, well, you know, it's a little self-serving. I mean, they'll say, who do you think you are? I said, yeah, I'm president. I want to protect the women of our country. So I came back out. I said, could I do a poll, please? I love these polls because they're free, you know? I don't have these polls. It's $250,000 to interview 12 people, right? So what happens, I came out and I said, is there any, a crowd like this is a big crowd. I said, is there any woman that would be offended by the fact that I said, I am going to protect you as your president? No hands. So I had like 20,000 people. I didn't have one hand. I didn't have one hand, not one hand. Well, there was one woman that did say it. You know, this woman's very smart. She said, was that Pelosi? Who the hell is that? You are a smart one. Wow. No, well, somebody else just said it was a woman who transitioned, you know. But I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I know. You have to be very careful, everything you say. You know, like there's some women that are very beautiful in the audience. I would never say that because if I said like that, her. We got a lot of her. If I said they were beautiful, that's the end of my political career. You're not allowed to say a woman is beautiful. You're not allowed to say, hello, you're a beautiful woman. You're a beautiful, very beautiful woman. If you do that, that's the end of your political career. But I've never had, you know, I mean, women sort of like it, but you can't do it because we have to remain a politician for 4 more years to straighten out this mess that these stupid people have given us. No, they want you to be very politically correct. And, well, they picked her because they wanted to be politically correct. She was the least qualified person. You had 12 other people, and she was number 13 in every poll.
And ours is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we remember how we got here. When he was president, Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention they would undo the rights under Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended in Atlanta. Now in America, 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban, including Georgia and every state in the South except Virginia. Many with no exceptions for rape and incest, which is immoral. And look, Donald Trump's not done. He will ban abortion nationwide. He wants to restrict access to birth control, put IVF treatments at risk, and force states to monitor women's pregnancies. Just Google Project 2025. Look it up for yourself. And let us agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government shouldn't tell her what to do, not the government. Not the government. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. So, Georgia,
she's talking about this.
Here
That's what they're trying to do to you. They're trying, but we're going to be very successful. You know, we won the big case in Florida, right? We won a lot of them. They're scammers. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. Again, I believe the borders are the single biggest problem that this country's had in 100 years because they're disturbing our country. They're really disturbing. What they've done to our country is not even thinkable. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. There's never been anything like this. Again, murderers, drug dealers, gang members, people from mental institutions, the worst people, criminals of all kind. Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Our crime is through the roof. Tell David Muir, he's a real stiff. What a dope. Tell David Muir that he was wrong when he said, well, American crime is down. Because I said crime is up, it's through the roof. I turned out to be right the following day. Tell David Muir our crime is through the roof, and the migrants are causing a lot of it. But she's violated her oath of office. She's eradicated our sovereign border and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions. You know, when I say insane asylums and then I say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, does anybody know? They go crazy. They say, oh, he brings up these names out of, well, that's genius, right? Dr. Hannibal Lecter. There's nobody worse than him. Silence of the Lambs. Who the hell else would even remember that? I have a great memory. But they always hit me. I don't bring it up too much because I have to take such a... He brought up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do with this? What is it? It has everything to do with it, right? That's who we're allowing into our country. And we don't want to allow that into our country. So I've done something for you that I haven't done in 20 speeches. I brought up Dr. Hannibal Lecter, and we're allowing him in our country. You watch these fake people. They'll say, again, he brought up Hannibal Lecter. It has absolutely nothing to do. You know, I do the weave, right? The weave, it's genius. You bring up Hannibal Lecter. You mention insane asylum, Hannibal Lecter. You go out. Now, there'll be a time in life where the weave won't finish properly at the bottom. And then we can talk. But right now, it's pure genius. Hey, I have an uncle, my uncle, Uncle John, my father's brother. 41 years at MIT, longest-serving professor, has so many degrees, he didn't know what the hell to do with them all in the most complicated. I understand a lot of this stuff. You know, I believe in that. Like, I mean, Jack Nicklaus is not going to produce a bad golfer, right? You know, that's the way it works. It's just one of those things. And it's in the
one reason that we share in common, one of the most important reasons. We are here because we love our country. We love our country, and we know that when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country, to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. That's what this is about. And I will tell you, I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And there were people there from, Atlanta knows this story, there were people there from all walks of life coming together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. You know, growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. I was blessed growing up to have family by blood and to have family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, of compassion, of faith. I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country anything is possible.
Hey, I just need to, while Trump is playing the video at his rally, I have to be careful about copyrighted video and copyrighted music. So I will just, the Trump picture, the Trump rally will be back up on the screen as soon as the video stops playing at his rally. All right?
And the fathers and the mothers and the grandparents who work hard every day for our children's future. It is the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom and the men who support them. In Republicans who never voted for a Democrat before but put the Constitution above party. I see the promise of America in all the young leaders who are voting for the very first time. Raise your hand. Where are you? I love Gen Z. I love Gen Z. Oh. Because see, this generation, you are rightly impatient for change. You are rightly impatient for change. You are determined to live free from gun violence and tackle the climate crisis and shape the world you inherit. For this generation, none of these issues we're talking about are theoretical or political. It is a lived experience for you. And I see your power. And I am so proud of you. And to everyone, can we hear it for our first-time voters? So Atlanta, we have 3 days to get this thing done. And no one can sit on the sidelines. Let's spend the next 3 days knowing that when we look back on these 3 days, we will have no regrets about what we could have done. So let's knock on doors, let's text, let's call voters, let's reach out to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and co-workers and your play cousins. Let's reach out. And as we do, let us please also be intentional in how we build community. Let us be intentional in knowing that these last years of this Trump era, yes, they have been exhausting, but they have not been in the best interest of the strength of our nation. This whole idea that we be pointing fingers at each other, the idea that we have nothing in common when we know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. So let's be intentional about building community and building coalitions. There is power in that, and it will strengthen our country.
I saw some very strong He-Men, very tough guys crying like hell when they read it and saw it. But you have many, many cases like that. And then you have other forms of murder, too, with guns and being run over with cars and trucks. Many, many forms of crime are being committed by very dangerous people that have been allowed to come in. Don't forget, these countries are very smart. I know almost all of the heads are very smart. They're very streetwise. They want to get their prisoners out. They don't want to take care of them. It's expensive, so expensive. They want to get the criminals off the street. They have no place to put them. But now, with the open border, as soon as it happens, I told you at meetings in North Carolina, I said, if they do open border, every country from all over the world, they're going to be dropping their prisoners into this country. And their criminals in the street. That's why the crimes are down. All over the world, they're down. Think of it. They come from far away. The Congo has a rough prison system, a system that makes ours look like it's Trump International Hotel. No, it's a rough system, and they're taking them out of that system. Think of the money they save, not having to take care of somebody for 50 years.
Okay, just an update. I think Kamala Harris just finished Her speeches tend to be shorter than Trump's. Trump's will often be more than an hour. I don't know how long she went. A lot of times she'll go, like, I feel like ones I've seen maybe around 20 minutes or so. That's just been my experience. So she's going to be doing another rally, I think in a couple hours. And so we'll show that. And Trump's going to be doing another rally. They have more rallies to come today. And in between, we'll get you some news updates on the election and take some of your comments on the air. Let me get you the audio of Trump.
They vote in honor of Jocelyn and Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who's been stolen from us. Maybe a vote in honor of the 325,000 missing children. Think of that. Who would even believe it could be like that? 325. And they're responsible. Just like they pulled the trigger of a gun, they're responsible for that. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. In Ohio, a small town of 3,000 people has just been besieged. So you have 3,000 people, and it's just been besieged by an influx of 3,000 illegal aliens from a country 6,000 miles away that doesn't speak the language and that nobody ever heard of. And the town is like, what do we do? And you know, Springfield, also in Ohio, Springfield has 50,000 people, and they dropped 30,000 people into Springfield, Ohio. Now, the hospitals are a disaster. The schools are a disaster. And on top of everything else, it's a very troubled country that they come from. Tough country, tough. But on top of everything, they don't speak the language. And the mayor's a nice man, and he wants to go and help, and he doesn't know what to do. And all he's doing is looking for interpreters. Think of it. No, you have to move them out. You have to move them out. You can't do this to our country. And this is happening all over the country, all over our country. Actually, and to a certain extent, the world, but the world doesn't let people come in like we do. We let people just come in. We're run by very stupid people. They're low IQ people, very low IQ. She is. If Kamala is reelected, every town in America will be turned into a squalid, dangerous refugee camp. That's what's happening. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. On November 5th, 2024, this will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. These towns have been invaded and conquered, no different than a military invasion, except they don't wear uniforms. That's probably the only difference. And I would say they're probably much more violent, much more vicious. And we will put these bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. We have to do that. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network that's operating on American soil. Think of how far back we have to go, 1798. Who would think that? Because they ran it tough then, but sometimes you have to run it tough. And if they come back into our country, which they want to try and do, and which they'll probably be successful in doing, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer. Have no choice. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. Sanctuary for criminals. Despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, she spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the most evil people, mass murderers, all of us. Then Joe Biden called, and he said that we're garbage. We're all garbage, remember? Remember Hillary deplorable, right? I actually said they're deplorable and irredeemable. And I said, oh, she made a terrible mistake. That word irredeemable to me was worse. Actually, it was worse than deplorable. But that one didn't get picked up, Tim. That one didn't get picked up. It was deplorable. It was deplorable that got picked up. And how did that work out for Hillary? Not too good. But garbage is a hell of a lot worse, I think, than deplorable, right? Garbage. We're garbage. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. Very easy. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And they have to be hating us. Everything Kamala says is a lie. Her entire campaign is one hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to swamp them with your votes. You got to do that on Tuesday. Kamala has no vision, no ideas, and no solution. All she ever talks about is Donald Trump.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight.
Hang on a moment. Hang on. So when they play a video at the rally, I have to stop the footage for a second because they will have music on it, and I don't have the rights to the music. And sometimes they can play copyrighted video. So they are playing a video at the rally right now. Hold on, I think are they done? No, they're not done yet. As soon as they're done with the music, I can show you the rally. As soon as they're done with the sound, I can go back to Trump. Let's see. Is he talking again? Hang on. Oh, he's back. That was quick.
Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency, and she certainly can't handle Putin and President Xi of China. She will get overwhelmed, a meltdown, and millions of people will die, perhaps. And this is not a charity event. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job anywhere in the world. This is the toughest job in the world, they say. I think probably is. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and foolish woman in the White House? No. Do you want to lose your job and maybe your house and your pension because Kamala has the economic understanding of a child? That's what it is. If you would have heard her speaking a couple of days ago, she had no idea what she was, like I tell you, these things we're doing. She has no idea what the hell she's talking about. Would you trust Kamala Harris to talk to Russia or China and talk them out of a war? Think she'll talk them out of a war? I don't. She'll talk them into a war. By the way, you know, she went and dealt with the Russian situation with Ukraine, and she was solely responsible. She went in, they put her there 3 days before Putin invaded. She was nearby someplace. She had big meetings with Russia. They invaded 3 days after the meeting, and that's fact, all fact. I give you only fact because I have all these people. If it's anything less than fact, for instance, I tell them, I look at them in the eye, and I say that this is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. There has never been anything close. There has never been anything close. I tell the story about Pat Buchanan. A lot of you know Pat Buchanan. He's a great old-timer, a good guy, too. But he came in second in the New Hampshire primary, right? And it was such a big event that he had a whole, 50-year career, a great career, as a pundit. He was on television because he came in second in one primary in New Hampshire. We won 50 primaries, and then we went on to win the election, and then we did even better the second time. But we're going to do much better the third time, because the first time and the second time, there were nothing like. Look at this. This is supposed to be a quick little stopover. Let me pay my respects to this nice part of North Carolina, and you got 20,000 people. No, this is the greatest political movement, and let me give you a little information. If we win on Tuesday night, and I do hope they're going to call it on Tuesday night. You know, you spend all that money on machines. For 8% of the cost, you could have paper ballots and have real security and one-day voting, voter ID, identification of the country. In other words, it would be okay. We'd like to have, like, identification that you're a citizen of the United States of America. But voter ID, how about Gavin Newsom? Did you see what he did? They passed a bill in California where you are not allowed to even ask anyone. Not only don't you have to have voter ID, if you work for the state, if you work for anybody, no matter who you are not allowed to even ask anybody for voter ID. I don't think we'll pass that in North Carolina. No? Fellas, no? I don't think that you guys are going to pay. We got a lot of the big shots from North. I have a feeling that won't be before your legislature too soon, right? No, but think of that. May I see your voter ID, please? Arrest him. The only reason they do that is because they want to cheat. You know, there's no other reason. They want to cheat, and they do cheat. They cheat like hell. That's why we say too big to rig. Nothing is more dangerous than to give immense power to a very weak, incompetent, and low IQ person like Kamala. She's a low IQ person. She can't. I'm not allowed to say that. Yeah. A lot of wisecracks from the peanut gallery over here, Mr. Chairman. A lot of wise guys. You ought to figure these guys out. They could be good speechwriters, actually. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, can you afford to put someone this incompetent in charge of our country's future? And on top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently. I would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden. Now think of this. That means she's disqualified from running for president. Take a look.
Would you have done something?
All right, if they're playing the video, I got to go away from the rally for a second because they're playing the video and with music on it. So when the video is done playing, I'll go back to Trump speaking. If you missed it, we showed, when they were both speaking at the same time, we showed some of Harris's rally in Georgia. You can rewind and see that. And there's more rallies today. Trump is doing another rally in Salem, North Carolina, and he's doing a rally in Greensboro, North Carolina. And Harris is doing a rally in, where's her rally? Charlotte, North Carolina. So my plan, if there's no other big news today that we have to cover, my plan is to stick with this and to do, only 3 days before the election and to do the election stream and show you multiple rallies and talk about the election and take your comments on the air. That's the plan right now. But Trump is doing one in Salem and also Greensboro, and then Harris is doing one in between those two in Charlotte. All right. Then there's some sort of march, a women's march in D.C. I think we're gonna have footage of that, so we might watch some of that as well. Oh, thank you. The video is still playing in the Trump rally. As soon as the video stops, we'll go back to the Trump rally. Hey, thank you so much to Rick D for your support, to Quackers for your support, to Marnie for the gift memberships, Dogs and Bins and Mary McHugh too for being members, Martin Gingrich for your support, Cyan Brown for the gift membership, Captain Jenks for your support in the gift membership. Thank you. Also our new member, Lieutenant Dark Ghost. Thank you. Okay, we're going back to Trump. Trump is speaking right now. Hold on. Hang on a moment.
Today by Congressman Dan Bishop, a great guy. Thank you, Dan. Good. Good luck. How's the race going? Good? Mr. AG, right? That's good. He's running for Attorney General. He has my complete and total endorsement, by the way. He's been a great congressman. I was there at the beginning, right? That first day, that was an interesting one, but you've been a great congressman. Now he's running for Attorney General. And I think he'll go pretty much the opposite of what we're talking about here, right? Some of these stupid policies. A great gentleman, a friend of mine. He's been your speaker, and he is really a good speaker. And he's sitting here marking down all the stuff that he's watching, and he says, we're going to do just the opposite. We will do the opposite of no asking for, right? Can you imagine a thing like that? If you ask for voter ID, they criminally punish you. So I think Tim Moore, North Carolina Speaker. I think he's going to. I have a feeling he's got a lot of good notes. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Tim, very much. Appreciate it. Congressional candidate Pat Harrigan, who's doing very well. Ooh, he's a handsome dude. Is that good? This guy's central casting. Dan, we need a couple of guys that look like that, right? Good. Good luck. I heard you're doing really well. Good. Great job. Secretary of State candidate Chad Brown. Thank you, Chad. Good luck. The RNC chairman, who you know very well. So, I mean, I'm not going to say he has done a great job, but if we don't win, then I'm going to call him up and say, you did a shitty job. But I think we're going to win. RNC chairman Michael Whatley. He's great. Great guy, too. I want to thank Laura also, Laura Trump. She's incredible. You know where she is? In another part of the state campaign. She says, Dad, listen, I got a campaign. I can't. She'd love to hear it, but she's heard it before. And she said, I just want a campaign. But she loves your state, and she's great. And we couldn't do better. And the partnership of these two people has been amazing. North Carolina GOP Chair Jason Simmons. And what a job. Are we doing good? Are we doing good? Good. Feel good about Tuesday, right? That's good, Jason. We have a lot of respect, a lot of confidence, too. Somebody that's been a friend of mine for a long time, an incredible attorney general for a long time, believe it or not. You look at her, she looks so young, but she's been in Florida, and she was tough and smart, but she was also very fair. Pam Bondi, thank you very much. Pam. Thank you, Pam. What a good job she does. She's very deceptive. You look and you say, I wonder, is she tough? Oh, she's tough. She's scary tough, but she's fair, right? Thank you very much, Pam. Beautiful job. And one of the great developers of our country, he's a friend of mine, he was very generous with North Carolina. You know, we were the first ones down here, and I couldn't take my plane because it was a little large for the runway, and he will always be there with his plane. And we flew down, and he's a very successful guy. He wrote a big, fat, beautiful check. We gave it to Franklin. How good is Franklin Graham? We gave it to Franklin Graham. And his name is Steve Witkoff, wherever he may be. Steve, one of the most successful businessmen in the country, and thank you. Very generous guy, too. He's always, he was very generous in Butler, and whenever he sees something, he says, that's okay. That's what I do it for. I think that's why he becomes successful. He loves doing it. Thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate it. And we raised about $7 million for your fund, and we put a lot of it into Franklin. We gave it to some of the best people that do this, and they've. I'm very honored to have done it, and I'll tell you what, they're doing an incredible job. The problem is you're not getting any help from the federal government at all. And you can do something about that on Tuesday. You just remember, because they say, and I think they mean this 100%, it's the worst job since Katrina, and it may be worse than Katrina. And in all fairness, as I said before, they don't have a lot of money because they've spent the money on things that I don't think they're supposed to be spending the money on. So I just want to let you know, but you have some incredible people working on it, and been amazing. And when I was there, I couldn't believe it, what I saw. Houses just ripped out of the foundations. The foundations were ripped out. I'd never saw anything like it. It looked like a tornado, but much wider. You know, tornado goes like a knife, right? I've seen it where it goes right through the forest. I went to so many different tragedies. If you're in the way of those suckers, it's over. And I've seen where tornadoes go straight, and they may only be 15 or 20 yards wide, but if you're in that path, it is over no matter what. Big trucks, 18-wheelers, turned upside down and found 100 yards down the road. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And sort of this was a combination. This was water, tremendous water. We've never seen water like that, and the destruction was unbelievable, but it was very wide. It was almost the entire, it went to the tip of Florida. That didn't get hit the same way, but you people got hit the hardest probably, and we're going to really help you out. In just a couple of months, we're going to really help you out a lot, okay? I also want to send our prayers to everyone here in North Carolina who's receiving and recovering from Hurricane Helene. That was a brutal thing. Just yesterday, it was reported that under Kamala, almost 50% of phone calls to FEMA for the disaster aid were unanswered. Nobody's answering the calls. They're not there. I'll tell you what, I've been there. I haven't seen one federal official. I haven't seen one FEMA person. And I'd asked the people that were devastated, and I'll tell you the most incredible thing. So I didn't want to say it. You always think it, but you don't want to say it. I said, wow, this is going to be devastating for the election, right? But then I said, but I don't care about that right now. I care about helping the people, which I mean. But here's the most amazing stat, and Michael would tell you, I thought if we got 50% of the vote from North Carolina, it would be great. If we got, which is bad for me because this was largely like a Trump-type area, people that have our values, our policies, et cetera, et cetera. This was really, and I would have been happy with 40 or 50%. Nobody had any idea. Then it starts, as you know, the early voting. And up till today, it's just about over with the early voting, you broke the all-time record for voting. Can you believe it? Oh, can you believe it? Right? Now, who would have thought that? I mean, you have people with no houses. You have people, many people died. They were missing. Missing is bad, real bad in the case like this with his water like that. But they were missing. Some will never be found. But who would think that you broke the all-time record? That means you people are incredible. The heart, it's incredible. When I heard that, I said, I don't believe it. But it is an amazing place. I will get you the help that you deserve. But here are the facts on Kamala. She's a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. Do you know Pocahontas? She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being the President of the United States of America. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Would anybody like to give Kamala their gun? Please raise your hand. We'll pick it up immediately. So crazy. And endorsed a total ban on, you had a ban on handgun ownership that you've never seen anything like it. And by the way, her crime rates were through the roof. Do you know that Chicago has the strongest gun laws by far in the United States? And look what's happening in Chicago. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And perhaps most importantly of all, she lied about working at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to North Carolina. And we're going to bring those furniture guys back. Some of them are a little older now. Tell them to get ready. They're going to have some good years left. We will build American. We will buy American. We will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. We're very close to World War III. Very, very close. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a missile defense shield, the biggest one anywhere. We're going to build it over our entire country, and a lot of it's going to be made right here in North Carolina. Made in the USA. Going to be made in the USA. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will will put in a bill that if you burn our flag or destroy our flag in any way, it's 1 year in prison. Right? They say it's not constitutional. We're going to have to check that, Tim. They say it's not constitutional. I just think it's crazy. But we are going to do it. We're going to try and get that done. But they do say that, and I don't know whose definition that is, but I think I do. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment, which is under. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is just too big to rig. So you have to get out. You have to get out and vote. I'll tell you what. Couple of days, Tuesday, you got to just wake up, and no matter what the hell you're doing, there's nothing that you can do more important. You want to take care of your house, this is more important. You won't own your house anymore. You gotta get out, you gotta vote, because our country is being destroyed. Our country is under siege from the radical left lunatics, and we can't let it happen. You have to get out. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. You're going to save it. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. That's true. This is so important. This is the most important election you've ever voted in, and I really believe it potentially is the most important election we've ever had. With your help from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, and we will bring back the nation that we love. We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back fast, too. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never, ever back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. We will vote, vote, vote. Thank you very much. That's what we have to do. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. RFK Jr. is going to be in charge of that. Is that good? He'll be in. I said, Bobby, just leave the liquid gold alone. Let me handle that. Just leave me alone with the liquid gold. We're going to pay off so much debt and lower your taxes. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. and we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, North Carolina. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you, fellas. Good luck, Dan. Good luck.
Okay, that was former President Trump. By the way, I like we'll watch him. We just saw him speak, and we'll watch him walk off. I just realized I just had assumed when I saw Salem that he was speaking in Salem, North Carolina later. I don't even know if there is a place in Salem. It's called Salem, North Carolina. But as one of our viewers mentioned, it's actually Salem, Virginia. So I just need to update as we watch Trump finish up on stage, I have to adjust our description. I'm sorry for the incorrect information in the description. I just didn't realize that was in Virginia. Yes, he is having a rally in Salem, Virginia, which I'm planning on showing, assuming we're not covering something else. Oops, hold on a second here. Okay, we'll watch Trump, but I can't play the copyrighted music. So let me just update the description here, at least on YouTube. North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. Okay. Okay, that got fixed. Let me just fix one other thing here. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just updating the description just because I want to make sure it reads correctly. Thanks for your patience. We're going to take some of your comments. We're going to bring you updates. We're watching Trump as he walks off the stage. Okay, I think I got it updated. There he goes. All right, there he goes. Hey, oh, I got to fix there's also one of the viewers pointed out, I apologize for, I didn't change the graphic over my shoulder. Obviously, this is not Middle East coverage. We're doing election coverage right now. So let me fix that. There it is. Okay. I do want to say a big thank you to Right Side Broadcasting because they're the ones who they're the reason that we were able to show you the first rally, the Gastonia Trump rally. That was they very kindly let us use their footage for that. So I really appreciate Right Side Broadcasting allowing us to use their footage. And let me just see what I have for you here. Hang on a second. Hang on a moment here. Let me fix our headline too. Trump and Harris doing multiple rallies 3 days before election. How does that sound? Okay, we're going to take your comments. We're going to give you some updates. So if you missed it, we showed you Trump from North Carolina and Harris from Georgia. And you can go back and check those out. Let me just fix this here. I got to fix everything. What is that? Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, so according to my schedule, Trump is supposed to, is that going to start on time? Well, we might actually, you know what though? The Trump rally feed is supposed to come up in an hour. So I'm going to actually update the headline because I can show you the feed when we get it. Coming up, more Trump and Harris rallies 3 days until election. Okay. Because so we're supposed to have the feed of the Trump rally is supposed to come. I'm supposed to get that at 3:45, which is in an hour, and I believe we might. I'm hoping we'll have the feed. Because I don't know that I don't think he'll go on at 3:45, but maybe we'll get the start of the rally and we can start showing you some of the speakers before. And then Harris is doing a rally at later than that at Charlotte, North Carolina, and that feed starts at 5:25. And then Trump is doing a rally in Greensboro, and that feed starts at 7:15. So what I'm hoping to do. You never know how timing is going to work. Hopefully, in about an hour, we can start showing you the Trump rally, and then we can just keep showing you rally stuff, and then taking your comments, letting you chat about it, and then I can jump in and stuff. So it is. It's 3 days before the election. I want to take some of your comments right now, get you updates. Let me just say some quick thank yous, by the way. Thank you so much to. Hang on, Juan Cabrera. Thanks, Juan, for your support. I really appreciate it. Mom of Four, 57 Rose. Thank you. MET gave 20 people memberships. Wow. That is really nice of you, MET. Please make sure to thank MET or anybody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. And Rick D gave a bunch of people gift memberships. Thank you, Rick D. And also very generous donations from Rick D. Really kind of you, Rick D. Thanks so much for all your support of the channel. Really, really nice of you. Also, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Lidwine. Allie B. from Tennessee. Thanks for the gift membership. Thank you, Quackers, for your support. Captain Jenks gave a bunch of gift memberships. Thank you, Captain Jenks. Also, the Gabalam. Thank you. And Marnie for the gift memberships. And also... let's see here. So I really appreciate it. And also, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, T3NF Old 8. Thank you. And let me shout out our moderators too. They are awesome. It is not easy with these political streams moderating there. So I really, really appreciate the moderators, especially today, but always, but especially today. Ruth Grafasi, Beth Mythical over there on YouTube moderating right now. Linda Belk and Larry on X. And also over there on Twitch, McBritches and Surly Dev, thank you. On Facebook, Ronald Egnor, Kay Lowry Body, Raven Lynn. Huge thanks to all of our moderators today. And thank you also to Urs Wiesendanger. Urs Wiesendanger. Is Urs in Switzerland? Let me see. Urs is from Switzerland. Urs thinks, I think Urs is supporting Kamala. Yes, Urs clearly supports Kamala over Trump. We have Kamala supporters and Trump supporters in our chat, and people who seem neutral between the two. I actually like to see that. I like to see healthy debate in the chat, but please keep it civil and respectful. Civil and respectful is good. Nasty and rude is not good. So our mods are going to help with that, but I do like that we can have a healthy chat with different views. But you got to keep it civil and respectful there in the chat. Okay? So, and let me just check. There's supposed to be another thing I can show you. Maybe I'm supposed to be getting some video at 2:45. What is this? Hold on. See if I can tell you something about this march. There is a march in D.C. called Women's March, Our Bodies, Our Future. Women's March, Our Bodies, Our Future, November 2nd in D.C. So I'm going to have some footage of that. And I'll post a link to it if you want to read about it. I had not known about it before today, but we're supposed to have some footage of it, so we'll check out some of the footage of that. Again, I posted a link just to their website if you want to see it, but we're supposed to have some footage of that coming up shortly. So as soon as I get some of that footage, Reuters says thousands of women are expected to march to the White House in Washington, D.C. So we'll just watch a little bit of it. But in about an hour, we're supposed to have the footage from the next Trump rally in Virginia. Let's see. Are there statistics on the voting map at all? No, not yet. The voting map is empty right now. Hey, thanks to Long Strider. I'm not endorsing anyone on this channel. This is agenda-free TV. We're not. Well, I could just because it's agenda-free TV, I can have opinions. So agenda-free doesn't mean opinion-free. But we're not doing an election endorsement on this channel. We're covering it, and we'll cover the results on Tuesday, and thanks to your support of the channel, we're going to have an election map, a special election map for you coming up on our Tuesday coverage, guys. Look, it's the Reuters election map. Oh my gosh. Yes, I have paid Reuters to get their election map this year. It's going to be filled in. We're going to have presidential results, Senate results, House results, governor results, state results. And it's really neat, the map. Like, you can go to a state, like, so I can see there's no votes in. No votes in, guys. But you can go to a state and you can like look at Pennsylvania, for example, and you can go to all the different counties and see who's winning in the different counties here. And another cool thing is they have like the amount of votes left. So if you want to see how many votes are left, like let's go to Pennsylvania, see how many votes are left. And it shows you on the chart, on the graphic, the bigger the circle, the more votes are left. So you can see Bucks County, 444,000 votes left there. Elk County, 19,000 left. And it tells you how the vote has been there so far. So that's going to be really neat. I'm really looking forward to using that. And also, they have a thing at the bottom divided up by state. You can see competitive, lean Republican, lean Democrat. And it's the same thing for like the Senate races. Here's the Senate races. You got on top, the 38 Republican and 28 Democrat seats are not up for election. So you have these seats here up for election. And you have the different races. So for example, Nevada, you have the race here. Jackie Rosen, Sam Brown, and so we'll be covering that. And you got a neat thing down at the bottom where it says competitive Senate races, lean Republican, lean Democrat. We have the House races. All the House races are always up every 2 years. And look at that. You got I got all these races, all of these House races. Look at all of these down here. So we have the competitive ones, lean Democrat, lean Republican. So we will have the Reuters election map for you. I have purchased it for our coverage, and I am looking forward to use it. And we'll be covering on election day. We'll have coverage before the results come in. We'll have definitely coverage when the results come in. Oh, you know what? I didn't fix the headline here. Hold on. The headline's all messed up. Oops. Let me just fix the headline here. But I am looking forward to having that election map. First time we have bought an election map. So I am looking forward to that. I think it's going to be good. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm going to check some of the comments here. Make a poll who is winning. No, I'm not going to do a poll like who do you want to win, because that just ends up being divisive, and it's just a popularity contest. And it's not like there's no reason to think our audience is a representative sample of the country. By the way, Nexus Moon is against both candidates. Our viewer. Let's see here. Marcus Salzman, our viewer, says Pennsylvania too close to call. There's 7 states with really close polling that are considered battleground states. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. It's interesting, on the Reuters map, it lists, when you go to competitive states, it has an extra one. Nevada was Minnesota. Minnesota is not, most analysts do not consider Minnesota a competitive state. It's more lean Democrat. So it's interesting that they include that among the competitive ones. But who knows? I can't tell you. Look, you could have, if we don't know what the results are going to be, it's possible that the polls are off a bit, and you could have Harris or Trump doing way better than the polls suggest they'll do. In that case, you could have states that are thought to be going to Trump or Harris go the other way. So we really don't know what's going to happen. So when I say like competitive states, I'm just saying according to the polling. That's all I'm saying. But the polling could end up being wrong. So we'll just have to see what happens. Oopsie, hold on one second here. We'll do our own poll of something in a second. Thank you also, DJ, for your support. DJ says it's possible the war expands during the count. Yeah, look, Iran could attack Israel, or in theory, Israel could launch an attack on Iran sometime during election day or while the votes are being counted. So I have no idea. We'll certainly report on it if it happens. Make a really busy stream even busier. Thank you also to Urs Wiesendanger. Urs says, I may have voiced it a bit too edgy with my comment on Trump, and I'd like to apologize for it. I do respect every opinion and person who votes for whatever party. That is very nice of you, Urs Wiesendanger. I like that spirit in the chat. Thank you for your support, Urs. Also, Long Strider, thank you for your support. All right, what should we do? What should we do while we're waiting for the next rally? What poll question should we do? We're not going to do who are you voting for. Yesterday we did have you voted yet? So if you want to suggest a poll question, feel free to suggest one. I also suggest it. I also got to make sure I'm not missing any huge breaking news here. But another rally coming up soon. When will the counting be over? Well, we could ask that, but... how about when will the race be called? That's what we should do. When will the race be called? Just for the fun of it. Let's ask that poll. Election night, which includes the next day, day after election, later. I'm going to give you 3 choices. Election night, day after election, and later. We'll see what you guys have to say. And then let me post it on Twitch as well. When will election be called? Election night, day after, later. And we'll see what you guys have to say about this. Corwin thinks it'll be a couple days. All right, I'm going to show you what people are saying in our viewer poll, as I also show you the Reuters election results. Map. Okay, here's the map. Let me show you the results of our poll. Here we go. Okay, on YouTube, about a third say election night, about a third say the day after election, about a third say later than that. Interesting. And on Twitch, 46% say election night, 24% say day after, and 31% say later. So look, it's the polls are if things go as the polls have been, it could take a while because the polls have these battleground states very close. But if the polls are off a couple percent either way, and maybe someone is clearly winning in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan or something, and they're just clearly going to win those states. Well, you know what I'm saying? So you could imagine a world in which one person, one of the two, is just doing several percent better than the polls said they would. Certainly that could lead to a call on election night. So it's not crazy. Don't they have to say on election night? No, not at all. Look, there are some states, I think Pennsylvania is one of them. In Pennsylvania, they're not even allowed to start processing the mail ballots until the day of the election. They literally can't even open the ballots and prepare them, from what I understand. So also, I think there's some states, maybe Nevada, where ballots can count as long as they're postmarked by the election day, which means they can arrive later. I believe in Georgia, there was a court ruling that said because a bunch of people had not been sent their mail ballots, I think around 3,000 people. So the court ruling said that they needed to be sent those ballots, I think by express mail. And I believe they have several days to get them back. Maybe they have to get back by a certain day. So it is anticipated that it'll take several days in some states to count the results. And often in many states, it can take days to get the entire result in. But if it's close enough, in those states, it's not going to get called the first night. It's very normal for states to not count all their ballots the first night. But a lot of times you'll have a state where it's just clear what's going to happen. So you should expect that there will be states that are not called. Doesn't mean there will be any, but certainly you should have that in your expectations. All right, so what I'm going to do is, so the poll numbers, again, about 34% on YouTube say election night, 28% say day after election, and 39% say later. On Twitch, 42% say election night, 21% say day after, 38% say later. Thanks for voting in our poll. Okay. What I need to do here is, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. What was I going to do? Oh, and okay, I have to do that. Peter Rasmussen says, in Denmark, polls are prohibited the week before the end of the election. Let me read some more comments. So let me just make sure I don't have any footage to show you. Hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. All right, so we're supposed to get election march. We're supposed to get women's march footage soon. Supposedly in about 45 minutes, we will have footage from Trump's next rally in Salem, Virginia. How about that? Oops, let me do something real quick here. What is going on here? Give me 1 second here, 1 moment. Thanks for your patience. Okay, I got everything fixed up here. Yeah, so, oh, by the way, thanks so much to Chris Canada, Quebec City for your support. Yeah, Chris says there will be no Canadian results on the map. That is true. I don't believe there's a Canadian election on American Election Day. We'll have just American results. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Hold on a second here. Also, thanks to Janice McConnell for your support. Thank you so much, Janice. And also thanks to Miguel Serpa. Really appreciate that, Miguel. Thank you. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye out. Again, the Trump rally in Salem, Virginia. So according to his website, yeah, so the official start time of the Trump rally in Salem, Virginia, the official start time is 4 p.m. But the feed is supposed to start at 3:45 p.m. So in about 45 minutes, we should have another rally feed. And then Harris is doing a rally in Charlotte, North Carolina, which the feed for that's supposed to start at 5:25. And then Trump is doing one in Greensboro, North Carolina, and the feed for that is at 7:15. So I'm hoping we might show you 3 rallies in a row. That's the plan. Hey, it's 3 days before the election. It's the last weekend of the election campaign, guys. It's the last weekend. Before election, there's only 3 days before the election to campaign before election day. So if everything works out, if there's nothing else big going on today, we're going to show you three more rallies. 3 rallies. So we'll show you 5 in 1 day on the same stream. But, obviously if there's something else big going on, we would have to cut to that. Yeah, I'm gonna have a snack, I think, soon. I'll have I bought some food before. Is there a possibility of chaos for the losing party, says Kamuka Aing? Look, I hope there's not chaos, but, if things are close, we'll have to see how do the votes come in. Is there any reason to have chaos? We'll just have to see things. I mean, obviously people get very passionate around election time. So I'm hoping there's not. Hold on a second here. What percentage of people don't vote, says Kenneth Cobb. What was the turnout? What was the turnout in 2020? According to Wikipedia, it's kind of neat, guys. Wikipedia has an article, voter turnout in U.S. presidential elections. Look at this. They say in 2020 it was 65.9%. Turnout as percentage of VEP. What is VEP? Voting eligible population. Voting eligible population. That was the highest they have. Oh, VAP is voting age population. Anyways, for this list, which starts in 1932, it looks like the 2020 was the high. No, 2020 was tied for the highest number. In 1960, it was 62.8% here. But you can see 62.8% of voting age population, 65.9% of voting eligible population. I don't know if it's going to top that this year. A lot of people have, the total number of votes was 158 million. I don't know how much the voting age population has changed. Maybe it's risen a little bit. I'm not sure. I don't know. But 158 million was the total number of votes in 2020. And I believe how many people have voted early? B&O News, I think, had posted that over 70 million people had voted early. If I have that right. Yeah, B&O News said 18 hours ago, as of 18 hours ago, 70 million people had voted. But more people are voting. I know, like, more Republicans are voting earlier in this election than the last one. Let me see if I can get you some analysis here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Let's see. Here, let me show you this. This is from, I have an article here from, now this is from today, from Associated Press. What to watch over the final weekend of the 2024 presidential campaign. So it said, what happens with early voting? Now, B&O said over 70 million people had voted. AP says more than 66 million people have already cast ballots in the 2024 election, which is more than 1/3 the total number who voted in 2020. They include significantly more Republicans compared with 4 years ago, largely because Trump has backed off his insistence that his supporters must cast ballots in person on Election Day. And while early in-person voting has ended in many states, I know where I live, yesterday was the last day to vote early in person. There will be a huge push for final hours early voting in at least 3 key states as the campaigns work to bank as many votes as possible for Election Day. That includes Michigan. In Michigan, in-person early voting runs through Monday. Voters in Wisconsin can vote early in person through Sunday, although it varies by location. And in North Carolina, voters have until 3 p.m. Saturday. Oh, it just ended. In North Carolina, you had until 3 p.m. Saturday to cast early ballots in person. I'm assuming there's one time zone in North Carolina. Yes. Okay, and then it also says there, the early voting period officially ended Friday in Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. And also, I don't know, there's early voting and then there's vote by mail. So I think in some states you can probably, you'd have to check the states. In a state where if there's a state where you have to get your ballot postmarked by November 5th, then obviously you could still mail your ballot. Or I know some places have drop boxes where you can drop off your mail-in ballot. Okay, and then they also say, how will the gender gap play out? Trump's graphic attack against Cheney was especially troublesome given his allies' heightened concern about women voters. Polling shows a significant gender gap in the contest with Harris. Harris does better among women, and Trump does better among men, according to the polling. Okay, so that is a whole other interesting thing, because there's a question of like, will women vote more than men? So that's certainly a big factor that could play out in this election, is the women vote versus the men vote. But we'll just have to see what happens. But the polling says that Harris is doing better among women and Trump is doing better among men. Hold on a second here. All right, so we're supposed to have in about 35 minutes footage from the next Trump rally. Hey, thanks to PVC Swede. I really appreciate your support. PVC Swede, thank you. Let me take some more comments from you guys. We'll take, before the next rally starts, we'll take some comments from you. Butterfly says there is early voting at my local library. Sephirin says, why do they end early voting at all? I don't get that. Shouldn't people just be allowed to vote up until Election Day? So I don't, it's a fair question. I could imagine there being logistical reasons to do it. Maybe it's a different setup for Election Day. So for example, in my town, the early voting is, most of the early voting days, there's one place to do it. You go to City Hall to do it. Now on Election Day, there's all these different polling places, local polling places. So there's going to be setup they have to do at different polling places. And maybe they want time in different places to just get everything set up for Election Day. Because I assume in a lot of places, maybe most places, that there's a lot more polling places open on Election Day than for early voting. But it's a good question. Hey, by the way, I want to show you guys something here. I got a little footage to show you. This is, there's a women's march going on, marching to the White House in D.C. Let me just show you this women's march in D.C. that's going on live right now. Oops, we want to go here. Hang on. Okay, hold on. Let's see. How is there sound on this? Uh-oh. I can't play the sound yet because they're playing music. So that is in Washington, D.C. Let me tell you a little bit about this. Okay, so according to the website of this march, I'm going to tell you what this is. This is in Washington, D.C. They're marching to the White House. So it's I can show you something else about this too. It's called Women's March Our Body, and it says Our Bodies, Our Future. I have an article about this. If you give me a second, I'll get the article. Let me get the article for you, and I can read you a little bit about this. Just give me one moment here. We'll have more rally coverage coming up soon. Where is this article here? Yes, I have it. Here, I got it. Sorry. Give me a moment. One moment. So the Washington Post says Women's March protesters return to support Harris in run-up to Election Day. Thousands of women are expected to gather in Washington and in marches across the country in support of Vice President Harris just days before Election Day. The Women's March movement launched in 2017, the day after Trump's inauguration, when more than 1 million women poured into the district and elsewhere in what is widely considered the country's largest single-day protest. This year's march comes days before Kamala Harris could become the nation's first female president in her race against Trump. And the executive director of Women's March, Rachel O'Leary, said many attendees support issues including the restoration of the right to choose an abortion after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the establishment of equal pay and federally guaranteed paid parental leave, reinstating a child tax credit that was expanded in the pandemic, and the creation of a path to citizenship. So this is a big women's march. Washington Post says, in Washington, demonstrators will begin gathering at Freedom Plaza at 3 p.m. Saturday for music and activities, which they're doing right now, before a 4 p.m. rally. Then they will march to the White House. The event is scheduled to wrap up by 6 p.m. So that's a little background on this. This is going on in Washington, D.C. right now. We're not going to do a lot of coverage of the Women's March, but I figured I would throw it up there for you to look at while we're waiting for the Trump rally. Trump rally coming up. I think this is still I can't play the sound though because I think it's still music. Oh no, hold on. Let's hear what they're saying.
We're going to get started in about a half an hour, but there is way more people than we thought would be here today already. Shout out to the recruitment team who did the damn thing doing their black job. Come on, Malika. Come on. You're making them wait, girl. That's the golden rule. Shout out to Malika leading the recruitment. A lot of people don't see the actual people who make these things happen, and rallies are extremely unsexy. There's a lot of really difficult grunt work. So just shout out to the whole team who has done this. I'll be embarrassing them throughout the time. But you know, the golden rule of activism is stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So go to wewon'tgoback.com/today and make sure that you are on top of your chance. And here, the famous, the infamous Tiffany Flowers, our MC for today, is here to help us just get a little warm up, get our appetites wet, and then we are going to listen to some music some more, and then we're going to get started right on time per the website. Tiffany Flowers.
Let's just hear what the next speaker says. Then we'll take some more of your comments.
Hi, everybody, first of all. Hello, beautiful people. I am so honored and so thrilled to be with you. And to get us warmed up, we're going to do one of my favorite activities, which is just practice chanting for the march. So this is a really easy one. I think everybody knows this, so we're just going to get it popping, okay? So when we say no justice, what's the other side? No peace. No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
That's what I'm talking about. And if we don't get it, 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 because the people, united, will never be defeated. The people, united, will never be divided. The people, united, will never be divided. The people, united, will never be divided. So we just wanted to come out and say hello. Take some pictures. I'm going to come out into the crowd. I would love to collect some selfies with you all, if that's okay. All right, and I want to give a shout out. I know there are two Kathys here from Missouri I met in the hotel lobby, so I want to say hi And thank you for being here. And for everybody from Arizona, from Albuquerque, from California, Connecticut, Colorado, Mississippi. Let's go!
Okay, so again, that is a women's march going on, which I believe the march is supporting Harris, or I don't know if the march, I mean, the Washington Post article suggested the march is supporting Harris. When I looked at the website, I don't think the website specifically said supporting Harris, but it just says like, oh no, it does. It says the women's march proudly endorses Kamala Harris. It says it on, so the women's march does endorse Kamala Harris. Anyways, if you want to read more about the march, you can go to womensmarch.com. But I just wanted to show you this as an example of something political that's going on. This is in D.C. And just to show you that this is going on 3 days before the election. And but we're going to get it soon. We're supposed to have some footage of the next Trump event, which is in Salem, Virginia. So in about 25 minutes, if everything works out, we'll start having footage from the Trump rally in Salem, Virginia. And we will show you that. And then a Harris rally, and then another Trump rally. Oh, the Trump rally, I don't have footage. There might be people talking about at the Trump rally in Salem, Virginia, but one of our viewers just said, I don't have footage of it until 3:45. So the Reuters, I get the footage from them and from that rally, and so there might be people speaking at it. Thanks for letting me know, but I don't have the rights to the footage until a certain time. Yeah, so let me just check something here real quick. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Yeah, I can only show that when I actually, when the footage that I have the rights to goes live. Let me just see. You know what I can do? Hold on a second. I think we can get some footage for you. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. You know what? We can use the right side footage, thanks to them, because they've been super nice. Right side broadcasting will allow us to use their footage before the Reuters footage kicks in. So let me put the rally up with the early speakers. I just have to get that up here. So give me a moment here. Hold on, folks. Let's get this to work. Let's see if we can make this. Let's see if we can make this work. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay. All right. I'm getting it up on the screen right now for you. Let me do it this way. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I can't play the sound if they're playing music. Okay, that is, all right. I have to change the text. Let me change the text. This is Salem, Virginia. So this is a live shot of the Trump rally. That is via, well, I'm going to go back. So there's no speaker. That's right side coverage. If you want to see their speakers, go over to Right Side Broadcasting. I got to get the, I got to get the credit up on the way. Yes. So when there's another speaker, I'll go to Right Side. If you want to see the Right Side footage of them talking, of the correspondents talking, go to Right Side Broadcasting. So when there's another speaker, I'm supposed to get the Reuters footage from Salem, Virginia in 20 minutes. But if there's a speaker before then I will show you via Right Side. Okay. All right. So there's nobody speaking right now. But we'll get, so coming up, rally footage coming up. Hey, really quick, thank you so much to Sephirin, our new member, Sephirin. Thank you so much, Sephirin. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you for the gift membership. So nice of you. Justin Rochkin, really appreciate your support and your note, Justin Rochkin. The Winning Wallet, thanks for being such a loyal viewer. And thanks for your support, The Winning Wallet. Thank you also, JF, our member. PVC Swede, thank you. And hang on a moment here. JCon, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. So, Trump Salem, Virginia rally coming up. Let me change the headline. Coming up, Trump rally in Virginia, then Harris rally in NC. Okay. So, trying to bring you full coverage as we are just 3 days before the election. No one is speaking at the Trump rally at the moment. So I'll keep an eye on that. Hang on a moment here. The results will start coming in when the polls close on Tuesday night. When do the first polls close Tuesday? It's a good question. Is it 8 p.m.? No, according to Time magazine, there are some states that they close at 7 p.m. Are there any Eastern time zone states where it's 7 p.m.? North Carolina is 7:30 p.m. South Carolina is 7 p.m. So I believe the first states are 7 p.m. Eastern time. Justin says Ohio closes at 7:30. I'm working the polls. Indiana closes at 5. You know, Indiana says, Time magazine says Indiana is 6 p.m. local time, 7 p.m. Eastern time. All right, give me a moment here. Hold on one second here. So yes, we'll have results coverage starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday night. But I'm planning on doing coverage earlier than that on Tuesday. Hey, thanks to Vicky Freeman, our new member. Thank you, Vicky. We're waiting for the Trump rally to start. Well, the rally, we're waiting for Trump to get there and for anybody else to speak there. As soon as anyone starts speaking again at the Salem, Virginia Trump rally, we will go over to the video of that. And so Trump in Virginia, and then Harris in North Carolina, and then Trump in North Carolina. We have 3 rallies coming up for you right now. So we're giving you the full rally experience. The full rally experience here. I mean, not full, because I can't show you every single thing that goes on and I can't play the music, but in a sense, the full rally experience. Let's see here. Robert Rial says Virginia's not a battleground state, is it? Yes, a good point. So Trump this week is going to Trump in the last few days has gone to a couple states that are not battleground states. He's gone to Virginia and New Mexico. And there's discussion as to why he's doing that. So for example, you can see here in over on, hold on a second. I have to do this the right way. Where is it here? There. Donald Trump gambles with late-stage trips to Democratic New Mexico and Virginia. That's from AP. That was from, oh, they actually posted this today. I think it's originally from a couple days ago. You can see there, Trump gambles with late-stage trips to Democratic New Mexico and Virginia. Donald Trump is traveling to New Mexico and Virginia. He was already in New Mexico a couple days ago, I think it was. Trump is traveling to New Mexico and Virginia in the campaign's final days, taking a risky detour from the 7 battleground states to spend time in places where Republican presidential candidates have not won in decades. He campaigned in Albuquerque on Thursday and is scheduled to visit Salem today, in just a little bit, Salem, Virginia. The Trump team is projecting optimism, the article says, based in part on early voting numbers, and thinks he can be competitive against Democrat Kamala Harris in both states, New Mexico in particular, if he sweeps states Nevada and Arizona. That hope comes even though neither New Mexico nor Virginia has been carried by a Republican nominee for the White House since George W. Bush in 2004. Over the past few months in particular, the battleground states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin have seen a constant stream of candidate visits, and residents have been bombarded with political ads on billboards, televisions, and smartphones. I can't even imagine how many ads they're seeing. In the past 2 weeks alone, says AP, presidential and vice presidential candidates have made 21 appearances in Pennsylvania, 17 in Michigan, and 13 in North Carolina. In the 43 other states, a candidate visit is an exciting novelty. All right. So, Trump is in Virginia today. And we're going to be, in minutes, we will be seeing something from that rally. In minutes, in just minutes, guys. Appreciate you being here for our live election campaign coverage. Shout out to all of our moderators, too, as we wait to go to Virginia for the Trump rally there. Roberts, May Queen, Sarah 55, Ruth Krafasi over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry, moderate on X. Thank you. On Twitch, we have McBritches and Surly Dev. Thanks. On Facebook, K. Larry Body, Raven Lynn, Ronald Egnor. Thank you. And I also want to do a quick shout out to our Facebook subscribers like Diane Allworth and Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Eve Richards, Marie Minicello, all of our, Ronald Egnor, all of our subscribers over there on Facebook. Thank you. And also our Twitch subscribers. For example, people like Wall Street and Shaggy, and JCon, T3NF Old 8, McBridges, Greyhound Player, Billy Joe, Rocky Coast. Thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. Pragmatic Realist, Whoopsley, thank you. And all of our other subscribers over there. We're just waiting for another speaker at the Trump rally. In minutes, we will go to the Trump rally in Virginia. And I don't think he's going to be speaking at the same time as Harris, because Harris rally is supposed to, that's supposed to be around 5:25 p.m. So it might work out that we can see Trump, then Harris, then Trump. Wow. Big election day. Big election campaign day. It's the last Saturday before the election. Hold on a second here. One of our, David Gibson said, any reporting on the Trump campaign efforts? Maybe in a little bit we'll talk about that. I have some stuff I can show you about that. I was reading an article about how, for the Trump campaign, like the knocking on doors stuff, they haven't been doing it in-house. A lot of it's being done by this, or what is it? Isn't it a PAC affiliated, super PAC affiliated with Elon Musk? See if I can get you something about that really quick. Yeah, so like AP said, hold on a second. Where is it here? Trying to find this as we wait for the Trump rally. AP said in an article back in September, Trump and the Republican National Committee he controls opted to share get-out-the-vote duties in key parts of the most competitive states this year with groups such as America PAC, the organization supported by billionaire Elon Musk. There's an article in the New York Times about that today as well, if you want to check that out, where they have an article. Where is it here? Trump is betting big on Musk's swing state moonshot. The candidate is leaning on an unusual canvassing effort funded by Musk. And it says, it is unusual for a major party candidate to lean so heavily on a field operation that is funded and controlled by an outside organization. Anyways, maybe we can talk about that more later. Mary B says, so sick of all of it. Yeah, I mean, this obviously this election in the U.S. has been talked about and publicized and covered so much for years. So this election will be over. Well, the voting will be done soon. Something else that is interesting when you think about it is the last time there was an election without Trump in it. The last time there was an election without Trump in it was 2012, right? Because 2016, 2020, 2024. So it was 12 years ago was the last presidential election without Trump in it. PZ Papazulu says Elon has spent over $100 million with his PAC. No one is speaking right now in Salem, Virginia. I'm sorry. So we're waiting for Trump to speak, and they may have speakers before him, and I can show you that when somebody speaks. But I'm expecting somebody to speak soon. But just so you know, I'm keeping an eye on it. And the Salem, Virginia, the rally venue is full of people, but no one is speaking there right now. As soon as people speak again, I will go over there. And just so you know where that venue is, that is the rally in Salem, Virginia, is at the Salem Civic Center in Salem, Virginia, which holds 6,800 people. And Salem, Virginia is like in central Virginia. It has 25,000 people live in Salem, Virginia. Not a big city. Let me show you on a map where this is. While we're waiting here. Let me pull up the map for you. I got it. The Salem Civic Center. I'm just pulling up the map on the screen for you. Give me one moment here. One moment, everyone. Pulling up this map for you. Okay, there is the oops. The map is coming up right now. Here is the map for you. There it is. Google Maps. Salem Civic Center. So if we zoom out, this is you can see Virginia here. It's in central Virginia, north central Virginia. Outside of Roanoke. How far away from Roanoke is it? It is about, it's only about 5 miles from Roanoke. Okay. Is it like a suburb of Roanoke? Is that what it is? Some of you will know way more about Salem, Virginia than I do. I know very little bit about it. But according to the map, it's outside of Roanoke. There's Roanoke there. Let's see here. I'm going to look this up. Amber B says, went to college in Salem. The population of Roanoke is 97,000 people. It is the county seat of Roanoke County. Says, but it's an independent city, says Wikipedia. Sarah Massey says, I am from Roanoke. Salem is an independent city out beside Roanoke. I wonder how Roanoke County voted 2020 election results. Can I find it? Okay, I'm looking this up. I'm looking it up. Roanoke County went 60-38 for Trump. Let me just double check that. But that's what I saw. Let me double check this. I'm looking right now. Oh, there's Roanoke City and Roanoke County. Okay. According to Reuters, Roanoke County went 60-38 for Trump, but Roanoke City went 61-36 for Biden. So Salem is not in Roanoke City, it's in Roanoke County. So the city of Roanoke went 61-36 for Biden, basically 62-36. But the county, the surrounding county, surrounding Roanoke, Roanoke County went basically 60-38 for Trump. So the rallies in Salem, which is in Roanoke County, about 5 miles outside of the city. How did I look up on what county voted for who? I went to, you can Google Reuters 2020 U.S. election results, and it'll actually give you their election map from 2020, and then you can go to the different states and look at the results from 2020 by county. We are waiting here. Any moment now, I'll have something to show you from Salem, Virginia. The venue is there. I don't know if all of the speakers have spoken before Trump, or they had some speakers speak, but now they're waiting for Trump. Oh, is his plane flying from there? From North Carolina? Did he take a bus? A plane? I assume a plane? Is his plane on Flight Radar 24? Does anyone know? Can we see if he's still in the air? Hold on, something else happened here. Give me a moment here. Everything got reset with one of the chats, so I got to reset that. One moment here. Oopsie. No one seems to be tracking his plane. Well, it's not popularly tracked. That doesn't mean it's not on there. But I don't believe people are. I would think if it was trackable, people would be tracking it on Flight Radar 24, and it would be one of the top flights tracked. Trump Force One said, Chris Avis. Sometimes the Trump plane is trackable. How far was he? So Trump was just in, let's go to our map here. Trump was in, where was his rally? Where was his first rally? It was in Gastonia, North Carolina. Am I remember this right? What was the name of the place where his first rally was? Gastonia? Yes, Gastonia, North Carolina. So it is about 200 miles from Gastonia to Salem Civic Center. So he's not going to be driving. Alice Wonderland says he's on his plane. I cannot imagine he's driving. He must be taking a plane. But maybe he's taking a smaller plane. I don't know. But you can see, but the drive from Gastonia to Salem Civic Center would be over 3 hours. Helicopter? I don't know how he's getting there. Jonathan Morris says he's in the garbage truck. Rocky Coast says he's driving the garbage truck. So when did he finish up? I mean, I'm just wondering. It might take him a little while. Maybe he's, I don't know. Maybe, we'll see. I was hoping we didn't have to do the thing where he speaks with at the same time as Harris, but that might happen again. Well, anyways, if I get an update on where exactly he is, I don't know that he's in the building yet. It's not a long plane ride though. So it's like less than 200 miles as the crow flies. Christy Claff says he'll be late as usual. Oh, I have footage from the rally. I have footage from the rally. Breaking news, I have footage from the rally. Okay, we're good to go. We're good to go. We're good to go. I'm bringing you some footage from the rally, guys. Breaking news. I have rally footage for you. I have rally footage for you from Reuters. Are you ready? Are you ready for the rally footage? Are you ready? There it is. There's the Trump rally from Salem, Virginia. There it is. So there it is. We have live shot of the Trump rally via Reuters. So you can see what's going on for yourself. I'm going to say, coming up, Trump speaks in Virginia. Then Harris rally in NYC. Not NYC, NC, I'm sorry. NC, not NYC. Maybe I'll put on the... I can't play the music, so I can't play the sound. But at least I can let you see what's going on. Trump rally in Salem, Virginia. 3 days until election. Let me make this a little smaller. Don't need it so big. All right, so at least we got you some footage. At least we got you some live footage. Now, I think when Trump starts speaking, I might go grab a little snack because I haven't eaten. We're going to be here for a little while. Big Berg says there's... Big Berg, you're saying there's a... Did you see Harris's plane at Charlotte Airport, Big Berg? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, there was, I think Reuters had like a little video of, or maybe AFP had it, of Harris arriving there. Harris's rally is in Charlotte. That's where her rally is. So I would not be surprised if her plane is there, because I believe she flew in there. I would expect her plane to be there. Where is... I'm looking at the airport. Is it? Can you still... I mean, it's not flying right now, so I would think it's not on there at the moment. Who knows, though? Is it sitting there? Is it on? Is it live? Well, regardless, I believe you. You are looking at the Trump rally in Salem, Virginia. They are waiting for Trump to show up. But when I said Harris plane, I would mean it's I don't know if it's called Air Force 2 or whatever it is. Air Force 2, is it? Yes, Air Force 2 carries the Vice President. I think there's music. Let me just see here. Hold on. Give me one moment. Let me just check the sound. I'm sure it's going to be music. Yeah, there's music playing. I can't play the sound right now. There's music playing. See if there's any updates I have for you. I think the rallies are free. I don't think you have to pay. They're cheering. What are they cheering for? Oh, maybe they're cheering because they're on the monitor or something. My guess is they're cheering because they're on camera. The Washington National Guard, by the way, the Washington State activated their National Guard in case of election violence. Oh, hold on. Is he coming out now? What's happening now? Is something happening? Reuters says the governor of Washington State on Friday said he was activating some members of the National Guard to be on standby after information and concerns regarding potential violence related to the 2024 election. Let's hope that doesn't happen. The state where Democrat Kamala Harris is easily expected to defeat Republican Donald Trump, according to polling, was one of two where ballot boxes were set on fire earlier in the week. Governor Jay Inslee of Washington said, based on general and specific information and concerns regarding the potential for violence and other unlawful activity related to the 2024 election, I want to ensure we are fully prepared to respond. Hundreds of ballots were damaged or destroyed by the use of an incendiary device in the drop box in the city of Vancouver, Washington, according to Inslee. I don't believe they've caught a suspect for that. You are looking at a live shot of the Trump rally in Salem, Virginia. This is at the Salem Civic Center. And we're going to see Trump speak there. And then after that, we'll see Harris speak in Charlotte. The Salem Civic Center, according to Wikipedia, has a capacity of 6,820 people. Sir Random says it's a small room. Again, it's first of all, you're not seeing the whole room because you can't see the back, behind the camera. But yeah, it's a small. It's not as big as like a big stadium would be. But he's doing, they're both doing multiple events. Hey, thanks so much to Cyrus the Virus for your support. Thanks for the gift membership, Cyrus the Virus. Also, thank you to Gina Tucker, our member, Gina Tucker. Thank you. They're zooming in. Is somebody going to talk? Or just zooming in? It says Virginia welcomes President Trump. And remember, Trump is making 2 stops this week at states that are not considered, that are considered Democratic states in terms of the presidential race, that are he's not expected to win. Virginia and New Mexico. He already did New Mexico. Wow, guys. We've been waiting. It's been so long. The build-up for this election has taken so long. I can't even... It's crazy to think like it'll actually happen because it's just been build up, build up, build up. No, I am ready for this election to be over like many of you are. I think it's time. I think it's long past time. So much buildup. One of our viewers just said, I can't wait until it's done. Excessive Force says, feels like Trump has been campaigning for 4 years. Alexander Haynes says, anxiety is building. Bone Mama says, I am exhausted. Sandy C says, past time. Hey, thanks to Jason Carlton. Thanks, Jason, for your support. I really appreciate that. This name stinks says, I envy other countries that have very short election cycles. Bogan says, only in America does the election campaign start 2 years before the election. I don't know if it's only in America, but there's other countries where it does not take this long. There was just one recently, right? Was it the UK election or the France election recently where between the time it was called and the time of the election was not that long. I can't remember the exact dates. In 2024 UK election, that election was on July 4th. When was it called? Yes, on May 22nd, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister in the UK, on May 22nd, that's when he called the election. And the election was held on July 4th. That election did not have to take place until January 28th, 2025. Now, they knew there was going to be an election eventually. Also, France. How about the 2020-24 France election? That was called even earlier. That election was June 30th and July 7th. And I believe on June 9th, that election was called. That campaign, I think, was less than a month, the one in France. And he did not, I don't believe he had to call an election this year. I don't think. I'm just trying to remember all this. I was looking up Wikipedia. Anyways. The Gabalam says people all over the world are waiting for the result of this election. We have zooming in. The camera is zooming in. There we go. The sign says Trump will fix it. Fade to Bolivia says, why are they called snap elections? I mean, in the U.S., it's not a snap election, but Wikipedia says a snap election is an election that is called earlier than the one that has been scheduled. That's what happened. I believe the ones in France and UK both qualify as snap elections. The most recent ones. Some people dancing. We got people dancing. We have some people dancing. Thanks, Northwoods Hiker, for watching. We will have the sound on as soon as they start. Oh, that guy's dressed like Trump. I think that guy's dressed like Trump. I'm not sure. The guy with the red tie? I'm not sure. He might not be, but it kind of looks like he is. Hold on a second here. Please keep it civil and respectful in the chat. Hey, thanks so much to Sushi Jezebel, who gave 10 people memberships. Wow, Sushi Jezebel, that's so nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription. Thank you, Sushi Jezebel. We got people dancing. A guy is talking to people. Is that guy with the campaign? Kind of looked like that guy was with the campaign. I don't know what that was about. And this guy says maybe they're being upgraded to first class. I don't know. I mean, they are behind, though. They're behind where Trump is. I mean, I'm guessing with both the candidates, they keep an eye on what's going on, especially behind the candidate. What does her shirt say with the Biden shirt? Who cares something? I don't know. I couldn't read it. Some of our viewers think it's about her shirt. Michelle Batten says maybe they had a question. How come I can't play music? Because I don't own the rights to the music. It's copyrighted music, so I can't play it. But I will play the sound when Trump starts speaking or anybody else starts speaking. Thanks again to our earlier rally. We were able to show the earlier rally today because Right Side Broadcasting let us show their footage of the North Carolina rally in Gastonia earlier today. So big shout out to them. This is the Reuters camera that we're watching right now. Thank you, Omega Sparrow. Thank you. I don't even know about this squirrel thing. I'm looking at AP right now. AP says a man who took in an orphan squirrel and made it a social media star vowed Saturday that the state's decision to seize and euthanize the animal won't go unheard. Peanut the squirrel and Fred, a rescued raccoon that was also confiscated and put down. The State Department of Environmental Conservation took the animals Wednesday from the home of Mark Longo. He has a home and animal sanctuary in rural Pine City near the Pennsylvania border. The agency said it had gotten complaints that wildlife was being kept illegally and potentially unsafely at the site. State law requires people to get a license if they wish to own a wild animal. Longo had said he was working to get Peanut certified as an educational animal. The DEC and the Chemung County Health Department said Friday that the squirrel and the raccoon were euthanized so they could be tested for rabies after Peanut bit someone involved in the investigation. I didn't even know about that. There's a picture of Peanut. This is from AP. The article from AP says Longo started caring for Peanut after the animal's mother was hit by a car in New York City 7 years ago. Tens of thousands of users of Instagram, TikTok, and other social media platforms glimpsed the animal sporting tiny hats, doing tricks, and nibbling on waffles clutched in his little paws. Longo said Fred the raccoon was dropped off on his doorstep a few months ago. He said he and his wife were planning on releasing the creature into the woods. Waiting for Trump to arrive in Salem, Virginia. Or maybe he's already there. Hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Angie Q says, I'm minutes away from Salem, Virginia, and he's not here yet. Do you know he hasn't arrived in the town? I don't know. That I do not know. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll have speakers. I mean, they already had some people speak at the rally, but they might have some speakers go out before him, but when he's there. Oh, B says a state police helicopter is at the airport. Let me check Flight Radar 24. See what we see. Hey, thanks to Timido1 for the bits. Thanks, Timido. I appreciate that. Over there on Twitch. Let's see here. Let's see what we see on the Flight Radar. Okay. Yes, there is a state police helicopter at the Roanoke, around the Roanoke Airport. And Salem is a suburb of Roanoke. So it's like 5 miles away. If you look right here on Flight Radar 24, there is the Virginia State Police helicopter, and you can see it's kind of going back and forth near Roanoke. Is it Roanoke-Vicksburg Regional Airport? Is that what it is? Roanoke Regional Airport. Oh, is anything coming in there? Hold on. That's not it. I don't know if Trump's aircraft is actually on. Where did this one come from? Where did that one come from? Oh, that's all the way from New York. It's not that one. I don't know if Trump's aircraft is actually on the radar. I can't tell you that, but there is that helicopter, state police helicopter flying around. Although, where is Salem compared to this? Where is Salem, and with respect to the Salem is right here. See, look, it says Salem right there. Salem Civic Center. Salem Civic Center is right here. That's where the event is. That's where the rally is. There's Salem Civic Center. It's probably about 5 miles from the airport. There's the airport, and there's Salem Civic Center. Angie Q says it's about 10 minutes away from the airport by car. Protected Lady says 40 minutes from my home. Yeah, I'm going to eat sometime soon, but we'll see. He might be close. Look, he might even be at the airport for all I know. I don't know. But these people have probably been there for a while. I mean, the official start time of the rally was 4, but people get there early. And like they already had some speakers speak beforehand. And like if you look at the event on his website, it says doors open at noon. So doors opened for this rally at noon. I put eye drops in. Hold on a second. Luke Patterson says there were people camping out overnight. That's what our viewer claims. There's a 757 at GSO Airport, might be him. What is GSO Airport? Oh, hold on a second. I bet this is him. I bet this is him. I bet this is him. Guys, look. Oh, I don't know if it's him. This is a flight from Charlotte. No. It's like see the plane? It's like the number. All right, this flight is flying into Roanoke Airport, and it took off from Charlotte area. So could this be him? Where is Gastonia? It's not him? Is Gastonia not near Charlotte? That's about to land. Gastonia is outside of Charlotte. Why is this not him? This plane took off from Charlotte, which is near where he was. Oh, it's not landing. It's not landing, though. It says 825 feet. It didn't land at the Roanoke Airport. Well, if it's him, it's not landing there. So I was like, wow, maybe that's why so many people were tracking it before. It's like the number 7 tracked plane. But, I mean, it looked like, oh, I don't know, maybe he's flying on that plane. I know that's not the plane he normally flies, but I was like, maybe he's taking a different plane. I don't know. Fake track? Anyways. It says it's flying low at 825 feet. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it landed. Who knows? Who knows? He usually takes his big plane. Nicole Price says his car is at the airport. I'm less than a mile from the Salem Civic Center in downtown Salem. Let me see if I can get any updates. Dan Scavino, who's with the Trump campaign, posted 18 minutes ago saying, next stop, Virginia. And he showed Trump's plane. So apparently he's flying the Trump jet plane. I'll post a link to that. Video from his advisor. Is there any chance he's running like really late? Because 18 minutes ago, Dan Scavino, who's his advisor, posted a video saying, great rally in North Carolina, next stop, Virginia. Sorry. What is happening? And then he posted Trump's plane next to the... Oh, maybe Trump's plane was next to Air Force Two in Charlotte? Maybe they were on the runway at the same time? Because Kamala Harris is doing rally in Charlotte. So... But that might be a video from 3 hours ago. His plane just landed? Some people are claiming? Was it on flight radar or not? You know what? I might have video of it. Let's see. No, I don't. I don't think I do. Oh, I do. I do. Hey, guys, hold on. No, I don't. I thought I had video maybe of the airport. I don't, so I can't tell. No, Jay, when it says the rally starts at 4, the official start time is the intended time for him to speak, basically. That's how they do it with the rallies. Now, he can run late, but they already had people speaking at the rally. So on the website, when it gives a start time, that's, as I understand it, the intended time for him to speak, although often it can be late. The Virginia State Police helicopter is still just flying around above Roanoke Airport. Angie Q says, my local news isn't showing any updates, landing updates. I am from Salem, minutes from Salem. Thank you, Marnie, for the gift membership. Thanks, Marnie. Still active on flight radar? Which one are you talking about? Put a call sign in there. Why are you saying it's active on flight radar? It was the first plane I followed? I'm literally looking at Roanoke Airport on Flight Radar 24, and there's no plane active there. There it is on Flight Radar 24. There's no plane on the runway there that I can see. Hold on a second here. Why people are posting information in the chat and like they're not saying where they get it. Like somebody just said they're leaving the airport in 50 minutes. Where are you getting this information? Does somebody in our chat have like, are they talking to somebody in the Trump team on the cell phone? J-Man says, what do you mean? That's Trump's top guy in chat. Don't question him. Hold on a second here. Ane says, Trump called me, he is having snacks. Yes, so we don't have any good information. I don't know where he is. There's a plane that just landed. I think, or did it just take off? Uh-oh. No, it looks like it just took off. Did this plane just land? Hey guys, look at this. There's also this plane from Charlotte to Roanoke that looks like it just landed. But that's not his plane though. Oh, I see, right. So a couple of our viewers like B said Trump might have taken a different plane because his plane is too big to land in Roanoke. I mean, that plane was supposed to take off at 2 and get to Roanoke at 2:39. It says left at 3:56, and it just got there. This plane right here. See, it says Charlotte to Roanoke. Could that be it? Global Air Charters? Global Air Charters? Could that be it? It just landed. It just landed. Oh, hold on, though. Some of our viewers are saying that big planes take off from Roanoke Airport. I can tell you what takes off from there. Departures, let's see. Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of giant... I'm looking right now. There's huge planes that take off from that airport, guys. There's all kinds of big planes that leave from that airport. Big airliners take off at that airport. So my guess is that his plane could be there. I mean, just in terms of size, because I'm literally looking at Flight Radar 24 and looking at the kind of planes that American Airlines flies in and out of there. But some of the planes that fly in and out are big planes. Some of them are like more regional jets, but some of them are pretty big planes. There are some big planes, full-size planes. A lot of them are regional, but some of them are bigger. You never know, though. Who knows? I'm hearing myself. I accidentally unmuted myself on there. Okay. Shaven says, in the last speech, he thanked a guy for letting him use his plane because it was too big for the airport at the last rally. Our viewer claims that the plane that landed is scheduled to go to Greensboro next. I mean, if that's true, you know, Trump's rally is in Greensboro after this. See if I can actually get you any information. See, now what's going to happen is I bet him and Harris will end up speaking at the same time again. I haven't seen updates about where he is. There is another plane coming in now from the Charlotte area. Another one. Several have come in lately. One of our viewers, I think Ben Fork, said this. This one is landing right now from the Charlotte area. Doesn't say what it is. It's a Gulfstream plane. Several of these have landed. Several planes have landed from Charlotte in the last 20 minutes that we've seen. So I don't know if any of these have him on it. The plane that just landed is a Gulfstream G650, which has a pretty big capacity. According to Wikipedia, no, it's like 20. It carries like 19 people. It's not huge. Jennifer Beamer says he just landed. I'm in Roanoke and watched him land live. Some viewers are saying he has landed. Hold on a second here. Hey, thanks so much to Synthetic. There's an emergency landing. So, I mean, I do know that, like, quote unquote emergency landings are regular. Like when a plane is squawking emergency. They actually have something about on Flight Radar, like a blog entry about that. So if that's what you mean, that it's squawking emergency, I mean, that's a pretty regular occurrence. I'm going to post a blog link about it, but Flight Radar 24 has an article that says squawking 77 indicates the flight is an emergency situation, but it says that hold on. It says squawking 7700 only indicates a problem in need of immediate attention, not necessarily one that is an immediate danger of the aircraft to the aircraft. I'll post that link in the chat if you want to read it, about squawking 7700. It's a regular occurrence. Happens all the time. Wolfange says Newsmax said he has landed. I haven't seen any confirmation myself, but that state police helicopter is still flying over the airport. So we are waiting for the rally, and then Harris's rally is supposed to be in like an hour in Greensboro, in Charlotte, if I have that right. Yep. Hey, thanks to our new member, Cruella. Thank you, Cruella. I need to eat something soon, but I'm going to wait. I'm hoping he's there soon. I don't want to be eating while he's starting. As soon as I get any more information about his whereabouts, I will certainly let you know. Some of our viewers are saying he has say he's landed. Traffic is stopping on I-81. Let's look at the state police helicopter. There's the state police helicopter. So is it really doing much different? I don't know. I mean, Salem Civic Center is over here. I don't even know where I-81 is. There's 81 is right here. But Salem Civic Center is here. I presume he's flying into this airport right here. So, but I would think that this state police helicopter that's flying in circles would maybe go along with him. Angie says 81 is stopped almost every day for accidents. Sandy Pool says traffic is always stopped on 81, especially on weekends during leaf season. Jabroni says 81 is a horrible road. So again, we're waiting for this rally to start. We're just waiting for, well, the people at the rally, we're just waiting for Trump to speak and then Harris to speak. She is speaking in Charlotte. Oh, now hold on. Look at this. Is it making a circle again or not? Because I'm waiting to see the helicopter start going towards Salem. Is there any chance this helicopter is following the car? Look at the helicopter right now. Look at the helicopter because Salem's to the left. So let's see if it keeps going that way or is it just going to make a circle again. See the helicopter? Is it going to keep going to the east? To the west, I mean, towards Salem? That could be a positive sign. It looks like the helicopter is maybe going along with Trump. Maybe Trump's on the ground. Maybe he's traveling towards Salem. Oh no, it turned around. Oh, now it's doing. Oh well, unless well, no, it seems like it just made a big circle again. False alarm. False alarm. Made a circle. Sorry. I might have to go have a quick snack. Like really quick. Not even make a big meal. Just have a little snack. I might do that right now. Let me do that. Let me do something here. Take about 5 minutes. I got to. Oopsie. People are standing up. Hold on. They might have, maybe somebody's speaking. Maybe somebody's going to speak before Trump. Is that what's happening? Why are people standing up? What's happening there? What's going on? Wait a second. We maybe no snack. Hold on. I see things happening. Breaking news. Things are happening at the rally. Everybody is standing up. What's going on? What's happening? There's somebody going to come out right now. I think somebody's going to come out. What's happening? Why are they cheering? There's nobody at the podium. Do they just play music? There's that guy. It's that guy. There's a guy running around and cheering. Hey, there's a guy running around and cheering. And people are standing up. Hype man? I thought somebody might be speaking. Well, maybe a false alarm. All right. I gotta take like just a couple minutes and just go grab something to eat really fast. Oh wait, they're showing a video. But now they're showing a video. What do they show? Oh, they've probably been showing that the whole time. All right, let's do this. Let me just run in the other room and just eat something really quick. Really quick, guys. Really quick snack break for me. And I'm going to leave this up there, and I'll keep an eye on this. If anything happens in the few minutes I'm away, I will rush right back. No, I'm not air frying anything. So just give me a moment. All right, give me a couple minutes. I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back. And I'll do real quick. Let me just take these out for a moment. This might pause for a second because I took my headphones out. Sometimes I take my headphones out and things pause. All right, give it a second. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. We're back. We're back. We're back. People are cheering. Hang on. Is he starting? Well, somebody might be speaking, so let's wait a second. Why is everybody standing up? I'm not getting a snack yet because I see all these people standing up. Like people think something's going to happen. They're all cheering. I don't know what's going on. The helicopter's still flying around the airport. All right, let me really quickly. I'm really quickly going to grab a snack. If somebody starts speaking, I'll put the sound on, all right? So I'm watching this, even as I go grab the snack. No, now they're all standing up again. I don't know what's happening. All right, let me go grab a snack right now. I'm coming back in a couple minutes, and if there's anything happens before I come back, before I'm done, I'll just run in here. All right, give me just a couple minutes. Hey guys, I think Harris is speaking early. Oh no, hold on a second here. Hold on. Harris is speaking early. Harris is speaking now. Wait a second, let me get this on the screen for you. Sorry. Hang on. Oh no, she just started.
And the man is out for unchecked power. So look, in less than 90 days, it's either going to be him or me sitting in the Oval Office. We're going to do this. Thank you. Okay, come on. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. but so how about sharing with your friends, right? This is the thing that we want to share with folks. This is the thing that we want to share with folks. What this means and the choice that is in front of us. Imagine and let's ask. You've seen it on TV, right? Imagine the Oval Office, and if he is elected, Donald Trump on day one would be sitting in that office, stewing over his enemies list. But when I am elected, I will walk in on your behalf working on my to-do list. And at the top of my list is bringing down the cost of living for you. That will be my focus every single day as president. I will give a middle-class tax cut to over 100 million Americans. I will enact the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging on groceries. Fight to make sure that hardworking Americans can actually afford a place to live. And if you are caring for an elderly parent, my plan will cover the cost of home care under Medicare. One of the reasons we are here is because we are fighting for a democracy and the right of people to speak their mind, but right now I am speaking. So bringing down the cost of living for you includes making sure that we are caring for those who are caring for others. It's okay, y'all. Democracy can be complicated. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. This is what democracy looks like. So included in the work we will do is ensuring that Medicare covers the cost of home health care for seniors. And I'll tell you, a lot of how I think about these policies is based on my own experiences. When my mother was sick, I took care of her. It's all good. Hey, listen, it's all good. And look, we all want that war in the Middle East to end. We want the hostages home. And when I am president, I will do everything in my power to make it so. So much about what I care about on your behalf is truly about dignity. It is about dignity. It is about the importance of lifting people up and not trying to tear them down. Which is why my plan will lower the cost of child care, cut taxes for small businesses. Do we have small business owners in the room? Here we do. I love our small businesses. You all are part of the big backbone of America's economy. Keep doing what you do. I love our small businesses. You are. And our work will include lowering health care costs, because where I come from in terms of how I think about this, access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. On the other hand, Donald Trump's answer to the financial pressures you face, same as it was last time. Another $1 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. And this time he will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported: clothes, food, toys, cell phones. A Trump sales tax that economists have estimated will cost you an additional $4,000 a year. And on top of that, Donald Trump still wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which would throw millions of Americans off their health insurance and take us back to the time when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was? Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we all remember how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court. And with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, they did as he intended. And now in America, 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban, including North Carolina and every state in the South except Virginia. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest, which is immoral. And understand, Donald Trump is not done. He would ban abortion nationwide. He would restrict access to birth control. He would put IVF treatments at risk. And get this, force states to monitor women's pregnancies. Just Google Project 2025. Which still I can't believe they put in writing. And I think everyone here knows one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government shouldn't be telling her what to do. Not the government, and not Donald Trump. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, North Carolina, I'm here to ask for your vote. I'm here to ask for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As President, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. And I pledge to you to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to you to listen to experts, to listen to people who disagree with me. Because you see, unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I will give them a seat at the table. That's what real leadership looks like. That's what strong leadership looks like. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So that is my pledge to you, Charlotte. And let me then ask, who here has already voted? So now I'm going to ask you, just please talk to your friends and your family and your neighbors. And seriously, please share with them. You've taken such time out of all the other obligations you have. You've taken such time to be here. So please do share with them why you have taken this time and what your perspective is on this election. It's so important. And please encourage people. I love you back. And let's encourage everyone to know the strength of their voice. And for anyone who hasn't voted yet, look, first of all, no judgment, but please do get to it. And please take a moment to think about your plan for voting, about when and where you will vote. Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th. Polls are open here in North Carolina from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Go to iwillvote.com for any information you need about when and where to vote, because, listen, we need everyone to vote in North Carolina. You all will make the difference in this election. You will make the difference. So look, it all comes down to this. We are all here together because we love our country. We love our country. Yes. USA! 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 We love our country. USA! And here's what we know. Here's what we all know. When you love something, you fight for it. You fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our love, the expression of our love for our country, to fight for its ideals and to fight to realize the promise of America. The promise of America. And look, I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And what we all know about that time is there were folks from every background, every walk of life, coming together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. Right? And growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. And I was blessed to have family by blood and family by love who instilled in me the values of community and compassion and faith. And I have spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country anything is possible. I have lived the promise of America. And today I see the promise of America in everybody who is here, in all of you, in all of us. We are the promise of America. We are the promise of America. In the fathers and the mothers and the grandparents who work every day for our children's future. In the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom. And the men who support them. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but who are putting Constitution of the United States over party. I see the promise of America every day in the young leaders who are voting for the first time. Where are you? Where are you? Let me see you. Right? I love you guys. I love Gen Z. I love Gen Z. I love this generation. And because, you know, here's the thing. You all are rightly impatient for change. They are impatient for change. You are determined to live free from gun violence, to take on the climate crisis, and to shape the world you will inherit. I know that. And for this generation, none of these issues is theoretical. These issues are not political. This is a lived experience for you all. And I see you, and I see your power, and I see your purpose, and I am so proud of you. Can we hear it for the first-time voters? Right? See? I'm telling you, the future of our nation is bright. It is bright. We have so much to be optimistic about. So, we got 3 days to get this done. And no one can sit on the sidelines. Let's spend the next 3 days so when we look back 3 days from now, we will have no regrets about what we could have done. Let's knock on doors. Let's text. Let's call. Reach out to your family, your friends, your classmates, your neighbors, your co-workers, your play cousins. You know what I'm saying. And please, during the course of these next 3 days, I ask, let us please be intentional about building community. Let us be intentional about building community. You know, there's something about this whole Trump era that really was to try and suggest that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down. Instead of what we know, the real strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. Let's be intentional about building community, and let's be intentional about building coalitions, remembering that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And there is power in that. There is power in that approach, and it will strengthen our country. And so I'll leave you with this. Let's remember, and please remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. And don't let anyone ever take your power from you. So, North Carolina, today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Okay, that was Kamala Harris. Sorry, you know, her rally started early, so I missed the very start of it, and I apologize. But that was Vice President Harris. She's finishing up there in Charlotte, and then we're going to go to the Trump rally. Trump is going to be speaking in moments in Salem, Virginia. So we'll watch her take off from the rally. I'm going to put the audio on. I think Stephen Miller is speaking at the Trump rally. Trump advisor Stephen Miller. So let me switch the views here. Give me a moment. Allow me to switch these two views. Let's see here. All right, so let's try this here. All right, there's Stephen Miller. But why are we not hearing Stephen Miller? Let me check up on this. Oh, hold on. Now I know why.
Future that is secure. You can have a country that prioritizes your own citizens, your own countrymen. You can have all of that. You can have it and so much more. You can have prosperity. You can have wealth. You can have rising wages. You can have incredible breakthroughs in technology. You can have everything you ever dreamed as an American. But one thing is standing in your way, and that's the current administration that's in power right now, this corrupt administration that doesn't care about you, doesn't give a damn about you, doesn't give a damn about your families or your children, that doesn't care if you suffer, if you hurt, that doesn't care if moms cry because their kids have been murdered and stolen from them. They don't care about that at all. They don't care about you or this country, but one man cares about you and your children and your future. And we know that man's name. And that man's name is Donald J. Trump. And so the people of Virginia, the people of this state, you can deliver the justice and the security and the incredible future that we all deserve as Americans. This is a man who didn't back down after the lawfare, after the hoaxes, the slander, the defamation, when they came for his freedom, when they came for his family, when they came for his business, and when they came even for his life, he didn't back down. And if he goes back to the Oval Office, he will fight for you every single day. So I need you to mobilize, energize, and do the work over these next few days and deliver a tsunami of votes in the Commonwealth of Virginia for Donald Trump. Do it for everyone who's been forgotten and left behind. And I promise you, I swear to you, if you leave this arena today and you get your friends, family members, colleagues, and coworkers to the polls, then Tuesday will be the day that America was saved, our civilization was rescued, our children were protected, our country was defended, and America's greatest days will be right in front of us. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you to the patriots in this room. And God bless the United States of America.
All right, that was Trump advisor Stephen Miller. Hang on a moment. Let me just fix everything here. We got to fix that. Oops. There we go. Okay. Okay, Trump is speaking shortly. Hold on, I got to fix the headline now. I know the headline is messed up. Everything is all changing now. Coming up, Trump speaks in Salem, Virginia. Okay. They're playing music, so I can't play the music. Thanks for your patience as we switch between the two rallies. So we saw the Harris rally, and now we're seeing the Trump rally. Hey, thanks so much to Fletch and Serpico for your support, and I can't even read the name. Let's see here. What is this name here? Schizophrenic Guy. Thank you, Schizophrenic Guy, for your support, for being a member. Thanks to all of our moderators, too. I really appreciate it. We are waiting for Trump to come out and speak at Salem, Virginia. Do we have everything working? Is everything working the way it's supposed to be? Thanks for joining us for our election coverage today. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, he's about to speak because they would not have had Stephen Miller and the previous speaker. I think that was Michael Watley speaking. Before, unless Trump was ready to speak. So Trump is about to speak. Sorry. Yeah, I can't play the music because of the copyright stuff. So as soon as Trump comes out, I'll have the sound from Trump. Thanks to Dolores Wilson for the gift membership. Thank you, Dolores. I really appreciate it. Shout out to all of our moderators. We have Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you so much. Over on Twitch. Sarah55 moderating as well. Thank you, Sarah, on YouTube. Big Ball of Yarn on Twitch, David Green, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Raven Lynn. Thank you so much. Just 3 days. It's not even, it's now 5:21 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. Oh my gosh, we're so close to Election Day, guys. We are so close to Election Day. So we've seen 2 Harris rallies today, and this is our second Trump rally we're going to be seeing. And Trump is actually doing another one tonight in Greensboro. Christopher Reed says, I'll be glad when it's over. Bo Bomber says, the showdown is so close. So any moment now, Trump will be coming out and we will hear him speak. Yeah, sorry I can't play the music. April Coco is here. Hello, April Coco. Salem, Virginia is in Roanoke County. Roanoke, the city, went for Biden in 2020. I want to say around like 60 to 38, but then Roanoke County around Roanoke City, which is where Salem is, it was the opposite. They went for Trump by about 20 points. But Virginia, this rally here is one of two stops in the last few days Trump has made in what are widely believed to be non-battleground states. Trump might think he can win them, though. But he was a couple days ago, he was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And now he is in Salem, Virginia. Thank you, Langawi, who says going to watch on Election Day. We will have election results coverage, of course, election night. And then during the day, we'll be doing some coverage Election Day as well, before the results. Hold on a second here. Any moment now, Trump coming out. Thank you so much to Frisian Drone Aviator. That's so nice of you, Frisian Drone Aviator. Thanks for your support. Thank you, Kathy. Kathy says, I voted last week. I'll be right here on Tuesday. Thank you. Awesome. Andras Stefanik says, watching from Slovenia. Wow, that's really good. Cool. Thanks for watching from Slovenia. Matt Machine watched for the 2020 election coverage. Wow. Thanks, Matt Machine. We are waiting for Trump to speak any moment now. Thank you, Dayton, for watching. No, Trump must be there because, again, they would not, I don't think they would have had Stephen Miller and Michael Whatley speak unless Trump was there. Thank you also to Gumas. Thanks for the gift membership, Gumas. Thank you. That's so nice of you. Gumas. Also, Crypto Talk with Mr. Davis. Thanks so much for your support. I appreciate that. Crypto Talk with Mr. Davis. Thank you, Stacy Kubin, who sent me an article I'll have to check out. Why are U.S. elections so much longer than other countries? It's from NPR. They said Canada's latest campaign season was 11 weeks. In some countries, NPR says, they limit the amount of time the campaign can be. They limit the amount of time that campaign advertising can go on for before the election. I'll have to read more of that article. Thanks for sending it. That's from Stacy. This campaign has obviously been going on for a long time. Oh, thank you so much, Captain Jenks. Captain Jenks, thank you for the gift memberships. Captain Jenks had given a number of gift memberships. Thank you, Captain Jenks. Also, Andy Lowe. Hey, thanks so much, Andy, for your support. It's really nice of you. Andy Lowe, thank you. Sherry94 thinks the election campaign in the U.S. goes on too long. Oh, thank you again, Andy Lowe. So nice of you. Appreciate it, Andy Lowe. Thank you. We are waiting for Trump to appear at his rally in Salem, Virginia. Gina Tucker says, just glad this election is almost over. You know, I thought what was going to happen, according to the schedule, original schedule, I thought we were going to hear Trump speak and hear him speak. And I was worried that he'd be a little late and that he'd run late enough that we'd have him and Kamala Harris at the same time. But what actually happened is he is really late and Harris started early. So we actually heard Harris before Trump, which I did not think was going to happen. Faris and Joanna is watching from Jordan. That's very cool. Oh, hold on a second. Andy Lowe. Andy, that's ridiculous. What a ridiculous thing. What a ridiculous thing to say, Andy. Come on, Andy. Just ridiculous. There's for so many reasons, Andy, that was really rude of you. For multiple reasons. All right, we're waiting for Trump to speak. Thank you, The Current Meta, for your support. And thanks, Hayden and Jackie. in the UK for watching as well. Current Meta, thank you. I appreciate it. Trump has one more rally today after this. He has a rally in where is it? Greensboro? Greensboro. I see people standing up. Some people are standing up. Some people are standing up and holding up their signs. Well, they were standing up. Oh, it looks like there's a person there's a person near the people in the back, maybe having them practice hold up their signs. I don't know what's going on. See that guy standing back there? Wow, Eamon O'Leary, that's so nice of you. Eamon O'Leary just gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of Eamon O'Leary. Make sure you thank Eamon if Eamon gave you a membership over there in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Eamon O'Leary. Very nice of you. I believe the rallies are free to attend. I don't believe you have to pay to go. I might be wrong, but I thought they were free. You have to sign up for tickets, I believe. You go to I think you go to the campaign website and sign up there. Our viewer said, I can't find it. I think it was our viewer. Hold on, I'll tell you what they said. Baja VA said, all I can say right now is all eyes are on the U.S. elections. Eric Chambers says, can't wait until the election stuff is over. Paula Thompson says, there is no way to know what will happen. Oh, in terms of if there's any kind of chaos or whatever. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Boston Girl says, I can't wait for it to be all over. Any moment now, we are expecting Trump to come out and speak. Terry Bryan says, I also cannot wait for it to be over. Hey, thanks to our new member, Tyler West, as well. Thank you, Tyler West. I don't have the schedule. I might be able to get the Trump schedule for tomorrow and the next day. According to Trump's website, the campaign website, it says that tomorrow Trump has got a morning rally, 10 a.m., it says, in Pennsylvania, in Lititz, Pennsylvania. Then he has a 2 p.m. in North Carolina and a 6:30 p.m. in Macon, Georgia. And then on Monday, he's in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Grand Rapids. Trump has 4 rallies on Monday and 3 tomorrow. Here, I think he's coming out now. I think he's coming out now, guys. It looks like he is coming out now. Oh, there he is. Okay, it doesn't look like it. It is it. There he is. Trump is there. So as soon as the music stops playing, I will put on the sound. Hey, thanks you also, Terry Bryant. So nice of you, Terry Bryant. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Terry Bryant. All right, so here is Trump. We have already seen Harris speak twice today. This is the second time we're seeing Trump speak. And as soon as he starts speaking, I will put the sound on. I'm not allowed to play the music. All right, he's going up there. He is going up there. He's clapping. He has, after this, he has 8 more rallies after this. 1 today, 3 tomorrow, and 4 the last day, 4 Monday. All right. Camera zooming in. Hold on. No, they're still playing the song. They're playing the song still. I cannot play the song. They are still playing Proud to be an American. Hold on. They're having an issue. I may have to switch the footage. I may have to switch the feed. No, we're back. The feed is back. They had an issue there. I have a backup. If I need a backup, I have a backup for the feed. Hopefully we're okay. If the feed is iffy, we'll get a backup. Let's see. Can we hear him?
Whoa.
All right.
There's a lot of people. This is a lot of people. What's going on with Virginia? What's going on? We're going to win Virginia. You know that. We got to get out and vote. And outside, you have exactly 5 times the number of people. So you're going to win this. We are going to win this on Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Governor. We're going to win. Thank you very much. You have a great governor in this state. He did a great job, and your attorney general and the whole group. Thank you, Glenn. What a job. So a very special hello to Virginia. I know it well, to put it mildly. And I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You're patriots. And I'd like to begin with a very simple question for you to answer, if you don't mind. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I've come today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote on Tuesday, that's a big day. You got to get out. We win. I'll tell you what. We win Virginia. We win the whole thing without question. The whole thing. Now, it's very possible that without winning Virginia, we're going to win the whole thing, too. But wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be nice? We got to do it. We're going to win Virginia. I really believe it. We felt it. Your governor felt it. I felt it for a long time. But I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. This is all you really need to know. Kamala, a low IQ person, broke it. And I will fix it. I promise I will fix it. Go quickly. It's going to go quickly. They've done a lot of damage, but it'll go quickly. America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. And this election is a choice between whether you will have 4 more years of incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future again. Be excited. You know, it's hard for you to be excited. You watch what they've done to this country. It's hard. Just be excited. It's coming back, and it's going to come back fast. And I'm asking you, remember this, to dream big again. You're going to dream big, and we're going to do some incredible things, because this will be America's new golden age. It's going to be a golden age of America. We're going to get the stupid people out of here as quickly as possible. What they've done. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. It really is. It's in your hands. On Tuesday, you have to stand up. You have to tell Kamala and you can't call her Harris. You know why? Because nobody knows. I mean, you say Harris. Who the hell is Harris? The whole thing doesn't work, so we'll just call her Kamala. You're going to tell her that you've had it, Kamala. You're the worst vice president in history. You're terrible at what you do. You've destroyed our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. I'm here today in this incredible Commonwealth for one very simple reason, because I believe we can win Virginia, and that would be unbelievable. And working with your governor, we will get MS-13 the hell out of your communities. You're loaded up with them. We're loaded up. They don't want to touch them. We're going to touch them. Going to get them out. We're going to have ICE all over the place. You know what ICE is? You know what ICE is? They're very tough people that love our country. And if you don't have very tough people, you're not getting MS-13 out anytime soon. No, ICE doesn't mind. ICE is like MS-13 is their cup of tea. We will cut your taxes, create millions of jobs, fix your schools, stop the indoctrination of your children, and we will not let them try to change your kids' gender. No, you will not be doing that. We won't be changing your children's gender with their transgender craziness. And we will protect parents' rights, and we will protect school choice. You're going to have school choice here. School choice. And we'll bring back an education system based on merit. Don't forget, our Supreme Court gave us in a very great ruling a decision that we're actually allowed to use merit again, merit, so that if somebody works hard, they do well. They work so hard and do so well. We actually have a merit-based country again. Can you believe it? Isn't that nice? And we will, of course, keep men out of women's sports, I promise. Last year, the radical left's gender insanity arrived right here in Salem, when a man was allowed to transfer onto the Roanoke College women's swim team. And I just met them backstage, the great swimmers. I didn't notice a male on that particular team. I didn't notice a male on that team. Perhaps I don't understand what's happening, but I didn't see any males on that team, believe me. But the brave members of the swim team stood up to the transgender fanatics, something new in our country. And those strong, and I would say beautiful, but I'm not allowed to use that term anymore with women, because if you say beautiful, it means the end of your career in politics. You're not allowed to say a woman's beautiful, so I will not tell you how beautiful they are, but they are beautiful. But those strong, beautiful, intelligent women, they won. They won. And today we're joined by 7 of the great members, really championship, incredible swimmers of the Roanoke College women's swim team that have gotten a little publicity. They've gotten more publicity than I have. What the hell's going on here? Including team captain Lily Mullins, a real champion. Come on up. Come on up, ladies. Lily, everybody.
Sorry. Thank you so much, President Trump. As female athletes especially, we know that men have an inherent advantage over women in sports. And due to current policies, though, men are competing against women of all ages in all sports. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have advocated for, and pushed for this anti-woman sex-based discrimination to continue all over this country. And point blank, it's unfair. So I would like to thank you, President Trump, for standing with women and promising to protect the rights of all of us. We are so lucky to have a leader like Donald Trump with common sense who knows what a strong woman is and will fight for generations of girls to come. Thank you so much, and God bless America.
What a good job. Thank you, Lily. How about if we introduce each member of the team? Lily, can we do that? Come on up here. Just say your name and come on up, Lily. You handle it.
All right. So I'm Lily Mullins. There we go.
I'm Kate Pearson. I'm Katie Blankenship. I'm Juliana Morrow. I'm Hallie Shart. I'm Susanna Price. And I'm Carter Satterfield.
What the hell is going wrong with our country? Can you imagine? And the men don't realize they're tougher and smarter than us. I hate to say it, but they're tough. The men. All right, that's a great job. Good job you did, Lily. Beautiful. Thank you very much, girls. Go win that championship now, please. So we're just 3 days away from the greatest political victory in the history of this country, probably in the history of the world. But we have to get you guys out. You got to get out. We have to get out. We want to win everything. We want to win the popular vote. We want to win everything. And, you know, it's always tough when you have California. They send out like 38 million ballots. They don't know where they go. Well, they actually do sort of know where they go. But they don't know where they go. They don't know where they're coming from. They come pouring back in the millions. And then they lose, a Republican always loses from 5 to 7 million. You know, I was in California. You know, we took a poll just recently, not us, it just came out like today. Did you see it? That I'm winning with Hispanics over the Democrat by 8 points. And I'm telling you, if God came down and agreed to be our vote taker for one day, just one day, God would only need 1 second, actually. If he came down and he was going to be our vote taker, meaning if we had an honest election in California, we would win California. But when you have New York, Illinois, and California that like automatically, it's like ridiculous, automatically goes to a Democrat, it's tough to win the popular vote because they're 3 big states and it's like automatic. Nobody's supposed to question them. You have Gavin Newsom, who's a governor of California. And he just signed a bill. And in signing the bill, you know what it says? If you're an official, if you're anybody, you are not allowed under any circumstances to ask whether or not somebody has voter ID. If you say, let me see your voter ID, you are criminally liable. They will give you the electric chair. Ma'am, may I please see your voter ID? How dare you ask me for voter ID? How crazy is this place? But you have a very sane, very solid governor. There's something very nice. I can imagine. Glenn's like me. I think when we heard that one, we said, this is getting a little bit crazier. So now it's not only that you don't have to have voter ID, now you're not even allowed to ask for it under penalty of a lot of problems. It's crazy. We got to straighten that whole mess out. And then they say he lost the popular vote, but you know it's tough. But I have a feeling. I mean, the polls are showing we're going to win everything. We're going to win the popular vote. We're going to win everything. And I'd love to win the popular vote with them cheating. You know, let them cheat because that's what they do. They do it very well. They're very professional. But I think we have a really good chance to win the popular vote. And I think things are going to be very interesting. It's going to be one of the most interesting days in the history of our country. And it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. And if we win, which we should, because we got a big lead. This is like Lily. She's swimming and swimming, and she's 10 yards advanced with about 5 yards to go. That's where we are. In other words, we're going to win. But I have put everything on the line for you. I guess, I don't want to say this too much, but I guess, you know, that little incident. Somebody said even his life he put on the line. I don't know, but I know one thing. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. Because we're going to make our country great again. We have such potential. We're going to make our country great again. And I only want one thing from you. I don't want your money. We don't need your money. You keep that money. I only want a little thing called your vote. And that's what would be great. So we want your vote. And it would be a great tribute to Glenn and to me and to your great Lieutenant Governor who endorsed me recently. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With your help, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to indeed make America great again. So yesterday was a big day. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe it happened. You know, I don't think anybody can believe. I've never seen numbers like this in my life because it was announced that Kamala's economy is like in a depression. The worst numbers I've ever seen, the worst numbers in many, many, many years. Kamala's economy added only 12,000 jobs. I've never heard of that before. Just by normal growth, you add 100 or 150. And for years, we've been looking, for many years, for decades, 200, 250,000. So yesterday it was announced that they added only 12,000. It's the lowest number in many years. But that's the good part. That's the good part for them, because we lost nearly 30,000 private sector jobs, along with nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs in 1 month. This is not recession stuff. This is depression. I hate to tell you that. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, and Crooked Joe, but I don't even know, is he still around? What the hell? You know, in all fairness to him, you might have noticed I'm not a big fan. But he was running. I spent $150 million trying to defeat this guy. We spent, think of it, and we were doing well. We had the debate. He didn't do great, but he did fine. We had the debate, and his numbers weren't great. And they walked into him and they said, we want you out. He said, I'm not going to get out. I got 14 million votes. You didn't get anything. We want you out, Joe. You're going out. Think of think of the consequences of this. This is a guy who's the president. He won it in the primaries. Whether you think he's great or horrible, it doesn't matter. He won it in the primaries, right? You know, they would look at me. If we ever did that, they would say, this is a threat to democracy, right? Everything I do, he's a threat to democracy. If I walk 2 feet over in the road, he's a threat to these people are sick. Can you imagine if I walked into a president's office, said, we want you out? But, you know, crazy Nancy, she's crazy as a bedbug. And I don't know, I think the Attorney General, maybe you can look at it. You have a great Attorney General. By the way, we just won a big case, Mr. Attorney General. We just won a big case. Because our Republicans have to activate a little bit. So did you know that Nancy Pelosi was a big investor in Visa? Okay? She started off with nothing, and now she's worth $200 million. Other than that, I think she's been quite honest. Her average pay was about $139,000 over those years. And now she's worth $200 million, but she's quite an honest woman. But did you, Mr. Attorney General, I think this is most important for you. I don't know, maybe you can. Maybe you can look at it. You know, you touched that little Washington area a little bit, so maybe you can look at it. So she's a big investor in Visa, right? Big. I mean, you know, she's got plenty of money, plenty of cash, and not a good woman. She's a bad woman. Bad woman. I think she hates our country, actually. When she impeached me, knowing that I did nothing wrong, I said, that's a bad woman. Bad. But she had Visa stock. She had Visa, big position of Visa, Mr. Attorney General. And guess what happened? She sold her whole stake. And then the following morning, the Department of Justice announced that we're doing a major investigation of Visa and the stock. So I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, Mr. Attorney General, but think of it. She has Visa stock. She sells, and the following sold all of it. She had it for years. And the following morning, they announced a major investigation into Visa. You know what happened to that stock? It wasn't a pretty thing. So we'll check that out. I hope that he checks that out. Because you know what? She's a crook. And she's been doing that for years. She's been doing that crap for years. You ought to look at her. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs. This was just announced yesterday. They've been wiped out since just the start of the year. These are our prime jobs. These are manufacturing jobs. These are the best jobs. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls. Can you imagine? This stuff is just all coming out. Remember, 818,000 jobs 2 months ago were fake. They put them in. It was going to be through the election. They put in 818,000 fake jobs, and they were going to announce and revise, biggest number ever. They were going to revise the numbers right after the election. These are crooks, okay? And fortunately, there was a whistleblower that couldn't stand it, and he blew the whistle. And we've learned. And now yesterday with these numbers, we learned a revision down also of an extra 112,000 jobs. These are big numbers. You know, normally it's like 2,000 jobs, 4,000 jobs. It's almost 1 million jobs that were fake. These are fake jobs. This is why they call him Crooked Joe, I guess, right? Crooked Joe Biden. And so all of these jobs, and all of it was going to be announced right after the election. Could you imagine? You run in the election, you lose, and then they announce that they just screwed you for 1 million jobs in order to look better. And this is what we're dealing with in our country. This is what we're dealing with. 818,000 plus 112. Nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force this month. How about that? That's like a depression. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, honestly. They say, who's your favorite president? I give them names. And I do like Ronald Reagan, right? I liked him. But they say, who's your favorite president? I tell you, he could have been a little tougher on trade, frankly. I would have liked him even better if he was tougher, because we are tough. You know, China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. No other president got 10 cents from China. Hundreds of billions of dollars. But I always said I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I refused to be Herbert Hoover. That was a bad one. He was the president, and we had the Great Depression. You could end up with the Great Depression right now, the way that's going. Nobody can believe the numbers. Everyone was shocked. I was shocked. I heard it, and I said, oh, let me, you know, TiVo, one of the greatest inventions in history, right? TiVo or its equivalent. Now they're going to use me in a damn ad. I got to be careful. You cannot use that for ad purpose. No, TiVo or its equivalent. You know, you just play it back. I said, oh, I must have misunderstood it. 12,000, and we lost hundreds of thousands of jobs. We cannot take 4 more years of these incompetent people running our country. And the statistic that's really terrible is 100% of all net job gains in the past year. In other words, all of the gains. You know where it went? To migrants. 100% of the gains. And the other stat that you have to see, and if you are an African American, you're not going to be happy with these numbers, but African American jobs have been decimated by the people that are coming into our country illegally, and they refuse to give the numbers. The fake news, look at all of that fake news. That's a lot. That's a lot. They must have heard that your governor is going to be here. He has done a job. He's not going to take it easily because, think of it, the numbers are so bad. They came in and they come in illegally, and many are murderers, drug dealers, and criminals of all kinds. You know, the crime rate in Venezuela and other places where they come from all over the world. But the crime rates in many of these countries, all of the countries, is way down. Because they're giving us their criminals, they're bringing them into our country. But for African Americans, the job numbers are horrific, and they're not going to be announced until right after the election. I think people should demand, because I heard numbers that are so bad. And Hispanic Americans, great Hispanic Americans, I just had a poll, can you believe it? I'm leading the Democrats with Hispanics. That wasn't supposed to happen. You think that's shaking them up a little bit? That's not a number that was supposed to happen, but it does happen because they're great people and they know I know it. They're entrepreneurial, they're hardworking. And in many ways, I've faced them many times. They're brutal. They can be brutal. They're unbelievable. But you know what? They're starting to be affected too. But the African-American population of this country is being decimated by the hundreds of thousands of people that just keep pouring through the open borders of stupid Kamala. And you know what? They should announce those numbers right now before the election, because you won't have one black person that votes for Kamala. You won't have one, because when you see those numbers, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. That's just like they didn't want to announce these other numbers but they had the whistleblower. Maybe there's going to be a whistleblower for what's happened to the job markets for hardworking, wonderful black people that have had jobs for years, for 20 years, and they have houses with mortgages on them and everything else. And what the hell's going to happen to them? So you ought to take a good look at what they're doing, because they're holding those numbers because they want to get the election over with. And I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're going to win anyway. But you ought to take a look at those numbers. It's honestly a terrible thing. I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy. And I mean from obliteration, and restore it to strength, prosperity, and greatness again. I will do a real job for you. I'm going to work my ass off for you. And I didn't need this. I didn't need to be with you today. I could have been at a gorgeous beach in lots of places. I own some of the most beautiful beaches. I could have had that salt water from the oceans. I like oceanfront property best. I could have been standing on a beach, my beautiful white skin getting nice and tan, being smacked in the face by a wave loaded up with salt water. And I could have said, the hell with everything. I could have had the greatest life in the world. Instead, I got missing a little piece of my ear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's nice. That's nice. I like these people, Glenn. I tell you, I like these people. These are great people. These are great people. No, I could have been anywhere. I could have had the greatest life. I could have had everything, the best hotels, the best everything. I could have had the life that nobody had. You know what? If I had it to do again, I want to be right here with you. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make our country great again. Nobody else can do that. No, we're going to make our country great. I wouldn't switch. A lot of people have said, if you had it to do again, you know, I've been abused. Always it was Andrew Jackson, president. He was a great general and a very good president. And he was considered to have been the worst abused of our presidents. And second was Abraham Lincoln. Have you heard of him? And he was abused too. But, you know, in all fairness, he was in a civil war. So I guess, you know, things like that happen. But I think now I've gone to the top of the list, and I am so honored because we're exposing some very bad, sick people. We're exposing them. But a lot of people ask, if you had it to do again, would you do it? I said, I wouldn't even think about it. This is the greatest thing. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Without question. Probably in the history of the world. And remember this for everybody, if you're thinking about like sitting down to watching some stuff, like a stupid football game or something. Remember this, if we win this election, it will go down, and you're a big part of it. You're a part of it equal to me as far as I'm concerned. If we win this election, it will go down as the greatest political event in the history of our country. If my opponent knew how to fix the economy, it would already be fixed, right? Why didn't she do it? You ever see where she gets up and she's, we're going to do today she had a new thing. When I get to office, this was 3-4 months, do it now. What's wrong with it? She says, when I get to office, she gives the worst news conferences I've ever seen. And they're the shortest, too. They last for about like 2 questions. No, but she never does anything. If Kamala wins, you're 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. You are. I meant it. And if I win, you're 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare has cost the typical American family $30,000. And you know what they did? They screwed up my energy policies. And they spent money at levels that nobody's ever seen before, I will say. And now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise your taxes by more than $3,000 a year. Congratulations, Virginia. You know, I've watched politics all my life and stuff, and I've been involved now in it for longer than I would have even thought, because I never thought I was going to run for office. I never thought I was going to run. And then one day I looked at how stupid everything was, because we are now, you know, we're really, it's not like conservative, liberal, they like to call themselves progressive, so I call them liberal specifically for that reason. But, you know, it's not like progressive or conservative. We are the party of common sense, right? We need borders. We need walls. I built over 500 miles of wall. Walls work. Two things work. What are they? Walls and wheels. Everything else is obsolete in about 15 minutes. They come up, sir, I have a new computer. Look at this. Oh, I say, that's beautiful. You get it? And about 3 weeks later, it's obsolete. Speaking of computers and brilliant people, Elon Musk, how good is he? Do you know he's right now campaigning? He put that big 22-story rocket right in place and locked in. I said, what the hell is going on? I saw it take off. It was a beautiful white. I saw it landing. It was all burned to a crisp. Well, that's what you get when you travel at 10,000 miles an hour, I guess. They tell me the metal gets a little bit hot. It sort of burns the hell out of the paint. But he did something, because he's a friend of mine, but he gave us the greatest endorsement that you've ever heard. He said, our country, if Trump doesn't win, our country's not going to make it. We also got a great endorsement, the best from the Border Patrol. They gave us, they said he's the greatest president that we've ever had. I said, does that include George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. I said, that's okay, I'll take it. You can't. One guy got up and said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. He's about 40 years old. I said, that's not that good. I like the one with Lincoln and Washington better. But no, the Border Patrol they gave us, gave me, us, he gave us, they didn't just give me, we're on the same mindset. It's really, I view it as us actually more than I do me. But they gave us the best endorsement you've ever seen, and they said, she is incapable of doing anything. You know, for 4 years she's been in charge of the border, almost, we're getting very close. I said, how many times in front of a whole big room just like this, I said, how many times did she call you? 10 Border Patrol people, the top guys, all of them wanted. We got a unanimous endorsement from thousands of Border Patrol, and they're great people. They're great. They want to do their job. I said, how many times did she call you over the 4 years? She never called.
Hold on a second. What happened to their microphone? I might have to use the backup feed. They lost their...
This was not exactly...
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I don't consider that a trip. This was a trip that a lot of the young guys over there with those beautiful girlfriends would like to take their girlfriend there for dinner. But you wouldn't want to go about 15 miles left of that. But she never called them once, and she never visited the border once, and she was in charge because Joe Biden appointed her. Now, she said, I'm not the border czar, but she just started saying that because the numbers are so bad. But she was in charge of the border. She never called Border Patrol one time. Think of that. Not one time. Never called them one time, never visited one time. And to me, it's the single greatest threat to our nation, far greater than those horrible numbers I just read out, far greater than inflation or the economy, because you're killing the fabric of our country. You're loading our country up with criminals and people from mental institutions, and no country can take it. So I want to thank the Border Patrol. I want to thank ICE. I want to thank all. But Elon, see, I weave. You know, this is a weave. It's all, and it always comes back. They used to say he's rambling. Now they say he's a genius. It's a weave. See the way? And
what's going on with their microphone? It's the second time the mic has cut out in like the last 2 minutes. They fixed it last time. Let's just hold on a second. If not, I'll use the backup stream. But I don't know why they're having audio issue like an hour into the speech. All right, let me get the backup stream ready because we might have to use it. Hang on. I don't know why. It's very strange. Very strange. Hang on. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. All right, we might have to go to the backup. That's really weird. All right. I'm getting the backup feed ready. Sorry about that. All right, we're gonna put on the Right Side Broadcasting stream because we have permission for them. So thank you, Right Side Broadcasting. I will message Reuters about the audio that's not working. Hang on here.
Down, and I turned up the sound, and I said, man, I said, that's unbelievable. The bad part, by the way, I never picked the phone up again.
There might be a sound issue there in general because it sounds like Right Side, that's the Right Side feed right there, and it sounds like they're having a bit of an issue too with the sound. So I wonder if something happened with the sound actually at the venue. Let me just throw this up there real quick. Hold on. I got to put up the credit to Right Side Broadcasting. Sorry. But I think there might be a larger issue with the sound there because when I put the Right Side sound on, it still didn't sound totally right. So hang on a moment here.
For a long time.
See, that
doesn't sound right either. And isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to look at teleprompters? I haven't looked at these suckers in the last 20 minutes. And if I did, you'd be bored stiff. You'd be bored if I did. You just can't. But anyway, so I'm watching this rocket come down, and it's coming down, and it's going to come down. I'm looking, I'm saying, how big is that sucker? 22 stories. 22 stories. And it's coming. I said, oh, no, it's going to hit the gantry. You saw that the bottom part was swinging left, and the gantry that cost billions of dollars. And it's going to hit, no, it's going to crash. I didn't even know it was Elon's. I just said, this is...
Yeah, I think there's a larger sound problem.
And then all of a sudden you see fire and flame come pouring out of the bottom and pushes just on the left side. And then you see it pushing over, and then it comes down slowly. Boom. Inches from perfection. And then you see those arms like you grab your beautiful baby, your beautiful child. See? In the old days I would have said like you grab your girlfriend.
There's clearly a sound issue.
No, I don't say that. I say like you grab your child. And those big arms came in and they grabbed that sucker and they held it in place like you grab your child. And I said, that's unbelievable. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was.
Yeah, so just sorry to interrupt, but like, I think Right Side is using like some other microphone. It sounds like the sound that gets sent out to the cameras that they were using just stopped, and Reuters stopped having sound, and Right Side is using like some other microphone now. So I apologize for the sound quality. Maybe they'll get it fixed.
I said, can Russia do that? No, they won't be able to do it for many years. I said, what about China? Nope, they won't be able to do it for you. What about the U.S. other than you?
Oh, hold on.
Nope. At least the candidate too.
Reuters is fixed
because
now. Hold on, I think Reuters is fixed. Hold on.
If I wasn't there, I think I would have gotten a call back about 3 days later, maybe. But he picked up the phone. I said, was that you, Elon? Yeah. I said, can Russia do that? No. They won't be able to do it for many years. I said, what about China? Nope, they won't be able to do it for you. What about the U.S. other than you? Nope, they won't be able. They don't have the technology. How good is this guy, right? Right? Pretty good, right? Oh, shit, look. I'm looking at the back of my head. What the hell? I don't like. I look over at Youngkin. Now I look up there. I see. I'm having a bad hair day. This is not good. I have to have a bad hair day in front of Virginia? That's not good. Well, at least it's a nice picture. No, how good is it? But just to finish with Elon, so I went down to North Carolina right after the hurricane. We couldn't go. I didn't want to go too near. I wanted to let people, FEMA has totally let them down. FEMA, you know why? Because they spent all their money on illegal migrants. They spent like almost $1 billion. They don't have any money. And we'll take care of it, but they don't have any money. It's a horrible thing. North Carolina got hit hard. And one of the officials in North Carolina said, sir, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, why? He said, yeah, didn't he just endorse you? I said, he did. He's great. Why? He said, well, they have something called Starlink. And North Carolina has literally been cut off from the mainland. We have rivers where we never saw water before. And we literally have rivers, and people are dead, and people are missing, and we have no communication to, now they're calling it the mainland. Before it was part of the mainland. You had to see it. I was there shortly after, actually on the site. I've never seen anything like it, the devastation. Massive trees are just ripped out like they're toothpicks, and houses, the foundations are pulled out, everything's pulled out. I've never seen anything like it. And wide, too. A hurricane goes this way and narrow, but this thing was just like a hurricane, but it was, hundreds of miles wide, but the worst section. And I said, why, what do you need with Elon? He said, he has something called Starlink. I said, what do you want? He said, we desperately need it in North Carolina because we have no communication and people are dying and we're missing and it's a disaster. Because all the poles were ripped down, the wires are all lying all over the ground dangerously. I said, well, I'll get them. And what do you need? He said, we need Starlink as much as we can have. I didn't know what the hell it was. I said, Elon, I called up Elon, I'm in North Carolina. They desperately need, and so they need in Georgia a little bit, but they needed a lot in North Carolina. It got hit hard. That was like center. And I said, we need Starlink. He said, I told him, I said, I don't know what the hell it is, but that's all they want is Starlink. I said, so, if you could, would you get as much as you can? And I gave him the guy's number. In the meantime, I get a notice from the guy. I'm still talking to Elon. I get a notice. President Trump, thank you so much. The Starlink will be arriving tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. No, but here's the point is, I wasn't even off the phone. So I'm talking to him, and I say, Elon, I just got a notice that Starlink is going to be arriving, but I'm talking to you on the phone. How the hell did you do that? He said, well, I have a very unusual way of communicating. I mean, I don't have to waste a lot of time on small talk, he tells me. I said, that's good. No, is that the coolest story though? So anyway, they got the Starlink, and it was a lifesaver. I mean, he's a great guy. We need our brilliant people. And another brilliant person, and this is not easy for him, because they've been Democrats for about 5,000 years. RFK Jr., right? Bobby, he's a great guy. I was with him last night. We did a thing together, and Tucker Carlson did an interview with me. And it was great. And Joe Rogan did an interview. That was great. Yeah. Good people. They're great people. They're great people, smart people. Like, we need our smart people. We have to protect our smart people, don't we? But Bobby's going to be working on the food and the pesticides and all of the things to make it healthy. And I told him yesterday, I was with him in the plane, I told him, Bobby, look, here's the story. You can work on food, you can work on anything you want. He wants health, he wants women's health, he wants men's health, he wants kids, he wants everything. I said, here's what you can't touch, Bobby. You can't touch our liquid gold. I'm handling that. We got more than anybody. And Bobby, we cannot, that's the only thing, Bobby, you got to leave that to me. We're going to make so much money. We're going to pay off debt, reduce your debt. We got more liquid gold than Russia, Saudi Arabia, Bobby. So have fun with pesticides, but the liquid gold you have to leave with me. We'll do very well. Nice, clean energy. We're going to give you so much energy. But we have a lot of people. We have all these endorsements. Tulsi came in. She actually just turned Republican. Tulsi Gabbard. We have, Brett Favre. How about Brett? No, how nice was that? I was in Wisconsin. Brett Favre, he's a great guy. He has a hand, but he was a great guy. But that was a big one yesterday. It was something that was really nice. Hard for athletes to do it, as I said. But I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have something called no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And to lift up American families, I will protect and expand the child tax credit that we already created. And I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. Do you know? They're not spoken about. Angel moms and angel wives, a lot of great people. But you know that if they didn't exist, they take care of their son who may be horrifically wounded in an accident or in war. That if we didn't have these angels, I call them angels, they're all angels. If we didn't have these people, you could build your hospital system 3 times bigger and it wouldn't be big enough. The money that they save us and the incredible credit that they give, the care that they can give is something that's unbelievable. And I just think, we have to acknowledge it, so we're going to do a nice big credit for them. And they didn't even ask for it. They didn't ask for it. They don't ask for anything. They don't ask. A lot of people ask. Everybody asks for everything. Everybody wants. They want. They didn't want. They just want to take care of their beautiful baby. The baby may be 45 years old, maybe 40. To them, it's their baby. They want to take care of their baby. I mean, think of that. How incredible. And you could never give that kind of care in a hospital. I don't care what hospital you're talking about. You could never do what they do. But you'd have to triple your hospitals, and you wouldn't be able to do that. And it could never be what they give. So it's pretty amazing. So we're going to take care of them, right? It's going to be good. We have so much liquid gold. We'll just take a little bit of extra. Think of it. More than Saudi Arabia. And I had approved, and then Biden ended it, Anwar. Anwar is the biggest fund. It's in Alaska. The biggest, every president for years. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. Nobody could get it done. They all tried. I got it done, all set. This guy gets in. He gets in and he terminated it, immediately he terminated it. But we're going to get that going. That would supply all of Asia. It would supply all parts of Europe. We would make so much money. We have such great wealth. But we have to use it. We don't need to buy our oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to be drilling. We're going to be drilling. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, 50%. 12 months from January 20th, that's when we assume the office of president, assuming we win. We got to win. You got to get out. You got to vote. Crazier things have happened. You got to get out and vote. Otherwise, we didn't win anything yet. All we're doing is we have a nice lead. We're heading down the home stretch. But you got to get out. You got to vote. You got to bring everybody just make it. And by the way, the bigger the victory, the more it looks like we can do the kind of things we want. So And as we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. We're going to restore them. You know, we had the safest borders. And would you drop, if you have it, drop my all-time favorite chart. I love this chart. I love this chart. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this chart. Where the hell? I love it. I go to sleep with it every night. I hug it and I kiss it. My wife says, what the hell are you doing with that damn chart? No, if I didn't turn to the right, I wouldn't be talking to you. And I go, bing. That chart was over there. It's always on my left. Tonight it's on my right. But it's always on my left. And it's usually at the very end, not the beginning. And it was like in the first paragraph, first sentence. And I said, let me see the chart. I was talking about how well we did with illegal immigration. And that's what came down. I looked to the right. If I didn't look to the right, I wouldn't be looking at you at all right now. So it's pretty amazing. So I love that chart, but. So if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's when I left office. That was the day I left office. That was the lowest in the history of the border illegal immigration. That was the lowest point. We had the border fixed. It was so good. All this stupid person had to do is leave it the way it was. We had remain in Mexico. You couldn't come into the country. We had catch and release into Mexico, not into the U.S. We had everything perfect. And then they decided to just blow everything up. It was so sad. Do you think it was easy to get remain in Mexico for Mexico? Not that easy. Although they were nasty, but I was much more nasty. And they agreed. Tijuana was probably the fastest growing town in the history of the world. Tijuana was growing at levels that nobody's ever seen anything grow, and it was all in Mexico. They couldn't, and by the way, they couldn't get by. You know why? Because I built the wall. So, but that chart tells you. And look what happened as soon as I left. It looks like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at that. It went from the best numbers in history to the worst numbers in history. And all of those criminals started pouring in. There were criminals, massive numbers of criminals. And I said that was going to happen. I know all the guys that head all those countries. But it's much more than South America. It's from all over the world. But I know all those guys. They're very smart. They're very street smart. They're very savvy. They're like your governor. They're savvy. He's a savvy guy. You know, he has that nice way. Hey, how you doing? Hi, I'm Glenn. Hi. He's a killer. Okay? I say that affectionately. Hi, I'm Glenn. Hello, everybody. Nice guy. Oh, he's a killer. Okay, trust me. You know that's a compliment. He understands it's a compliment. But it is. He's smart. But they're smart people. And they are. They're streetwise. I said, if you have an open borders policy, every country in the world is going to drop their prisoners into our country. And that's what happened. They're criminals. They're gang members. They're drug dealers. They're terrorists. They're all in here. You know, I had in 2019, I don't even believe this number, Border Patrol numbers. They had 0 terrorists, 0. The next year they had 11. My years, 2 of my 4 years. This is after I got it really fixed and really good. Think of it, 11. That's not a lot. It's dangerous, but it's not a lot. But they actually had 0. I don't even believe that. I think somebody had it, but they had it at 0. Now you look at it, they come in by the thousands. The worst terrorists in the world are in our country, from the Middle East, from all over. And nothing good's going to happen here. Nothing good is going to happen. These people are what they've done to our country is unthinkable. It's the single biggest problem that we have. And we're going to fix this problem, and we're going to fix it fast. Thank you. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions. You know who comes from the insane asylums? You know who it is, right? They always give me a hard time. Hannibal Lecter, the great Hannibal Lecter. You know the press to show you how bad they are? I'm talking about insane asylums, and then I'm talking about Hannibal Lecter, a little lighthearted humor about a very unfunny subject. And they always go, he always brings up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do? It has to do with the fact that these are the kind of people coming into our country from insane asylums. That's what it has to do. They always say, oh, he's rambling. But now most of them realize that it's the weave, and nobody else can do a weave like Trump. No. Joe Rogan said it the other day. We did a great interview. He's a great guy. And I started talking about something, and then I went to another very pertinent subject, but it was, related barely. Bing, then bing, bing, bing. And he goes, that's brilliant. That's the weave, isn't it? I said, that's the weave, Joe. But they come from Venezuela to the Congo, and they're stealing countless of American lives. I mean, they're stealing American lives. In other words, they're just killing people. These are violent people. The only thing good is they make our criminals look like nice people. These are killers, and they're just killers. You know all about MS-13. You have an MS-13 problem. I'm going to work with your governor, and we're going to get MS-13 out of Virginia within 1 month. 1 month. Right? And you know what? She wants to defund ICE. Think of that. She wants to defund. If we didn't have ICE, I couldn't make that promise. I'll get them down here in force. They're going to clean out this state, and we're going to get them the hell out of here in 1 month. But today I want to hear directly from a mother, and I'd like you to just listen, because this is such a sad thing. This is brand new from a couple of days ago. And the people that I was in a room of people when they first put the tape on, because you have a lot to choose from. There's so much crime. It's so much horrible crime with the migrant crime. I call it migrant crime. And we saw that. And I had some of the toughest people, and like 75% of them were absolutely crying all over the place. These are men that probably haven't cried since they were a baby. Maybe they didn't cry even then. And they're crying all over the place. But I'd like you to take a look at this, and it's so unnecessary. It should have never happened. Please, thank you.
All right, I can't play the video because it can have copyrighted music and also copyrighted video. So if they start showing the video, then I'll have to just talk here for a second and then send you back. All right, I think they're going to show it. All right, so hang on a moment. We're going to focus on this right now. Well, so I'm going to wait. As soon as that video that Trump is playing at his rally is over, probably take 2 or 3 minutes, I'll send you back to the Trump rally. By the way, a quick thank you to Meta Guide for your support, and Tanner Toxicity, Jesus, UCSB, Sephirin, Ernie. I really appreciate it. The Current Meta and Tyler West, thank you. And also Cole K. Meister for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Sweetums, for the support on Twitch, and also Brainstorm Morning. So, so again, as soon as the video is over, I will go back and let you hear what Trump is saying. I appreciate you. Hold on a second here. I appreciate you being here for the coverage. And thanks so much to our moderators who are moderating in the chat. Really, as I'm sure you can guess, the political streams are especially challenging in the chat there for the moderators. So I can't thank them enough for being there and having to deal with you all. Ruth Krafasi is over there. Sabrina, Beth Mythical. Thanks. Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X over there on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches and Surly Dev. And as we wait for the video to end at the rally, we have Kay Lowry Body been moderating over there, Raven Riley, Ronald Egnor over there on Facebook. I really, really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you so much for being here today. They're still playing the video at the rally. As soon as they end the video, we will go back and we will hear what Trump has to say. Hold on a second here. Again, I appreciate you guys being here We have just 2 days after this. And that's it. And then the election. Then election day. Wow. I think the video is about to end. No, it's not ending yet. Still going. Still playing it. Let's see here. I'm just waiting. I'm watching them playing the video at the rally. Thank you, Mohammed Al Musawi, for watching. Oh, they just finished. Okay, back to the rally. Back to the rally. Oh, hold on. They're about to finish it. Here we go.
So sad, so unnecessary. Would have never happened if you had, like the chart shows you, would have never happened. What a sad, sad situation. Here today is another American mom, Tammy Nobles, and her wonderful husband, Jeremiah. 2 years ago, Tammy's 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was found raped, tied up, and strangled to death with a telephone cord in her home in Maryland. Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member who was apprehended by Border Patrol. But under the policy of Kamala Harris, he was released into the United States to kill and kill at will. Tammy, please come up. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
I'm really honored to be here.
Help it out. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Trump for inviting me here today and bringing Kayla's story to all of you. He brings real people and real stories. Kayla celebrated her 20th birthday 3 days before she was murdered. She was struggling with autism and the obstacles. She finally found a job that she could do and that she could do well. She had 2 jobs. She loved animals, especially her cat Oreo. She loved going to church, and she loved God. Department of Homeland Security did not do their job. Health and Human Services did not do their job. The Biden and Harris administration did not do their job. If they would have made that one phone call to El Salvador to know that her murderer was an MS-13 gang member and had a criminal record in 2020 for illicit gang activity, my daughter would still be alive today, and he would not have been allowed to even cross this border. Health and Human Services did not verify his sponsor. Under the Biden-Harris administration, ICE refused to retain him until DNA results came back. Guess where he got to go? Child Protective Services put him in an unsecured group home with other children and enrolled him into 2 different Maryland high schools. He was in school in Maryland with other people's children, putting those children at risk. I am Kayla's voice. For those that have not voted yet, please think of Kayla and the countless others who lost their lives to an open border. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tammy. So many said, well, we're gonna do that. So many stories like that. It's you could go on all day, all night, forever. And this is just the beginning. You haven't seen anything. These people, they don't do anything. They're oblivious to it. They don't even treat the people that have been so badly hurt. They don't even call them. They don't talk to them. They couldn't care less. It's incredible, actually. I don't get it. Nobody gets it. But we will hold Kayla's memory in our hearts forever. It's a story like so many other stories. And many different forms of crime. There's gang crime taking place. There's crime that we've never seen. There's some crimes that we've never seen anything like it. They run over people in the sidewalk for sport. For sport. See that guy? I'll run him over. Watch. These people are sick. We just can't. We can't have a country like this. When you vote on Tuesday, vote in honor of Kayla and Jocelyn and Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who has been stolen from us by Kamala's open border. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Because the United States is now an occupied country. Think of this. Think of this. With the United States, we're an occupied country. This is all over. This is in small towns. Look at our beautiful Ohio. We have Springfield where they dropped 30,000 illegal migrants into a 50,000 person town. Think of it. Now just think of it. But it will be an occupied country. We will not have this no longer, and that's going to happen very soon. We're going to get them the hell out of here and fast. Look at Aurora in Colorado. You have a governor, unlike your governor. He's radical left. He's a lunatic. He's petrified because you have one of the toughest gangs in the world there, and they're taking over large swaths of Aurora and other places in Colorado and all over the country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in the history of America. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of their country. We're going to get them out of our country. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua. This is said to be the most vicious gang anywhere in the world, although I think MS-13 gives it an awfully good shot. And other of these savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. And think how far back we had to go, because they ran a little different country. They ran it a little bit tougher then. We had to go back to 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And we are going to protect our law enforcement officers. They protect us. They protect us, and we're going to protect them. We're going to protect them. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, she has spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. That's us. She compares us. Then Sleepy Joe Biden called our supporters garbage. Called you, me, all of us garbage. We're garbage. And then he tried to get out of it. Did you see he wanted to change the transcripts? Can you imagine? It's like 60 Minutes. It's like, he reminds me of 60 Minutes. Let's change their answers. You ever see that one before? She gave a bad answer. They took the answer out and they put another answer in. They haven't done that for me. But because I think it'll make you happy, I'll tell you right now, we just sued them yesterday for a lot of money. Because we consider it to be, Mr. Attorney General, election interference fraud. We have a good case. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You can't. They don't love America. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. Everything Kamala says is a lie. Her entire campaign is one hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to swamp them with the votes. We're going to swamp them like they haven't been swamped before. Kamala has no vision, no ideas, and no solutions. All she can talk about is Donald Trump. Can you believe it?
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I will...
Hang on, they did the thing with the video again. Hold on. I think I can just mute it because they're not showing the video. Give me a second. Hold on. Here. There. There, he's there. That's Trump. Okay, sorry. He went to the video.
Donald Trump.
They're playing the music again on the video. I can't play the music in the video. So we'll wait until they stop playing the video and then we'll have the sound again. Okay, speaking again.
She's supposed to be talking about economic development, which she knows nothing about. She kept saying, Donald Trump this, Donald, she's crazy. She has got a massive and untreatable case of Trump derangement syndrome. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people who crack under pressure. If Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency of the United States, can she? She will get completely overwhelmed, meltdown, and millions of people will die. No, we can't have this. It's not a charity event, running for president or being president. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job in the history of the world. There's no job tougher, bigger, more important. We can change the whole world, and for the positive, for the positive. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and ineffective person in the White House? Do you want to lose your job and maybe your house and pension because Kamala has the economic understanding of a mere child? And would you trust Kamala Harris to talk Russia or China out of a war? I don't think so. In fact, they tried that, 3 days before Russia invaded Ukraine, right? They tried it. She went and she met with a lot of people, and right after she came back, they invaded. Good job, Kamala. Would have never happened if I was president. Would have never happened. Nothing is more dangerous than to give immense power to a very weak and incompetent person with an extremely low IQ. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, can you afford to put someone this incompetent in charge of the United States of America? On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden. Think of this. Right track, wrong track. She's wrong track almost 90% of the time, the both of them. And yet she says nothing different. Please take a look.
Okay, hold on. They're doing the video again. All right, hang on. They're playing the video of her. I'm gonna wait to put the audio on. Uh-oh. If they show it, I'm going to have to go to me. Going to have to go to me. Maybe. Oh, maybe I'll cover it up. Nope. We'll do this for the moment. We'll go to me for the moment. So as soon as the video stops, I will send you back to the rally. Hold on a second here. We will send you back there. I don't think there's another Harris rally tonight. Trump has one planned for Greensboro after. Hold on, is he talking again? No. Two more days. Guys, 2 more days of the campaigning, and then Tuesday. Election Day Tuesday. Can you believe it? A lot of rude people in the chat today. I don't know what's going on in the chat today. I think he's talking again.
That's true in her case. Nothing. And it never will. If you want to end this disaster, this horrible trip that we're on, get out and vote. Tuesday, just get out and vote. So we're pleased to be joined by a wonderful guy, and with this name, I really believe he's going to win for the Senate. Hung Cao. Do you know who Hung Cao is? Listen. Come here. Come here. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
You know, sir, the Italians make this car called Fiat. And it made me think of something. You know what Fiat stands for? Fix it again, Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris broke it, and we need you to fix it again, Trump. Virginians, look to your left and look to your right. These are your American brothers and sisters. These are people I fought and bled for. These are people that President Trump took a bullet for. We're not done fighting for you. So on Tuesday, when we go out, unlike the left, we're not going to vote for the hatred of one man. We're going to vote for the love of God, for the love of family, and love of country. And Mr. President, we will deliver 13 electoral votes for you. And I will stand by your side as the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, because we need you to fix it again, Trump.
Thank you very much. He's going to do well. You got to get out, vote for him. It's a big deal, too. That would be a big one. And he deserves it. A great hero, you know. He's a great hero, great military hero. A man who's also a hero, in my book. A man who's done a spectacular job running your beautiful Virginia. He's done a beautiful job. I called him about this. I think, do you think we should do it? What do you think? He said, I'm telling you, we can win. And he's worked so hard on this event. We spoke many, many times, Glenn, didn't we? Many, many times. And I just want to thank you. And I know you spoke before, but if you'd like to come up and say a couple of seconds, or you could just stay where the hell you are, Glenn. Come on up. Come on.
Come on, Virginia. We had the greatest economy in the world, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. We had the most secure border in the history of America, and Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. We had no wars. We didn't have war in Ukraine. We didn't have war in the Middle East, and China was not threatening Taiwan. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden broke it. Donald Trump will. My friends, America needs Donald Trump. Let's go win Virginia.
Thank you, Glenn. You got a great governor. You have a great governor and a great guy. Thank you very much. Also with us, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. Thank you very much. Your Attorney General, Jason. Where's Jason? What a job, Jason. What a job you're doing. Thank you, Jason. Good job. Good victory we had, too, huh?
I have some breaking election news for you guys. So, sorry to interrupt, but a bunch of experts on elections and people who cover elections have been waiting today for this Ann Selzer poll. Ann Selzer is known as like the expert Iowa pollster. And she is coming out with an Iowa poll tonight. And I believe in 2020 she might have been 1% off, but she's known as like the big Iowa pollster. The new Ann Selzer poll from Iowa says Harris has 47% and Trump has 44%. So according to the new Ann Selzer poll in Iowa, which is not supposed to be a Harris state, Ann Selzer's poll says Harris is ahead by 3 points in Iowa. Now, I don't know what's going to happen in Iowa, but you're going to be hearing about this. This is a big political story. So regardless of what you think about the election and what ends up happening in Iowa, this is a big story. It just came out right now. It just came out right now. And just so you know, this is not like, I'm not just bringing, it's not just being brought up because the poll says that Harris is leading. I have seen election experts, people who cover elections, they've been talking about this for days without even knowing what the poll was going to say. This is a poll that a lot of people have been waiting for. So again, it's a big story. It could turn out that that's not close to the result. But again, this is in Iowa. And she is known as like the big pollster there. I believe she's known as like the authoritative pollster in Iowa. And just so you know, the election results in Iowa in 2020, the 2020 Iowa election, Trump won by about 8 points in 2020. Trump had 53 and Biden had 44. About 45. So it was roughly 53 to 45 in Iowa. So I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, he has been speaking, I think, for over an hour, but it's a very big political story. And again, could turn out to be nothing close. But this is just breaking right now. It's a very big story. That the new Ann Selzer poll, and she is seen as the authoritative pollster in Iowa, has Harris leading in Iowa 47 to 44. So it's a very big story. Max Cohen of Punchbowl News calls this poll the gold standard Iowa poll. And again, could just be wrong. Trump could win Iowa convincingly. But this just came out right now. It just came out right now. So it is a big story. It's a very big story. Now Emerson, political polls who I follow posted an Emerson poll from an Emerson poll of Iowa had Trump up by 9 points, according to political polls. And again, anyways, so we'll talk about this a bit more when Trump finishes. I'm going to put the audio back on. But again, it's a big story, but who knows what the result's going to be there. So I'll put the audio back up. I just wanted to tell you that.
Too many companies wanting to come in. It's too much. I'll say, I'm sorry, Glenn. I want them to keep coming. Anyway, thank you, Glenn, for doing a job. This was a great thing. What a great job you did. This is really, really great. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. And I will end the war in Ukraine. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. And I will prevent World War III from happening. We're going to prevent it. And we've never been so close to World War III. We have never, ever been so close to it, with the Middle East all over the place. You know, the great leader of Hungary, Viktor Orban, he made a statement very recently. He says it a lot. They said, what's happening with the world? It's blowing up in the Middle East. It's blowing up with Russia, Ukraine. Nobody knows what's happening, what's going on. He said, put Trump back as president. When he was president, there were no problems with the world. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. And we will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our entire military. Then we gave a nice chunk of it to Afghanistan. How'd you like that? What a horrible time. I think it was the lowest point in the history of our country. 13 dead soldiers. I got to know their parents and relatives a lot. Really well. They wouldn't even call them, they've never gotten one call from Kamala or Crooked Joe. Never got a call. Think of it. We left billions of dollars of equipment behind. They had a parade the other day. Wasn't that nice, showing our equipment that they got from the stupid American leader? They had a parade, yeah, through their main boulevard, showing brand new armored vehicles, brand new tanks, brand new goggles, you know? Thank you. Thank you. What a nice group. Where's that group? Let me see. Stand up. Let me see. Whoa. We're going to get you a better seat next time. You're right at the top row. We will build a missile defense shield around our country. It's going to be made, a lot of it right here in Virginia. It's going to be made in the USA. We're going to rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are going to build up our nation, defend our borders, and protect our lands and our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and our beautiful American dream. We're going to have our American dream back very soon. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. You have to get out and vote. That's all you have to do. I'm one of the few politicians that comes up. Can you believe I'm calling myself a politician? I just realized that's a terrible thing to say. But I'm one of the few politicians that I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want that vote. You got to get out of the vote. I don't want your money. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. We have very, very evil people and forces. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you and you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. They will be great years, and we're starting from so far behind, but they will be great years. With your help, from now until Election Day, 4 days, even less, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one family, one people, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Thank you. We will win, win, win. Thank you. Thank you very much. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, that was Trump. He's finishing up there in Salem, Virginia. I'm going to change the headline here. My headline, so we just, there, I can't play the music, so Trump is dancing, we'll watch him. Oops, I also have a typo in my headline. So I want to mention this again, because you're going to hear this being talked about. Ann Selzer, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. It's Selzer. So I assume it's Selzer, not Seltzer. Ann Selzer is seen, she's like widely seen as like the gold standard Iowa pollster. You know, that her polls are really big when they do like the Iowa caucus, and it was known that she was going to, Iowa doesn't have that much polling for the presidential election. I mean, I actually just checked one of the sites, like the last one, there was like one recently, and then the last one before that was in September. Hold on a second here. Not much polling lately in Iowa. So according to 538, there were like 2 polls in September. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually interesting. So it's right. So according to 538, there were 2 polls in September, one of which was Ann Selzer's, and one poll. There's been an Emerson College poll that just came out that had Trump up by 8 points. Trump won Iowa as we watch him walk off. Trump won Iowa by 8 points, over 8 points in 2020. As we watch him leave. So hold on, I'll finish my thought when Trump gets off the screen because I need to. All right, we're going to come back to me now. So Ann Selzer is like seen as the gold standard Iowa pollster, and it was known that her final Iowa poll was coming out tonight. I saw reporters and election experts talking about it the last couple days, and it's a big surprise result because her poll has Harris ahead in Iowa 47-44. Now, the Selzer poll in early September, had Trump up by 4. So just to be clear, she did a poll, her poll in September had Trump up 47-43. There was a poll in late September, according to 538, there was a poll by Signal. There was a poll from Signal that had Trump up by 7. And then there's a poll that just came out, I think today, from Emerson College that has Trump up 8. But you're going to be hearing, again, I have no idea what's going to happen in Iowa. But believe me, you're going to be hearing a bunch about this poll on the news and in news coverage before the election. It's a big political story. So just because it's being covered doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. It would be pretty shocking if it happens. I'll say this like, what was I going to say? I was going to mention a comment from Trip Gabriel, was it, from the New York Times? Or did he delete his comment? Hold on. I thought he said it. I thought I reposted it. I'm following Trip Gabriel. He reposted his comment. He said it's a gold standard poll. Perhaps it's an outlier, but it's a state Trump won easily twice. No, Ann Selzer, you can look her up. She is a very well-known Iowa pollster. So this is not like she is the one, like during the Iowa caucus, like everybody waits to see what her poll is going to be. And she has a record for being accurate with her polling. Again, it doesn't mean this is going to be, she might be way off here. The poll end might not be being way off. But this is not some like random pollster. And the people, lots of people in the elections world and who cover elections were waiting for this poll, not because they weren't waiting because they thought the poll was going to show Harris as leading. They just wanted to get a picture of what's going on in Iowa. So it's a pretty shocking poll. Maybe it'll turn out that it was just way off. I mean, it's interesting because she has such a good reputation. She's one of the best known pollsters. It would seem that there's a lot to lose in her reputation, fairly or unfairly, if the poll turns out to be like off by like 10% or something like that. So, what can I tell you guys? I don't know. It's a very interesting story. If he was to, somebody said, if he were to lose Iowa, what's the impact? Well, if Trump loses a state he's supposed to win, I'm guessing that means he's not doing very well. Same as if you said to me, if Harris loses Virginia. Well, if she loses Virginia, then she's probably losing a lot of states. Then she's probably getting soundly defeated. So I would think if Trump loses a state he's really supposed to comfortably win, or if Harris loses a state she's supposed to comfortably win, that probably means that they've done way worse than they were supposed to do, and that the election is more one-sided than it's supposed to be. So that's the importance of it. I mean, obviously it has electoral votes. I just can't imagine a world in which one random state is supposed to go for Harris or it doesn't, or one random state is supposed to go for Trump or doesn't. I just can't imagine that happening. If Trump loses a solid Republican state or Harris loses a solid Democratic state, I'm guessing you're going to see other results like that as well. So So anyways, it's a very surprising result, that poll result. What to make of it, I don't know. Oh, you know what I got to do? Let me take off my headphones. We'll take some comments from you guys. Let me get my headphones off. Hold on. We might pause for a second here. But this just came out. Oh, hey, I have an update from also interesting. I have an interesting other piece, interesting other little nugget for you. I have an interesting other little news update nugget. News update, guys. We're getting some news updates. Interesting news update. I'm going to take your comments in a second. Nandita Bose, who is with Reuters, she says that Air Force Two, which is the plane that carries Kamala Harris, left from Charlotte to Detroit, but has diverted to New York City. She said her aides informed the press mid-air that the plane was going to New York and not Detroit, and they won't say what she's doing there. And Nandita Bose says, my guess is that Harris will appear on Saturday Night Live. Oh, New York Post is reporting it. The New York Post is now reporting that Kamala Harris will make a surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live. Well, there you go. The New York Post is saying it. Kamala Harris to make surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live. So there is a little update for you. There is a little and some news between the Seltzer poll of Iowa and this. I think the Seltzer poll of Iowa is bigger news, but no spoilers. I don't have any spoilers for you about what she's going to do there, but anyways, so letting you know about this. I did not expect much news to come out late tonight. Let me see if I can get you more about the Seltzer story. But some breaking election news tonight. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that the Saturday Night Live audience is pretty geared towards people who support her anyway. You know, I did notice that she didn't have a rally tonight, though. So I don't know if they didn't schedule a rally for her tonight because they were going to have her appear at SNL. I mean, she wouldn't have to be, well, she'd have to get there. I mean, it's live, so. But I did notice that she didn't have a rally scheduled for tonight that I saw. So maybe she's doing that instead. I don't know. Or maybe she's, look, both her and Trump have been doing a lot of events lately. So, hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. I'm going to try, I would like to get a record of her past polls. .538 had an article about her in 2006 that said she's the best pollster in politics. I don't have them all in front of me. Thank you. Udon Ball said her poll was off was very off in 2016. A lot of polls were off in 2016. I'd have to look at it. I'd like to get a record of all her polls. But again, she is widely known as being a generally accurate pollster. Doesn't mean that her poll this year is going to be accurate, but just to be clear. Thank you, Udon Ball, by the way, and thank you, Mostly Folders, a bit of everything, who says if party structures are changing, it's possible there could be a couple states that unexpectedly flip. Thank you, Mostly Folders, bit of everything, and Cruella, and Joanna Crompton, and Meta Guide, and Lidwine Elizabeth, and Tanner Toxicity, and Guillaume M for your support. Guillaume M, Meta Guide, Jesus UCSB, Sephirin, and Ernie. Thank you. Hang on a moment. Yeah, BJ, what is it? BJ here, 93 says, if it weren't Ann Seltzer, I'd say it's BS. Yeah, look, I'm not telling you you have to agree with the poll, but I mean, what I don't think is this is not a case where I don't think you're going to have a very compelling argument by trying to claim that like she's like a terrible pollster or she doesn't know what she's doing or something. I mean, again, she is widely respected as an accurate pollster. That doesn't mean that this poll could turn out to be wildly inaccurate, right? So, but I see some comments trying to like attack her, and I mean, I don't think those arguments are going to be very compelling. But maybe there's a reason that the way she has done her polls in the past, maybe there's a reason that that's not a good method for this year, or something went wrong. I don't know, So I'm not telling you have to agree with the poll. I'm just saying this is not like some random person poll or something like that. So, you can accept that she has a great reputation as a pollster and still say, I don't agree with that poll. That's fine. Oops, sorry. Yeah, and again, I'll just say this again. Before knowing I don't think people didn't generally think that the poll was going to show that. But as I mentioned, there were plenty of people who work in, elections experts, elections journalists, and they were talking about this poll for a couple days just because they were interested in seeing what it was going to say, because she's known as being accurate. I don't think these people thought that the poll would end up having Harris in the lead. It's also weird because, like, how does this poll in Iowa, which again, according to the Ann Seltzer Iowa poll, which just came out tonight, it had Harris leading Iowa 47-44. How does this affect the voting in Iowa? I wonder, so could people who support Trump, say to themselves in Iowa, oh, I wasn't going to vote before, but now I think I definitely should because maybe it's closer than I thought, So, or are there people who support Harris who say, whoa, I wasn't going to vote because I didn't think Harris had a chance, but maybe I'll vote now. Or maybe more people go vote on both sides. I don't know. But I'm wondering if this poll coming out actually affects the turnout in Iowa. Because it's going to get, by the way, this poll's going to get a lot of attention around the country, and I already see it getting it. It's going to get, imagine the attention it's going to get in Iowa. I mean, actually, the Des Moines Register, well-known paper in Iowa, has I think it's on the cover or something. Well, let me go to their website here and see. Yeah, I mean, literally, the Des Moines Register newspaper, like the top of this top story on the paper is Harris grabs lead from Trump in final Iowa poll before Election Day. They say the Des Moines Register says it's a startling reversal for Democrats and Republicans who have all but written off the state's presidential contest. Oh, you know what else I should mention here? Hold on. The Des Moines Register, yes, this is very interesting. The previous two Des Moines Register, the previous two Ann Selzer polls were in July 8th to 9th. On July 8th to 9th, that poll had Trump up. Oh, sorry, where is it here? Where'd it go? It disappeared on me. More polls. Yes. In June, the Ann Selzer Des Moines Register poll in June had Trump up by 18 points. The Ann Selzer Des Moines Register poll in September had Trump up by 4 points. Okay? So, the June one was Trump plus 18. The September one Trump plus 4. And so the same poll has been done in June and September. And that doesn't mean to talk to the same people, but they did a poll in June, September. Oh, they did one in the February was Biden. So, June was Biden too. So June was Trump over Biden in the June poll, the Selzer Des Moines Register, it was Trump over Biden by 18%. And then the September one was Trump plus 4 over Harris. And actually, they had one back in February, which was Trump plus 15 over Biden. That was in February. So in February, it was Trump 15 over Biden. In June, it was Trump by 18 over Biden. In September, it was Trump by 4 over Harris. And today, it was Harris by 3 over Trump, according to this one poll. All right, hang on a moment here. Give me one moment, please. Crazy. All right. So it's not like the poll has always had Harris a hit. Yes, I mentioned that. As Casey Steve said, yes, there is an Emerson poll which just came out, which had Trump in Iowa up by, and it's worth mentioning again, so thanks for reminding me, Casey Steve, and I mentioned it earlier. There is an Emerson poll which came out today, which had Trump up 8 in Iowa, and that's Trump won Iowa by around 8 points in 2020. And in 2016, what did he win it by in 2016? Trump won Iowa by about 9 to 9.5% in 2016. He won Iowa by about 8% in 2020. And we'll see what happens in 2024. Casey Steve says, someone putting their finger on the scales. I don't know. Nate Silver, who covers elections, some of you heard of Nate Silver. Nate Silver had an article in the last couple days. And look, I don't know all the statistics, so I can't really offer intelligent analysis of this. I know Nate Silver knows about this stuff, but some other people, I think, disagree. But Nate Silver, the point of his article is Nate Silver wrote an article where he said he thinks there should be more variance in the polls and there should be more outlier polls. And he thought, and he offered an argument for this based on statistics, I believe. But again, I haven't gone through the whole thing and I'm not an expert in this. But his argument was that you should expect, if you look at the numbers, you should expect that there would be more outlying polls. And because we're seeing so many polls with the same kind of numbers, his view was that pollsters were either holding back results they got for certain polls that were too different from the common results, or that they were, pollsters, when they do polls, they have to make certain assumptions about what the breakdown of the voting public's going to be and what the turnout's going to be and all that stuff. And so he thought that maybe some pollsters were also either withholding some polls and or getting a result and saying, well, that result doesn't seem right, and then adjusting the parameters, adjusting the assumptions they made in the poll some. So there was an interesting article. So it's an interesting thought as to just because it's an outlier doesn't mean it's crazy. And are we seeing less outliers than we normally would? I don't know, but I'll try to get the name of the article for you, just so you can check it out. Where was it? It was, I'll post a link to it in the chat, actually, if you want to read it. And again, I don't know enough about it to offer you an intelligent analysis of the article, or an assessment. But where is it here? Yeah, the article was called, "There's More Herding in Swing State Polls Than at a Sheep Farm in the Scottish Highlands." So I'll post a link to the Nate Silver article. You can read it if you want, but he thinks that actually we should have expected to see more outlier polls. Chris G says 0 chance he wins Iowa. Obviously, it would be an enormous upset if she did. Gavin House says, makes Tuesday night more exciting. Thank you, Casey Steve. Thank you, Sephrin, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you, Casey Steve. That's very generous of you, by the way. Thank you, LGM for you, Larry, for your support. And Kelly Smith. But a big polling surprise. Again, who knows what the actual result will be? I'm not going to read in too much to the poll. But I'm not, but we'll have to see what happens. Nick Field, who is with Decision Desk HQ, contributor with them. They do elections. He says, to casual observers, I really can't emphasize enough how election nerds like myself consider the Ann Selzer poll, and then in capital letters he says, the poll. He says it caught Obama's 2008 caucus rise and Trump's upsets in 2016 and 2020. So he's saying she was accurate in 2016. I got to go try to find what the results of her polling was. But again, according to Nick Field, who's an elections expert, he says that this poll caught Obama's 2008 caucus rise and Trump's upsets in 2016 and 2020. Although, I don't know what the 2020 upset thing is. Anyways, she has a good record. Hey, I gotta say, one thing that was neat. I don't usually talk about if somebody reposts me. And some of you will hate this. It's kind of neat that Jim Sciutto reposted the post I just made where I said these are the Ann Selzer posts from this year, the February, the June, the September, and the today. So shout out to Jim Sciutto. I like Jim Sciutto. I never do that, but, you know. He's on CNN, and I know some of you hate CNN, so fine. But I think Jim is a good journalist, so I follow him. So I don't usually mention this. Although I did mention the other time I mentioned it is when I ended up on Iranian state media, when we were covering a rocket alert, and we saw a rocket land in northern Israel. And we showed the footage and we were covering it, and literally Iranian state media took the clip and posted it on their Telegram channel. That I told you about. When I was in Iranian state media, like a month ago. Oh, so I should look at the actual story from the Des Moines Register. And hold on a second here. Yes, so as Jake Tapper pointed out, if you go to the Des Moines Register story about the Iowa poll, I'm going to actually post the link about the Iowa poll. It's a Des Moines Register Ann Selzer poll. So I'm going to literally post the story in the chat, and you can go read the Des Moines Register story. But one of the subheadlines of the story says, the poll shows that women, particularly those who are older or are politically independent, are driving the late shift towards Harris. Again, this could be wrong. I don't know. It says a victory for Harris would be a shocking development after Iowa has swung aggressively to the right in recent elections, delivering Trump solid victories in 2016 and 2020. It also says that Trump continues to lead with his core base of support, men evangelicals, rural residents, and those without a college degree. That is from the new Ann Selzer Des Moines Register poll, and I posted the link to the Des Moines Register article about it, which you can read in the chat. Wow, it's going to be, the thing is, like, even if Iowa ends up being like Trump plus 10 or something like that, people are going to be talking about this so much the next couple days. There's going to be so much talk about this the next couple days. I Am Fatness says this poll seems to be a big outlier from other polling that has Trump up 10 points. The thing about Iowa, though, is there's not much polling in Iowa. I'll post a link to the Real Clear Politics polling aggregate site where they have the Iowa polls that you can look at. And like, there's not that, I mean, Emerson College just did a poll that had Trump up 9 points in Iowa. There was before that, there was the late September poll by Signal that had Trump up by 7. And then there was a July poll by Signal that had Trump up. So there really haven't been that many polls in Iowa since Harris became the candidate. But I'll post the link to the Real Clear site where you can see the different Iowa polls. There just haven't been that many. But again, there was an Emerson poll just today that came out that had Trump up by 9. Will either candidate go to Iowa now? That's another question I have. Okay, we have a new poll question in our chat. I figured out what I'm going to ask you guys for the poll question. I figured it out. You guys love poll questions. So we're going to do a poll right here. We're going to do our poll. The poll is, hang on, let me just get something adjusted here. I'm all messed up. The poll is, will either candidate go to Iowa before Election Day? Will they change their plan? I don't even know if this is realistic that they could do this. I'll say before the election. So I'm counting Election Day. Let's see what you guys have to say. I mean, they have packed schedules. It might not be realistic for either of them to go, even if they wanted to, because what are you going to cancel a rally to go to Iowa? Let's see. Okay, on YouTube, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. I'm going to check your... Check your poll. Check what you guys are saying. Let me put this up on the screen. First of all, let me put this up. I'm putting up our Reuters presidential map, which is the one we're going to be using for the election, which I bought, which I'm excited about. Okay, so over on YouTube, hold on. Over on YouTube, wow. Oops, hold on. I'm covering up. I don't want to be covering up the faces. Can I get it on the screen for you? Hold on a second here. There we go. So on YouTube, wow, that's a lot. 45% of you on YouTube think that at least one of the two candidates will actually go to Iowa now before the election. How about on Twitch? What do people on Twitch think about this question? We have a big difference between Twitch and YouTube. Twitch, 80% say no. There's some betting action going on over at Poly Market. Polymarket is a betting site. I believe you can't do it in the U.S., but it is a well-known betting site where people bet on elections. Oops, what did I do? Did I mess something up? I covered something up. Did I cover something? Where did the Twitch thing go? I messed something up here. Oh, I covered it up. I know. I'm confusing myself. Everything's messed up. I see what happened. All right. First of all, there's the poll. Let me show you what Polymarket is saying. But so we have 45% of our YouTube viewers who voted think that a candidate will go to Iowa before the election, and only 20% on Twitch. All right. Well, thank you for voting in that poll. Now what I wanted to show you was that in Polymarket, which again it's a gambling site, so it's a betting site where people can bet on various things, among them politics. But I went to the Iowa presidential election winner, and you can see that. Look what happens when it had been churning along at Harris at about 7% chance and Trump 94% chance, churning along. And then all of a sudden you can see when that poll came out, the betting line changed. It hasn't changed, an insane amount, but I mean, an insane amount in the sense of like gone up, it's gone up like Kamala Harris is now like twice the chance on Polymarket she did before. So it was like 7 and now it's 17. But you can just see what happened. And actually, if I go back, I mean, there's a month. That's the last month on Polymarket. Really not much movement in that betting line on Iowa until what? Until an hour ago, less than an hour ago, and then it does this. So anyways, that's interesting to see. But those lines change depending on how much people are betting. So, it seems like some people are getting angry at me. We have this thing sometimes where people get angry at the messenger for a story they don't like. One of the viewers just said, "You know better." But I mean, literally, rewind the broadcast. How many times have I said to you guys again and again and again, I have no idea if this poll is accurate. It very well mean it's my... I don't think I could have said it more. How many times have I said, I don't know if it's accurate. He might win by 10 points. I've said again and again, the reason we're covering it, and it's a big story, is because it's Ann Seltzer, who is one of the most well-respected pollsters out there, if not the best-respected pollster out there, who has a reputation for being accurate. But I've never said it. So if you're yelling at me and saying, you know better, well, I haven't told you anything. I haven't told you that this poll is accurate. So you need to stop being so angry that you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just attacking me for something I never said. It's a big story. If Ann Seltzer had come out and she said Trump is winning by 30 points in Iowa, that would have been a huge deal too. And I would have reported that just as much. So, come on. Oh. Okay, look at this. Matthew Klein just posted something about the Seltzer poll findings and the actual result. Matthew Klein is with Cook Political Report. Okay, let me show you this. I think it's very interesting. Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you this now from Matthew Klein. Again, Matthew is with Cook Political Report, which is like it's a very well-known, well-respected politics news site. They just cover politics news. They cover elections. I think that's what they special in elections. So Matthew Klein listed the final Seltzer poll findings and the actual result since 2012, okay? Because some people were wondering, well, how has she done in the past? And again, her poll could end up being way off. It could turn out that Trump wins by 15 points in Iowa and her poll's off by, 18 points, which would be embarrassing for her. But, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in Iowa. But let me show you what he said. Okay, so here is... Okay, so again, Matthew Klein pulled this data. He is with Cook Political Report. He said the final Seltzer poll findings and the actual result. In 2022, she had the Senate as Republican plus 12. What does R plus 12 mean? Senate R plus 12. Oh, that's Senate in these are all Iowa results. These are all Iowa results. So the Senate election in Iowa in 2022, she had it as Republican win by 12, and the result was Republican won by 12. 2020 president, she had Trump by 7. The actual result was Trump by 8. 2020 Senate race, she had the Republican by 4. The actual result was Republican by 7. 2018 governor, she was off in 2018. She had Democrat by 2. Was actually Republican plus 3. 2016 president, she had Trump by 7 in 2016, according to Matthew Klein, and the actual result was Trump by 9. 2014 Senate, Republican by 7 was actually Republican by 8. In 2012 president, she had Democrat by 5 and was actually Democrat plus 6. And Matthew Klein says about as good as any pollster gets. He's not saying she's perfect. He's not saying she'll definitely be right with this. I mean, you can see in 2018, she was off by 5%. She had D plus 2 and it was R plus 3. What he's saying is, as pollsters go, she has a very good record. And that is why people, she is... her having such a good record and being so respected is why people were waiting for this poll to come out tonight, not expecting that Harris would be ahead in the poll. But that's why it's a significant story. Most polls that would have come out would not have been that big a story, but people were waiting for her specific poll. I think it's very interesting because it leads to all this uncertainty. It leads to all this uncertainty, because look, I've been saying, I believe I don't know if I've said this on the air. I think I've said this on the air, but, we've seen so many close polls. Well, I've definitely said that all it takes is a couple percent either way. And then you could very well have one of the two candidates just sweeping all the battleground states, Trump or Harris, because the polls have been so close. It's certainly not crazy to think that you could have, okay, the polls all say these battleground states are close, but maybe one candidate will win them all by 4% or something, and they'll call the race, it'll be pretty obvious who's going to win. But this poll brings out this idea that could it be that the polls are way off? Look, it could be the case that our polls are way off the other way. Maybe we'll be sitting here on Tuesday saying, wow, Trump is winning these. We thought these states were going to be Democratic and Trump is winning. But it just adds this whole other level of uncertainty. I also think it's interesting just because I know how much it's gonna just throw a wrench into the next couple days. And so I just think it's kind of amusing to me because I just know what a big deal it's gonna be. It's gonna be a big deal in the media. It's gonna be a big deal in the campaigns. It's gonna be a big deal, and it's obviously in Iowa. So it's interesting to me because it's the race is the race. The votes will be the votes. Although in theory, In theory, in Iowa, for example, maybe it changes turnout on one side or the other or something, or both sides. But I do think it's funny because it was so unanticipated. And, what are the campaigns going to do now? What do they think about this? That's why I was saying, do either of the candidates go to Iowa? Oh, hey, thanks. JW Carvings, our viewer, says you are obviously endorsing Kamala. Right. So I guess because I'm talking about a big poll that's a major headline on news networks and among election people on my election coverage, because I am talking about it and repeatedly saying this poll may be way off, that means I am endorsing Kamala Harris. Thank you for that comment. Wonderful. Oh, I'm focusing on it for a bit because, look, I'm not going to keep getting into this, but it just seems to me and this has happened before. I remember talking about this 4 years ago and longer than 4 years ago. When it comes to politics, people do this thing where if they hear news they don't like, they take it out on the person who's presenting the news. And they act like the person presenting it is doing something wrong. It's an important poll. It's a big story. I'm not telling you it's an accurate poll. So if you're attacking me for this, then you maybe should question whether your anger about something is causing you to have hindered judgment on my role in all of this. So, anyways. Oh, and also, let me just say this too, because so there's people in the chat saying like, don't get provoked or ignore the trolls. I actually think it's important. This is part of what we do here and what we cover. This is what we cover. And so how people react, it's interesting to me to see people, how people react to things. I'm not sitting here ranting about it. Do I really seem like I'm provoked? Do I really seem like I'm super enraged about everything? I don't think I do. I know I'm not. So, but I'm sorry. I mean, if you don't like this kind of discussion once in a while, this might not be the channel for you because we talk about all kinds of things here. So if I see something interesting going on in the chat, I'm going to comment about it once in a while. If you want to, you can get up and leave the stream and come back later. But that is part of what we do here. The chat is an essential part of this channel. It's an interactive channel. That's one of the things that makes the channel the channel. It's why how can we do the channel without the chat? So you expect me to not interact with the chat and respond to what's going on in the chat? So. Hey, speaking of the chat, we should thank our moderators. Over there on YouTube, Roberts May Queen, RJ, Beth Mythical, Jessica S, Linda Belk and Larry on X, Sabrina, Kay Lowry Body, Raven Lynn, Ronald Egnor over on Facebook, thank you. On Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Leroy Green says, when I was younger, you could have a civil conversation and agree to disagree. Not so much today. Thank you so much, Ryan Bond, for your support. Ryan thinks the poll is good news for Harris. I mean, it seems like good news for Harris, but like, I don't know, maybe it's just off for some reason. So, I don't know. It could be or it couldn't be. I don't know what people in the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign think about this. In the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign, are they just like, well, we have our Iowa numbers. We just think this poll is off, because I'm sure you can go back and find polls that are favorable for Trump. I know you can, so. And again, there was an Emerson poll tonight that came out that had Trump up in Iowa by, I think, 9 points. So, but it'd be interesting. We're never going to hear this right now, but I'd be interested in knowing what the campaigns think about this. Yeah, Boss Lulu and Moore says we'll know by early Wednesday. Well, we might not know who won, but I think we'll have an idea by early Wednesday whether this poll was in the right ballpark. We might be sitting here on early Wednesday saying, man, that Seltzer poll was way off. How did that happen? Thank you so much to Aaron McCune and WEFR and Mark G and Mr. Hammond, Kelly Smith. Kelly Smith says, how about a poll of who will be glad when this election finally ends? We have a lot of viewers who will be relieved when it's over. Thank you also, Candlelight and Damon Reinhardt. Damon says people are going to be angry no matter what you report. Well, I think with the election stuff that happens. With politics stuff, it happens. There's always people, like half the people are angry. Thank you also to TDM. TDM says, does hearing this poll encourage you to vote? I mean, I voted a while ago. But yeah, no, look, I do think this is just my crazy amateur theory. I do think it could affect turnout in Iowa. How, I don't know. Maybe it's a wash. But you could be someone in Iowa who thought to yourself, oh, Trump's going to easily win. I'm not going to go bother vote. And now you see this poll and you're like, oh, maybe I should vote. But similarly, you might be somebody who was going to vote for Harris in Iowa and said, she's never going to win. Why am I bothering? I'm not going to vote. Now you see this and you're like, oh, maybe I should vote. Now, by the way, as I said before, everybody, if you're in the U.S. and if you've registered, go vote. I couldn't encourage it more strongly. And also, I don't know that you can register anymore. It might be too late to register anywhere. But I highly encourage everybody who can, please go vote. Make your voice heard. But you know, it's still a couple days before Election Day. So it's going to be big news in Iowa. It's big news in a lot of places. TDM says, I wonder how it impacts turnout. Hang on a second here. Thanks, by the way, to David Della Maggioria. Thank you so much, David, for your support and your note. David Della Maggioria, thank you. And also Mitchell Pilot 909. Thank you so much, Mitchell Pilot 909, for your support of the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, I'm behind on the Twitch thank yous. I did it again, Twitch. Once in a while I do this. I'm sorry. I got behind on the Twitch thank yous. Well, when Trump was speaking, I wasn't really doing the thank yous, and I was going to do them after, and then this came up, and so it distracted me. Hey, thanks on Twitch to Dominar Draco for resubscribing, formerly Frodo for your support. I'll say Tuck F. Thank you, Tuck F, for subscribing on Twitch. Relila for gifting us up. Thanks, Relila. Dino Nuggies, thanks for your support on Twitch. UXO Guy, thank you. Scott Zero To Do. The Siesta Fiesta. Christophonics, thanks on Twitch. Cole K. Meister and Sweetums, thank you so much. Sorry for the delay, Twitch folks. We had this new news coming out. Jamie Dupree pointed out that the Des Moines Sunday Register poll that came out also said that hold on. It also said that Democrats were in this poll, and I don't know if Ann Selzer does I think she does it. They say Democrats are preferred in this poll for 2 of the 4 congressional districts. And Jamie Dupree points out that currently Iowa's delegation in the U.S. House is currently 4 Republican, 0 Democrat. So that's another part of that poll that's interesting. Again, it could turn out to just be very, very wrong. And if you didn't, if you missed it, I'm seeing multiple reports now, including AP, saying that Kamala Harris will be appearing on Saturday Night Live tonight. Look, AP reports it. AP sources, Kamala Harris will appear on SNL in last episode before presidential election. Now, SNL, if you've watched it at all, you know that they clearly favor Harris. I think it's pretty clear if you watch the channel. If you watch the program, I'm sorry. Millera says, Trump and Kamala both in my town the day before the election. I feel so special. I'd have to check their schedule. The day before the election, Trump is going to be in I'm looking at it here. Raleigh, North Carolina, Reading, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's Trump's last day. Tomorrow, he's going to be in Lidditz, Pennsylvania, Kinston, North Carolina, and Macon, Georgia. And tonight, he's going to be in Greensboro. Oh, Greensboro rally. Hey, guys, I actually have, hold on a moment. I have video from the Greensboro Trump rally. Breaking news, I have video from Greensboro Trump rally. I don't know when he's going to be there. I mean, well, let me just show you the video. Here is the video from Greensboro Trump rally. Isn't he flying there from the other place? Won't it take a while to start? Look. Oops, I said Trump rally you. I'm going to have to eat something. I haven't even eaten today. Well, I thought what was going to happen is I figured we would just end the stream. I thought I was going to end the stream after the second Trump rally because we saw 2 rallies from each candidate. But then this poll came out. This Ann Selzer, very respected pollster, that had Trump winning, that had Harris leading by 3 in Iowa. So we've been talking about that. So I don't know when this is going to start. I mean, if he's just going to start soon, we might as well show it. Now, I don't know that maybe Trump will talk about this poll. I'm guessing he's heard about it by now. It came out like right after or at the end of right around the end of his rally. Oh, thank you so, Ernie. Thank you, Ernie, for your support. And also NMCT. Thank you, NMCT. Thank you, Ernie. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I looked up on the map. So Greensboro to Charlotte, I don't think he's going to drive there. Greensboro to Charlotte. Oh, no, it was Salem. He was just in, no, he was in, I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. I think I looked up the wrong thing. So he was in Salem, Virginia, and he's going to Greensboro, North Carolina. Now, that would be like a 2-hour drive. So he's not driving. So he's going to fly. It's 117 miles. It's roughly a 100-mile flight. It's not that long a flight. So maybe he got out of there fast and got on the plane fast. And because Salem is not far from the Roanoke Airport, where his plane, I believe, was. So maybe they'll start soon. Thank you, Ernie. I appreciate it, Ernie. Graham Hood says if he's heard about it, he'll be hours late. It's a really interesting question whether, the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign, how surprised were they by this Ann Selzer poll in Iowa? Do they care about it? I have no idea. Is Trump upset about it? Is he like, well, I don't care, that's just a stupid poll? I don't know. Jonathan Martin, who is with Politico, he thinks that the big story from the Selzer poll is not necessarily a Harris lead in Iowa. He thinks the big story from that poll is that it has Harris leading by 20 points among women in a heavily white Midwestern state. And again, I don't know if the poll's accurate or not. Maybe it's inaccurate. Axios calls it a shock poll. And they also say, Axios, the poll should be taken with a grain of salt as Harris was not expected to be competitive in Iowa. But J. Ann Selzer, the pollster, is the gold standard in Iowa. And the poll said that, hold on a second here. Yes, the poll had Trump with a 14-point lead among men and a 20-point deficit among women, according to that Selzer Des Moines Register poll. That was the breakdown. It has him ahead 52-38 among men and down 56-36 among women. We'll have to see what happens. I'd like to know when this is starting, because if it's going to start really soon, we might as well show it. I think we got to show it anyway. But I don't want to wait 2 hours to show it. But I mean, the camera's going. We have the camera. Look, it could turn out that Trump wins all the battleground states, right? So we don't know what's going to happen. We just don't know what's going to happen. We have no idea what's going to happen. Hey, thank you, Allie B. from Tennessee. She says, I know things get a little spicy during political discussions. Oh, they do. Thank you. KC Steve says, why did Democrats know the results of Seltzer poll before it was released? I don't know. I mean, KC Steve claims that J.B. Pritzker knew the results of the poll earlier today. I hadn't heard it. Look, I follow all kinds of politics people, and I had heard nothing about this poll before it got released. So I can't speak to the J.B. Pritzker thing. I don't know, KC Steve. Because I hadn't heard it talked about anywhere. So I don't know anything about it. Maybe he got a heads up from somebody, if that's true, because I haven't heard the story. Thank you so much, KC Steve. A little update about this SNL thing from Reuters. Harris to appear on Saturday Night Live in final days of U.S. election campaign. That's tonight. Reuters says that Kamala Harris flew unexpectedly to New York on Saturday to appear on Saturday Night Live. The long-running show separately hosted Democratic candidate Barack Obama and Republican candidate John McCain in 2008 and featured Trump in 2004, long before he entered politics. DJ says, thanks DJ for your support. DJ says Kamala leading Iowa is something no pundits had guessed she could win. That's pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, will we be sitting here on, Tuesday night or Wednesday saying, wow, that poll was way, way off. That's crazy. It's interesting, though, because, again, she has such a good, Ann Selzer has such a good reputation as a poll. So it would be like, this would, if the poll ends up being way off, it would be a bad mark on her reputation. It's not like she'd be a criminal or something. But I mean, she has such a good reputation as a pollster that, I feel like she stands to lose a significant amount of reputation if the poll is way off. Yeah, thank you, W. I've mentioned it several times already in the broadcast. I've mentioned it multiple times. Yes, there was a poll out from Emerson in Iowa that had Trump up 9. I have mentioned it multiple times. And I think it's worth pointing out. Thank you so much, W, for your support. Is Ann Selzer a Democrat? I don't know what she is. I don't know her as one or the other. How is the poll done? If you Google Ann Selzer, you can find stuff about her. I watched something about her recently, but I mean, there's stories written about her. So I forget what the specifics are. I watched some video about her randomly, I think a month or two ago. Now, political polls mentioned that Atlas Intel had a swing state poll that came out today that had Trump ahead in all the swing states. If I'm reading this right, they had Trump up by 6 in Iowa and Nevada, and up by 2 in Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and up by 2 in Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia, and up by 4 in North Carolina and 1 in Wisconsin. That's from Atlas Intel. That's a new poll from Atlas Intel that has Trump up. Now, some of these are going to be in margin of error because they're 1 or 2%. But that's, so look, I mean, who knows? Also, remember, you have to make, when you're a pollster, you have to make these assumptions. You have to figure out, like, how many people are voting from each group. How many women are voting? How many men are voting? How many Republicans are voting? How many Democrats are voting? How many first-time voters are voting versus, all this stuff. How many independents are voting? So, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? But that, again, the new Atlas Intel poll, according to political polls, has Trump ahead in all the battleground states. And that's a poll that was conducted the last 2 days. Nate Silver says to have a prominent, high-quality pollster like Ann Selzer come out with this result, the Iowa poll that had Harris up 47-44. He says, to have a prominent, high-quality pollster like this at a time when most other pollsters are hurting toward the consensus suggests the possibility that all other pollsters could be lowballing Harris. But who knows? Maybe the Iowa poll is just way off. Thank you to Al for your support. Thank you, Al. Oh, Mitchell Pilot. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot. Just mention the Atlas Intel polls as well that I just mentioned. I don't know when Trump is showing up to this. And again, I haven't eaten. I got to eat. But I'm waiting to see if he's showing up soon. No, this is a new rally. This is Greensboro. Oops, I should have said Greensboro, North Carolina. This is a new rally. This will be his third one of the day. Oh, Anne-Marie Hordern with Bloomberg, I think she's with, said that Trump appeared on SNL during the GOP primary ahead of the 2016 election. Oh, interesting. Kaiser Wilhelm, I think Atlas has a good reputation among pollsters, I believe. I got to double check it, though. Let me see. Hold on. Why can't I find it there? I mean, 538 gives it a pretty decent rating. 538 has a ranking of pollsters, which is like over 100. And they have Atlas Intel at, where is it here? 22. Near Siena College in Ipsos. So, I don't think it's known as being a really bad pollster or anything like that. Now, Atlas Intel says that they had the best performance across all pollsters of the 2020 presidential election. M.D. Waldman thinks that Trump's little act last night was the last straw for many, especially rural conservatives. I'm not sure which specific thing you're referring to, M.D. Waldman. Now, these polls, I mean, some of these recent polls were conducted, like the Iowa poll was conducted, I think, in late October. So nothing that Trump did last night would have affected that poll, because that poll, I think the actual polling was done at the end of October. Feel free to write more, M.D. Waldman. I have no idea what's going to happen in this election. I have no idea. I do not know. Supergram says Selzer poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3.4 percentage points. Is that what it says in the article? Yes. Again, the headline on that article about the poll says Harris leapfrogs Trump to take lead near election day. But it's not a big lead in the poll, and who knows what's going to happen. Hang on a moment. Anyone have any word on where Trump is? Because I know he's coming from a different city, so I don't know how delayed this is going to be. The funny thing about the Iowa poll, the surprising Iowa poll, is it's just like people were already going to be so like high strung and wrapped up in the whole thing before the election. And now it's just going to, like, if anything, make it even more intense. It's just crazy. We have a quote from the Trump team on the Iowa poll. Vaughn Hilliard with NBC News says that Trump senior advisor Jason Miller says of this new Iowa poll, every cycle there's one idiotic survey. Again, that is Trump senior advisor Jason Miller. His quote via Vaughn Hilliard is, every cycle there's one idiotic survey. The camera's moving. The camera is moving, unless it got knocked by accident. Andy, I'm timing you out for 24 hours. I mean, I don't know what to do about you anymore. I'll make it a half hour. But I mean, I just don't understand, Andy Lowe. I appreciate your support for the channel, but you know, you've been told what the chat rules are, and you keep breaking the chat rules. I don't know what to say. Again, we're just waiting. We're waiting for the rally to start in Greensboro, the Trump rally. We're waiting for the Trump rally. Well, we're waiting for Trump. The rally started. We're just waiting for Trump. We're just waiting for Trump. I don't know if he's there yet. Trump was about 100. His previous rally in Salem, Virginia, was about 100 miles away, but that ended like a couple hours ago. Hang on a second here. The official start time for this rally, it's just everything's going to be delayed because he got delayed earlier today. The official start time for the rally was, let's see. Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart here for me. Thanks, Joe. Joe B sent me an interview with Seltzer last month. Thanks, Joe. I'll have to check that out. A video. Greensboro was supposed to speak around 7:30 originally, but often these things end up taking place late. So it's 8:45 right now. John thinks he'll speak at 10:30. That seems late. I don't know. I'm trying to find out some information about it. I don't want to go make food until I find out something. Matt Amick says they were dancing in Salem. This crowd doesn't dance as much. Why are people saying 10:30? Why are people claiming he's speaking at 10:30? Where is the information coming from? Why are you saying this and not posting where you're getting it? Can somebody at least say where that claim is coming from? Because I haven't seen it from anywhere. That would seem pretty late. I'm guessing he wouldn't want to speak at 10:30. You know, Reuters had updated. Reuters only, they switched it from 7:30 to 8:10. So they didn't think it was going to be delayed that much. Although, who knows? This event, the doors opened at 3:30 p.m. I really need to eat something, though. I would just like to find, it's so hard to find, like, I don't even know if his plane is landed. I don't even know if his plane is taken off. I'm looking up the Greensboro airport. Well, I don't see any planes on the ground there. Alice Wonderland says it's a relatively small airport. Sometimes you see the jet. Sometimes the plane is on flight radar. I don't think it is right now. Blue says flight radar showed his plane landing about 30 minutes ago. Is that true? There's a helicopter flying around downtown Greensboro? That's what Blue said. I didn't see a helicopter. Oh, you're right. Hey, you're right, Blue. Oh, there is a helicopter. Oh, hold on. Blue is a genius. Thank you, Blue72. Blue72, FIH. Look, guys. So Blue figured out there is a North Carolina State Highway Patrol helicopter that was flying around the airport and is now flying around here, which I'm guessing is the venue. Where is the event? The event is at, I bet that's it. I bet that's the place. I bet he's there. See, that's how it's done. That's how it's done, with real information. The Greensboro event is at First Horizon Coliseum. Must be right there. It says Coliseum Boulevard. It's right, must be right here. I bet he's there. First Horizon Coliseum in Greensboro. Why is it not listed? Why is it not there? I'm looking on Google Maps right now. Why don't I see it? Is it called something else? Hold on. People are standing up. People are standing up. All right, I think they're about to start. People are standing up. Guys. Looks like it's about to start. There is a first. Oh, it was rebranded. It was Greensboro Arena, apparently. I think it just got renamed recently or something. Yeah, Greensboro Complex. So I believe that the helicopter is circling around the arena right now. So he must be there. He must be there. Thanks to the viewer. Was it Blue who gave me that information? I appreciate that. I should have looked earlier. My bad. Political Polls posted a poll from Miami University of Ohio that had Trump up +3 in Ohio. Who knows what these polls are these days? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? So many polls. Sean T. at Real Clear Politics says, Selzer is a great pollster. She is the one whose poll came out tonight, the Iowa poll, which had Harris ahead in Iowa. He says, Selzer's a great pollster, and you'd be foolish to dismiss her poll. It adds real uncertainty to forecasts. At the same time, neither should you suddenly abandon all of your prior views about the state of the race. Atlas Intel has a new poll that claims that Kari Lake is ahead in the Senate race in Arizona, which most polls have had her behind in. So who knows? Polling all over the place. Polling all over the place. Harry Enton of CNN says, swing state polling averages have missed by an average of 3.4 points since 1972. Thank you so much, DJ. I appreciate your support, DJ. Thank you. Thank you, Paper City Gamer, for the bits on Twitch. Thank you, Paper City Gamer. Wild Bill says, forget about the polls, people. Get out there and vote. Robert says the reaction to the election might be more interesting than the election itself. Wow, The Guardian won. The Guardian won. That is incredibly generous of you. So nice of you. The Guardian won. Thank you for your support. Wow. Very kind of you. Is he coming out now? Hold on. I think it's this is Michael Whatley from the RNC. He's speaking before Trump. All right, hold on. I'm going to put the sound on. Give me a moment here. We hearing him? Why are we not? Are we? Hold on. I'm sorry. You're not hearing it. Hold on. Let me get you the sound. Hold on. You're not hearing it. Wait 1 second. Why are you not hearing it? Why are you not hearing this? Hold on. I got it. What? Why are you not hearing this? What's going on? You're not hearing it. But you should be able to hear it. Why is this not working? Hang on. Oh, I know what's happening. Sorry, here we go.
We have a vice president who has led the charge, as our borders are, with 94 executive actions to dismantle the most secure southern border that we have ever had. She has flown them in. She's given them a phone app so they could fill it out and walk across that border. She has given them free health care, free college tuition, driver's licenses. No wonder we've seen 10, 12, 15 million illegal immigrants coming across that border into the United States. We don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, and we don't know what they're doing. Now, we do know that they pose a clear and present danger to every single community in North Carolina and across the country. We have a vice president who cast the tie-breaking vote for $2.5 trillion worth of unnecessary, wasteful government spending. And when President Obama's economic advisors told her that this is paying 25% more for grocery prices, 25% higher for housing prices, unless, of course, you want to buy a house, then it's twice as much as it was 4 years ago, and 50% more for gasoline, and even more than that for diesel. You know, we've got a vice president who stood up Benjamin Netanyahu at a joint session of Congress so she could go to a sorority event down in Texas. Who has stood up for Hamas synthesizers all across the country. Who went to a European leaders' confab and told President Putin, do not invade Ukraine. 5 days later, he invaded Ukraine. Not much of a deterrent. You know, today, America is a much weaker country than we were under Donald J. Trump. And when America is weak, the world is a far more dangerous place. This election cycle, it is pretty clear what is at stake. What is at stake for North Carolina, for America, and for the world? It's a pretty clear equation. Are we going to have a weak, country under Kamala Harris? Or are we going to have a strong country under Donald J. Trump? Because Donald J. Trump has promised on day one that he will shut down that southern border. He will initiate the largest mass deportation in history. He will end the scourge of migrant crime and fentanyl. Donald J. Trump has said on day one that he is going to end inflationary spending. He's going to unleash American energy, and he is going to bring prices down. And Donald J. Trump has said that he is going to stand up to bullies like Russia and China and Iran. And he's going to stand up for our allies like Israel and our interests all across the world. Donald Trump has pledged that we will back the blue, and we will support and honor our troops, our veterans, and our military families. So the question that I have for you, North Carolina, is a pretty simple question. Do you want Kamala Harris in a weak country? Or do you want Donald J. Trump in a strong America? Well, we've got 3 days, folks. We've got 3 days to change the direction of this country. We are at an inflection point for this world, and we are at an inflection point for our country and for North Carolina. How many people here have already cast their vote? That's pretty solid. How many people are going to cast their vote on Tuesday? All right. But that's not good enough. I need every single one of you to commit right here and right now to 50 minutes. I need 5 minutes of a conversation that you're going to have with 10 of your friends, your family members, your colleagues, your coworkers, and people that you go to church with. Commit to 10 conversations and tell them how important this election cycle is. Because when you do that, you are going to guarantee that we are going to carry North Carolina. You are going to guarantee that we are going to flip Congress, and we are going to have a Republican majority and a Republican speaker again. We are going to flip the Senate. And by God, we are going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as our 47th president. And then, and only then, are we going to be able to see the president get into that Oval Office and roll up his sleeves and make America great again. Thank you, North Carolina.
All right, that was Michael Whatley, the RNC chair. He usually speaks like right before Trump, or maybe like one speaker before Trump. So it looks like Trump is about to come out. There may be another speaker, though, before him. Hang on a moment here. We'll see. We'll see. During Trump's speech, I still have not eaten. During Trump's speech, I may go make my food because I just have to eat. So, but we're going to play Trump's speech for you. We've seen 2 from Trump today and 2 from Harris today. And we're doing 1 more. And we've brought you some breaking election news. So, another speak. Nope. They're putting the binder there, and they have like the hype man guy or whatever, or the crowd director guy in the back. Oh no, it's a photographer. It's a photographer. He's taking photos in the back. Okay. I'll wait until Trump comes out, and then I'll do it. Appreciate you guys being with us here today for our politics coverage. Thank you for our election coverage. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, for your support. I really appreciate it. Bebop and Rocksteady, thank you. Joe B. said he sent me an interview with Ann Seltzer, the Iowa pollster, the well-respected Iowa pollster whose shock poll tonight had Trump behind in Iowa. But he said, Joe B. said to me, to explain why I shared that video with you, Seltzer addresses substantive questions about polling methodology, electorate composition, and the nuanced interpretations of specific results. Revisiting that interview makes today's polling data particularly compelling, says Joe B., especially considering her earlier prediction of just a 4% lead for Trump, I think it was, for Trump. I believe a forecast from Seltzer carries significant weight given her reputation. It's only a poll, but could give us a glimpse at how the Midwest is looking right now. Thanks, Joe B., for the message. We'll have to see. It'll turn out that either she was onto something a lot of people weren't, or that she was way off. We'll have to see. But Trump about to come out. He is about to come out. So I will get that started. And then I will make my food while he is speaking. I can't play the music they're playing right now. The music is copyrighted. I do not know, at the earlier rally before this, Stephen Miller spoke, Trump's advisor, before Trump. So I don't know if that's going to happen. I even ran out of water. I gotta go get some water. Let me take about 10 seconds. I'm taking 10 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna take about 30 seconds and fill up the water bottle in my water because I have nothing in my mug anymore. And my water bottle's empty. Hold on. Is he coming out? I see the cameras moving around. Is Trump coming out now? Is Trump coming out right now? I think he's about to come out, guys. I think Trump is coming out. Okay. Once he gets started, I'll make my food. Looks like he's coming out. Josh Glasner thinks he's going to be mad about Iowa. Is he going to even talk about that Iowa poll? I do not know. Oh, there he is. There is Trump. Third rally of the day. Third and final rally of the day. I got to update everything. Live. Trump speaks at rally in Greensboro, North Carolina. I'll just say it, North Carolina. Okay. Oops. I can't play the music. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay, good. Okay, good. We'll put that up there. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady. Bebop Rocksteady says, Seltzer's reputation is on the line. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. She has a lot of she could take a big reputational hit if that is really wrong. So we'll have to see. There is Trump. Again, I will play the music. I will play the sound as soon as he starts speaking. Oh, I'm going to take out my headphones. Well, once he starts speaking, I'll take out my headphones. When I take out my headphones, it might pause for a second, so just be aware of that. Once he starts speaking, I'm going to take out my headphones. But again, it sometimes pauses for a second or two when I do that, so I apologize. But we should be good to go. Also, if you're watching on Facebook, hey, Facebook viewers, Facebook, we hit 8 hours in 7 minutes. So if you're watching on Facebook, I will have to restart the Facebook stream when Facebook ends the stream, which Facebook will do in about 7 minutes. So if you're watching on Facebook, Facebook viewers, I'll start a new stream when Facebook hits the 8 hour limit. On the other platforms, you're fine. Okay, Facebook? Maybe I should restart the Facebook stream myself. I'll come back in and do it. So Facebook viewers, just know in a few minutes, I have to restart the Facebook stream in a few minutes. So in a few minutes, when Facebook hits the limit and it ends, just check on the page and I'll restart it. Thank you. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks so much to all of our moderators who are here. No, I don't have I can't play the music. It's copyrighted music. So once the music ends and he starts talking, I'll play the sound. We got to wait for the song to end. All right, I think he's speaking now. Let's see. Nope, not yet.
Thank you very much, and hello to a very special place, North Carolina. We love it. But you love it. You know why? There's like a love. It's a crazy love we have for each other. It's crazy. But I'm thrilled to be back in this great, beautiful place. It's a wonderful place with wonderful people. They really are proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what they are. And I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I don't think so. So I have come today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the massive invasion of criminals into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. And this is all you really need to know. Is she the worst or what? She's the worst. And you know what? I don't like to say it. Okay, you promise that you're going to be voting on Tuesday, right? If you haven't already voted. Because I'm not supposed to say this. You know, I'm going to be like the fake news. They're saying it's very close. It's really not very close. Based on what's been happening, it's not so close. We're leading in all 7 swing states, as you probably know. And we just left Governor Youngkin, and we're certainly doing well in Virginia. It's not considered a swing state, but it may very well be a swing state. And I just had a little thing, a little birdie told me that we're leading in New Jersey. What's that all about, huh? We love New Jersey. I always said about New Jersey, I said it's going to happen there. But so remember this. She's the worst vice president in history, and she broke it. She just broke the whole damn thing. But I will fix it, and I'll fix it fast. We're going to do it quickly. America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. And this election is a choice between whether we'll have think of it, 4 more years of incompetence and failure. Does anybody like that? Because some people like that. Some people like it. You know, it's more interesting to watch. Isn't it more interesting to watch a totally grossly incompetent administration? The other way, it's boring. You know, everything works out well, Mr. Senator. Got a lot of senators, a lot of power here today. Whoa, look at that. A lot of big people. There's a lot of power here tonight. Or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, right? We think we like that. These are the front row Joes. They've been with me like 400 and something times. Front row Joes. Now you're worried because, you know, I saw them. They were here. I did another one today. They were there too. These are the great. They got a lot of money too. I hear they're rich people. I hear they have a lot of cash. The front row Joes. But I was very upset because they were actually sitting in the second row. I said, "What the hell happened to you guys?" Never. But now you're back where you belong, right? The front row Joes. And we have about 50 of the most beautiful women anywhere in the world. And they're represented by about 20 tonight. And they've seen, I think it's like 251 rallies they've been to. They're beautiful women. They're wealthy women. They live in a place called North Carolina. And you know, we did another one in North Carolina, and I really didn't see them. They had imposters. No, they had some imposters today. They were saying, "We're the women." And I'm looking at these women that were like 16, 17 years old. I said, "You're not the women." And I was insulted because I come to their state and they weren't there. And I said, "Well, what the hell?" But now I see that they're here. You can't ask them to go to 2 and 1. Because that was in North Carolina today. Early. We started early in the morning, and here we are late at night, and here I'm doing the same stuff. But, you know, I was a little insulted. I said, "Where are," we call them the ladies from North Carolina. These are very successful ladies. I have no idea what's happening with their husbands. They're all happily married, but I never see the husbands at all. I never see them, but they've been to literally more than 250 rallies, right? So, but I was very upset today because in my first, it was North Carolina. Do you believe this? I go from North Carolina to Virginia and then back to North Carolina. Does that make sense? So now I'm no longer upset because nobody can expect them, as crazy as we all are, nobody can expect them to go to 2 rallies in one day. I think their husbands maybe would leave them for that. That would be the end. That would be the end of it, Mr. Senator. You're a great senator you are. You are a great senator. The ladies from North Carolina, look at them. Thank you. Thank you. We're proud of you. And you know, it's sad, though, actually, because we've done this now for 9 years. We've had the biggest rallies in history of any country. And every rally's full. You don't have any seats that are empty. You don't have anything. I mean, the one we had today, you missed a beauty. We could have filled that place up 20 times. I mean, that was beautiful. And the Virginia rally, did you hear about the Virginia rally? That was, Glenn Youngkin did a great job, the governor of Virginia. And they had a crowd there that was incredible. And then we came here. And we don't want to be late, but it's very hard when you do these things. It's very hard. And you don't mind a little bit. We weren't very late. We weren't very late. Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes, depending on your definition of when it's going to start. But, you know, we've been doing, I was talking to some of the people. It's sort of, you know, in a way it's sad, and in a way it's beautiful. I was talking to them, and I said, you know, this is coming to an end. These rallies are coming to an end. We've been doing them, think of it, for like 9 years. We started a year before, and we've had tremendous success. In 2016, we did phenomenally, right? We went in, they said, they gave us a 3% chance, and sort of like amazing, right? 3%. That means 97% for crooked Hillary and 3% for me. And I was saying, well, I went to Iowa, and I had 48,000 people, and she had about 300 people. And then we went to another one in another state. We had 49,000 people. She had 243 people. And I kept saying, why are we going to lose? Why? Why? Why are we going to lose? And we didn't lose, you know. We ended up winning, and we ended up winning the presidency, right? And that was an exciting night. Remember how it started? It started with a bunch of fake news. Look, there they are. That's a lot of fake news. That's a hell of a lot of fake news. The fakers, I call them now. I'm sort of lightening up. I'm starting to like them, too. I don't know what it would be like to get good publicity. I really don't. They treat me so badly. They are the worst. And yet it works. You know, it could be they treat me good and nobody would come. I don't know. There's something screwy here. But no, they treat us terribly. But I don't care because we keep winning. As long as we keep winning, we don't care. But so what's been amazing is that we've just had this success. But if you remember in 2016, so I started off at 3%. I never even heard of this before, but I guess you know it more as a candidate. But I was given a 3% chance of beating crooked Hillary. And I understand that because, you know, she was a Secretary of State and she was married to the President of the United States. And she was a smart and is a smart woman. She lies like hell, but not as bad as Kamala. And I mean, she's much smarter than Kamala, but she doesn't lie as much. Hillary is a liar, a real liar, but Kamala is crazy. Kamala actually said, he is not going to frack. He is not going to drill for oil. He's not going to drill. I've been saying drill all my life. I'm saying we're going to drill. No, they made it up. He is not in favor of IVF, fertilization. I am. I'm like the father. I consider myself to be the father of fertilization, remember? They got a ruling from an Alabama judge, very conservative judge, probably a good judge, but he gave a very strong ruling. And Katie Britt, the senator from Alabama, called up, sir, you have to help us. You have to help us. I said, explain. She said about what happened with the IVF. The judge said close all the clinics all over Alabama. And she said, everyone is furious. I said, explain it to me. And when she explained it, it took me about 2 minutes to figure it out. And I came out with a very strong statement, totally in favor. We want to help women and totally in favor. And now it worked. And they passed, by the way, they met, the Alabama legislature met the following day and approved everything. I mean, it was amazing, really, when you think. And then, think of it. And so it was 100%. And she said, I'm against IVF. This woman, I've never seen anything like it. 2025, Project 2025. I've never read it. I don't want to read it because that way I can be honest with you. I don't want to read it. Some people got together. I assume they're extremely conservative, and that's okay. Then they came up with a plan, but I told them I don't know about the plan. They had a couple of people that worked for me in the administration, I guess, or something, and they came up with some kind of a plan, and it's on the conservative side, I assume. And they keep talking about Project 2025. And I said, I don't know about it. Everything she says is a lie. It's the most incredible. I can go point after point, when in fact she's changed 15 policy positions, the most in the history of presidential politics. She wants to take away your guns. She said, no, I'd love you to keep them. I'd love you to keep them. Would anybody like to give up their gun to Kamala right now? No, everything she's changed. There will be no fracking. In my life, I will never approve fracking. I will never approve drilling for oil. Isn't it terrible? This is her. And then what does she do? She says, I'd like fracking very much, because she was getting creamed in the polls. Anyway, she changed 15 policies. There's never been anything like it. And I will tell you, we're winning by so much, because people aren't going to take that. They know where it's coming from. But all of the problems that she's caused tremendous problems for our country. And if you've seen the new numbers that just came out, they are atrocious. This is like we're in a depression, and we're going to talk about it. But every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is really in your hands. This is a very important state, and we have to get this solved. We have to get you out. We're winning by a lot, but you know, you can lose by a little. You know, when you're winning by a lot, you can still lose by a little. And we can't take a chance of losing the great state of North Carolina. We're not going to lose the great state of North Carolina. On Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough, that you can't take it anymore, that she was the worst vice president in the history of our country, that she works for the worst president in history, okay? He makes Jimmy Carter look great. Jimmy Carter's the happiest man. He just turned 100, and he can now go down as a brilliant president by comparison to this. Well, he didn't let 21 million people come into our country from jails, prisons, and everything else, right? But you can just now say, Kamala, you don't get any worse than you. Kamala, I can't stand you, Kamala. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Out. Get out. Can't stand you, Kamala. Get out. You've destroyed our country. I want to send our prayers to everyone here in North Carolina who is still recovering from Hurricane Helene. It was a bad one. It was a bad one. I was there. I saw the devastation. I was there long before Kamala. Long before. They're still not seeing Kamala. They're not seeing federal government, that I can tell you. The job they've done is terrible. But, you know, they've spent all the money on illegal aliens coming into our country. It's true. As you know firsthand, Kamala's hurricane response was a disgrace and a betrayal of her duty as vice president or whatever the hell she is. Nobody even knows anymore. Where the hell is Biden? What happened to that guy? Where's Biden? Tell me, is this the worst administration in history? Where the hell's Biden? Where's Biden? The ladies from North Carolina, what happened to Biden? What the hell's going on? This is the worst administration in history. Nobody knows who the hell they're supposed to be talking to. The only thing that's good is you have totally confused the enemy. Because President Xi of China is saying, who the hell are we speaking to over there? What's going on with that place? Putin is going, nobody ever calls me. I'm fighting a war. Nobody ever talks to me. We can talk him into not fighting if we had competent people, but they are not competent. No, but think of these guys. They're probably saying, who the hell is running the United States of America? It can't be her. She's a low IQ individual. Now, just yesterday, it was reported that under Kamala, almost 50% of the phone calls to FEMA, it was a disaster. They went unanswered. FEMA was not even answering their calls. They had no money. They couldn't pay their damn phone bill because all the money's gone to the migrants. The migrants coming in from various and sundry prisons and mental institutions, right? North Carolina called out for help, and the phone rang. I had to get you. I had a call. They actually asked me, good people from North Carolina, let me tell you, but they were having, this was the worst water hurricane. They call it a water hurricane. It had more water than, I guess, anything they've ever seen. I know this. I was in Palm Beach, and we were actually hit, if you can believe it, lightly by comparison, but it spread all over the Florida landmass, which is amazing. But think of it. They had they weren't prepared at all, the federal government. You know who was prepared? Franklin Graham and a lot of other people. Thank God. And I gave Franklin, we gave him a lot of money, and others too, $7 million. That's good. And the reason is they do such a good job. I was going to do it myself, and then I see Franklin, the way he works, and I said, you do it. Here's the money. Just do it. But he was great, and the whole group is great. But we had no help from FEMA. FEMA is a disaster. They are missing in action. They have no money. They took all of the money, and they spent it on the migrants. They have no money. What a disgrace. So they have no money for the people of North Carolina that have lost their houses. Many have died. Many are missing. And it's a horrible thing, and they don't have the money. But we're going to be here, hopefully, on January 20th, and you're going to see very good and very quick service. Right? Very quick. You know, Kamala's putting up migrants in luxury hotels in Manhattan, while Americans who have lost their homes are living in tents and living without tents, too. But, you know, one of the most incredible things about what's taken place, and I was not interested in the election from the standpoint of North Carolina with the people. I wanted to have the people solve their problem, help them. But from the election standpoint, I said to my people, I think the most you can probably get is 50% of the vote. They lost their houses. They've lost relatives and husbands and wives. I mean, a lot of people killed. Terrible. And I said to him, that's the worst, and that's 99% of our effort. But just out of curiosity, we have an election going on, a big one. I think the most important election in the history of our country. I said, so just out of curiosity, are they going to be able to vote in North Carolina? They just got hit so hard. And I figured if we got 40 or 50% of the vote, it would be great. I mean, it would be wonderful. It would be nice. And you know what happened? You broke the all-time record for voting. I mean, how the... Think of it. You broke the all-time record thus far. In other words, this far in, and it's not even close. What do you think of that, Mr. Senator Budd? What do you think? That's pretty amazing people, right? No, but think of it. I figured if you got 50%, it would be a miracle. And they beat the records from other times. But we've had just a great time together. We had 2016, then we have 2020, where we did much better, okay? We did much better. We got a lot more votes. We got millions of more votes, but a lot of things happened. A lot of bad things happened. But this time, I will tell you, and I think a lot of it's that you like me, but you like me even better because you saw these grossly incompetent people. It made me much more popular than I was, and maybe more popular than I should be. I don't know. Because we're blowing it away. We're doing Now, I don't know. You still have to go and vote. We have to, as they say in football, let's finish it off, right? You got to get that ball across the end zone. You got to get it into the end zone, and that's where we are. But we're in great shape to finish off these people, these leftist, crazy people that are destroying our country, and we're not going to let them destroy it. She destroyed San Francisco. She helped destroy the state of California. We're not going to let her destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. So we got to get out there. And when I'm president, we're going to evict the illegals, and we'll take back our properties. You take a look at what they've done. They've actually taken over property all over our country. They've taken over property, and we're going to get the housing and the relief and everything else that we need. But we're going to take back our country. Okay. And under the Trump administration, the only free service we're going to be given to these illegal alien criminals, and many of them are not criminals, but a tremendous number of criminals are here. The only free aid they're going to get is a free ride back home. And I'm always going to put America first, and we are just 3 days away from the greatest political victory in the history of our country, I guess in the history of the world. But it only happens if you vote. If you don't vote, then bad things could be happening. You'll be very depressed. And we don't want to have depression, right? There's no depression. The best way to stop depression? Work your ass off. Work your ass off. You don't have time. You want to work so hard that you don't have time for depression. But I didn't come here looking for your money. I don't need your money. I don't want your money. All I want you to do is get out and vote. Get out and vote. Tuesday. You've a lot. Let's see, out of curiosity, who has voted already? So who's going to be voting on Tuesday? All right, that's good. That's good. I'm actually going to be voting on Tuesday also. With your help, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to win North Carolina, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you. So, just to finish it off, because I'm the greatest weaver, we weave. They used to say, oh, he's rambling. No, I'm not rambling. It's like genius, okay? I don't ramble. I'll let you know when I ramble, and then we'll have to talk. No, I cover different territories. It always ends up back in the right location. But if you look at what we've done together, it's, let's see, I'll have 3 tomorrow. On Monday, I'm going to do 4 of these. That's a lot. How many people can do 4 of these in one day? I don't think too many people. And I was going to ask you, thank you. And I was going to ask you, it's late. What the hell time is it? It's total trouble. I was going to ask you, maybe I'll do a very shortened version, and will everybody be happy with that? I didn't think so. No, we won't do that. We won't do that. But, so just to finish off the original thought, though, it's always nice to finish things up, like in life. You got to finish it up properly. But was Rogan good? Did he do a good job, though? That was good, right? Joe Rogan, good man. He's a good man. We had a lot of fun with a lot of different things, but we're going to take over this, and what we've done is, it's sad that it's coming to an end. So tomorrow I'm doing 3 rallies, and on Monday I'm going to do 4 rallies in one day. That's a lot. I mean, my opponent today, gave a press conference. Hello. And then, how about, a couple of days ago, she's going to take a day off, do a press conference that lasts about 3 minutes, because you can't, if you ask her questions, she's going to screw it up, so they wanted to be. And then after that, she took the day off, and then she announced a day off, and then another day off, and I'm saying, you're trying to win the presidency of the United States, and you had, at that time, about 14 days left, and she was taking day offs all over the place. And I said, you want to be president of the United States? How the hell do you take a day off? I've gone 62 days now. 62 days doing this thing. No day off. No day off. I don't care. I told the golfers, have fun. Enjoy your golf. I'm not playing. I didn't take any day off. We're working hard because we have to win it. And we have to win it, not for me. We have to win it for the country. We got to take back this craziness. So never in history has there been anything like this. If, for instance, somebody comes down in 4 years and they're going to be the Republican nominee or the Democrat nominee, and they call for a rally, and you'll have 300 or 400 people show up. And it'll usually be in a ballroom, and they'll raise a couple of bucks or something, but you'll have 250. Look, Biden couldn't fill up the 8 circles, right? Remember the 8 circles? They used to ask the fake news media, please, would you mind standing in a circle? Because they couldn't. But it's like an amazing phenomenon what's taken place. It's never happened before where I don't even ask them. I come out of this very nice airplane. I never say, oh, how many people are there? Have we been able to fill? I never say it. I used to say it at the beginning in 2016, and then I got bored because it was always full. We always had the ladies of North Carolina. Am I right? Am I right? Always full. And they're going to be, you're going to have a nice candidate, whoever that candidate may be, and he's going to come in, and he's going to come here. You have 200, maybe 250 people. This will never happen again. I really believe it. I've been told that by many very sophisticated people. Front row Joes, they probably know. But, and you'll never see the front row Joes either. You know why? Because they don't want to be bored. They don't want to be. That's the end of the front row Joes, but we're going to do something. We're going to have a celebration. Let me just tell you, so I have 3 big ones tomorrow, and then I have 4 big ones on Monday, and then we shut it down. Never to happen again. But, which is sad, but here's the good part. Hopefully we will have achieved our goal. We're going to become president, and we're going to have a different form of rally, a rally for our country. We're going to fix our country. So we're going to have rallies for our country, and it is sad. It's sad because this will never happen again. I don't believe it can ever happen again. It was just amazing, like a confluence. You know what the word confluence? It was a confluence of things that happened, and it became something so special. People, foreign leaders, watch our rallies. Can you believe it? I've had the biggest foreign leaders say, at 6 o'clock in the morning, I watch your rallies. I said, it's amazing. The biggest people. But you know what we're going to have, though, because we want to get this done, and then after that, what we're going to have is a different form, probably a different name, not a word rally, but we're going to be even much happier because we're going to set our country into the right path, not the wrong path. If you saw today, it came out, they're close to 90%, the right way, wrong way thing that they do, these crazy people do back there. How about they're close to 90% wrong way? And then she says, no, I'll do the same thing as Joe Biden's been doing, and he's 90% off. He's got nobody's ever been at 90%. one thing I'm very proud of, the press when I first got started, the fake news back there. Very proud of that name. I gave a lot of good names, didn't I, right? But I'm very proud of that name. But the fake news back there, they were at 92% approval rating when we started this journey in 2015. And now they're less than Congress, which is in the low 12s. I'm very proud of them because I've exposed them as being fake. And the only problem with that, and I'm so proud of that term, but the only problem with that is the word fake is not strong enough. They're crooked, like crooked Hillary. They're corrupt. They're actually a lot of corruptness. Not all of them, but about 91%. No, there's some good ones sitting. Oh, whoa, a couple of good ones, actually. I'm sorry, would you go home and tell your wife? I wasn't talking about you. He knows who I'm talking about. No, there are a couple of good ones, but a lot of bad ones. And you know, really, to make America great again, you really need a free and clear and beautiful and fair press. You really do. But we don't have that. Yesterday, it was announced that Kamala's economy, and this is the big thing because you never want to be involved with something like this if you're president. So just remember, it started before me. Yesterday were like the worst numbers I've ever heard. It was announced that Kamala's economy added only 12,000 jobs last month. You know, usually it's 200,000, 250, 390. I mean, 12,000. That's like Walmart will add 12,000. Not this country. One of the worst, he said it's overstated. You get a lot of funny people in North Carolina. No, they're very, no, I had it at at the rally I had, you had one person, two people, they were giving me the greatest lines I've ever heard in North Carolina. I actually asked them to stand up. I was going to take their number because they were great. But that was very good. They're overstated, he said. No, but it's a very serious thing. It's only good for one thing. It's horrible. It may be a depression. It's only good for one thing. You know what the one thing is? If you are running for office against the idiots that cause this problem. If you're running for office, it's very good, right? Other than that, Ted Budd, it's not so good. Other than that, no, if you're running for office, it's good. If you're running for office against them, it's great, actually. But it's the worst report, one of the worst job reports of all time. It is actually. Listen to this. We lost 30,000 private sector jobs in a single month, while 250,000, think of that, people left the workforce. 250,000 people left the workforce because they didn't have jobs. More than 100,000 manufactured jobs have been wiped out since the beginning of the year. 50,000 jobs this month. You know what that is? I mean, an amazing statistic is that 100% of all of the net job gains in the past year, 100% of the gain, all of it, has gone to migrants. 100% of it. And they're taking the jobs from African Americans and Hispanic Americans, and especially the African Americans. And I tell you what, African Americans, if you looked at the numbers, you would never vote for these people. Again, it's a whole big con job. And they're trying to delay it till after the election. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Because if you take a look at so you have African American jobs, people that are occupying these jobs, and they're going to lose them, and they're losing them at numbers that nobody's ever seen before, and they want to announce them after the election. No, they should announce them now. They know what they are. And it's a terrible thing is happening. They're coming in and they're taking jobs held by black people. They've had those jobs for 10, 15, 20 years. They have a house, they have a little mortgage or something. and their jobs are going to be gone by illegal migrants coming into the country, and you should show those numbers. You should take those numbers and you should announce them before the election, because if you see those numbers, everybody's going to be. And by the way, Hispanic Americans are next. They're being very, very badly and severely hurt. If Kamala wins, you're 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. That's what a lot of people think. And a lot of the genius, the real brilliant people like Scott Bessent and others, I call them the 184 people. You know what that is? 184 IQ, as opposed to about a 70 IQ for our person that we're fighting on the other side. They have 184 IQ. No, the geniuses on Wall Street, a lot of them, you know what they're saying? The only reason the stock market's doing okay, but it's doing actually good, because everyone thinks that Trump is going to win the presidency. That's the only reason. I can see that. If I win, you're 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare has cost the typical American family $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history on you, on everybody in this room. More than $3,000 a year. Congratulate. This is the only person ever to run a campaign on the fact that I will raise your taxes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you, I mean, the only thing you can say is maybe they're finally honest about something, but I've been watching politics. Every politician wants to lower. You want to do it. Sometimes you can't, but you want to lower taxes. She's running on a basis that I will raise your taxes. I will take, you know, I got a lot of things for you. I passed the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And included in that is like things many things are included, many really good things, but one of them is the estate tax or the death tax. If you have a small farm or a small business, you can give it to your kids. If you like your kids, if you don't bother, don't even listen. No, there are some people that don't. Are there any people here that don't like their kids? Because if you don't, then don't waste your time listening to this. But I, you know, in that package, I have the estate tax, or the death tax, as some people call it. It's a tough tax. And for farmers and small businesses, you can leave it to your kids without a tax. Isn't that nice? And that's a big deal, because, like, they leave their farm to their children, and then the children get the tax bill, which is humongous, and they go out and they borrow money, and almost, I mean, in many, many cases, big percentage, they lose the farm. It gets taken away by the banks, and they've never dealt with banks before. They don't know how to handle banks. You know, there's a way to handle. I do. Who said that? I got it out before he did. I do. I know how to handle banks. But the banks come in and they end up taking the farm and, you know, going smiling all the way to the other bank. But I'll tell you, listen, so they want to end that. They don't want that, and I want that. I think it's great. You love your kids. You leave the farm. They have to go out and borrow a fortune. They have to pay like a 50% tax on the value, and they don't have that money. And so often they lose the farm, they lose the business, they lose whatever it is. And I have a very powerful paragraph in there. You don't have to do that. And they want to take that out. They don't like that. There's a meanness to this group that that a lot of people don't understand. I will massively cut taxes. I'm going to cut taxes for workers and small businesses. And we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. No tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. Our seniors are going to be happy. You know, our seniors have a, you know, very fixed income. Most of them, not all of them. I'm a senior. Can you believe it? I'm a senior. I don't feel like a senior. I feel. And you know what they'll do to me? tomorrow there'll be headlines in that stupid New York Times. The worst. There'll be a headline. I mean, the Washington Post looks like it's phasing out. That's a good thing for America. But the Times will follow. So inaccurate. So there'll be a headline that I have a conflict of interest because I'm the president. And I said, no tax on Social Security benefits. Donald Trump has a conflict of interest. He only did it to save like $100 a week or something. But you know, we're getting you back a lot of what they have destroyed because inflation has destroyed the seniors and people on a fixed income. And we're getting that back for you by no tax. You deserve that. You deserve it. And to rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We got more liquid gold than Russia, than Saudi. You know, we were in 4th place when I took over, and when I left. Oh, you have to do me a favor. Drop my all-time favorite chart in history. Just drop it. Drop that chart if they can, if you can find it. There it is. I love that chart. I sleep with that chart. I kiss that chart. Without that chart, I wouldn't be here. Can you believe it? I mean, it wasn't there. That wouldn't have helped me in Butler. But that helped me when I turned. Just look at my chart. What the hell was that? No, we wouldn't be here without that chart. Even if the chart were lousy, I'd love that chart. But it's great. That was the lowest point in the history of our country for illegal immigration. And I can tell you, drugs were there and lots of other things. Human trafficking in women. You know, the human trafficking is largely in women. How about this? Their open border policy, it's not even believable. 325,000 children are missing, dead, or sex slaves or slaves. Think of that. If that were a Republican, or if that were me especially, if that took place during my administration, they'd be talking about bringing back the electric chair. They really would. See those people? They don't write about it. 300, think of that. That's like take your biggest stadium and fill it up many times. That's what you're talking about. 325,000 children are missing or in a form of slavery. They're gone. Probably will never be seen by their parents again. That's what they're giving us. And nobody even writes. You know, that's a carnage. That's a beyond anything people have ever heard. And they won't even write stories about it. They won't write a story about Afghanistan and that horrible stupidity of Afghanistan. The way they did it, they moved the military out first. They don't want to cover it. Now it's like, you know, we're fighting some pretty bad forces, let me tell you. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on their people. There's never been anything like this. She's violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. Oh, the Congo. The Congo is sending a lot of people. They're sending their people in jail. Think of the money they save and the danger of it all. And they're coming into our country. They're coming in through Kamala and her open border stupidity policies. Today, I want to hear directly from a mother whose beautiful child is gone, was killed. Her life has been totally shattered. Please take a look.
Hey guys, I'm actually eating my food because I haven't eaten all day, but I can't play the sound because they have music on the video, and so I'm gonna just mute it while they play this video. If they pan to the video, I might have to pan to me, but it looks like they're staying on Trump. Sometimes they pan to the video. I wonder if they told the camera no more panning, The camera earlier on was like panning around the whole place. So I don't know if the person, because normally what they would do is they would pan the camera over to the video screen, but I just wonder if they told the cameraman, don't pan anywhere, because it's literally just staying on Trump. Excuse me. So anyways, sorry I can't be on the screen right now, but I need to eat, so I just came back in because I heard he was about to play a video. But you can't even see the video anyway. I appreciate you being here. A big thanks to all of our moderators. Really appreciate our moderators. Also, thank you so much to Truth WSYF for your support. Our new member, Health Wellness Today, Disaster Reese, DJ, Bebop and Rocksteady, Hey Mayne Obelisk. Thank you. And Harvest G on Twitch and Crabsuit Lando. Thanks for your support. And again, all of our moderators who are there. The video, probably like a 3-minute video or something. But I will turn, as soon as he starts speaking, I will turn the sound on and you will hear him speak. Again, as soon as that happens. This is his third rally today. We've covered all of them, and we showed 2 Harris rallies. If you want to see those, you can rewind the broadcast. No, Harris is not having another rally, but she is supposed to appear on Saturday Night Live tonight. So you can see her there if you want to see her one more time. Yeah, I'm sure both of the candidates are quite tired. They've been traveling around day after day after day. Trump is doing 3 rallies tomorrow and 4 on the last day, 4 on Monday. Slug says, wow, 3 days. And it's really close to 2 days. We're almost at 2 days from the election. It's almost Sunday. GG says, I am sure they are both exhausted. He's waiting for the video. And, flying around too, traveling. It's doing the rallies, and you also have to travel, both candidates, which I'm sure wears you out as well. He's waiting for the video to end, and then he's going to talk again. All right, here, I think he's about to speak. He's about to speak, I think. All right. Okay.
And you have thousands of cases, all different forms of crime, many, many against very young girls, 12 years old in that case, Jocelyn. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. And if you look at the polls that are so prevalent, I see so many polls, but almost every poll has inflation as the #1 problem in the economy. But I think that's the #1 problem for our country. We're going to get inflation. We're going to get the economy taken care of. I'm real good at that stuff. We're going to take care of it. It's going to happen fast. We're going to drill. We're going to drill. We're going to do other things too. We're going to get Elon to come in and give us a little advice on cutting the hell out of your expenses. Elon. Anybody that can send a rocket ship and land it back like that, it's going to be very easy to cut expenses. But he wants to. And he, by the way, gave us his total endorsement. You know that. He said if Trump doesn't win, it's virtually the end of the country as we know it. And it is. We're on very thin ice. But when you vote on Tuesday, I want you to remember Jocelyn and Lincoln Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who has been stolen from us by Kamala's ridiculous open border policies. She's not going to change that. The day they got in, they just opened it up. They got a little bit tougher about 2 months ago. They forgot to, however, end the flights flying over the border with thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, dumping them all over our Middle West. The United States is now an occupied country. Can you imagine having to say, we're an occupied country? But it will soon be an occupied country no longer. On November 5th, 2024, it will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. It's going to be the largest deportation of criminals. We're going to get them out of here fast. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. And to expedite the removals of Trenday Aragada. This is a vicious gang, but you have others. You have other very vicious gangs, MS-13. They're savages. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can you imagine? We have to go back to 1798. That's when they ran a country a little tougher, I guess, to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. We don't want them. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. Black voters are furious with Kamala over illegal immigration. It's destroying their communities, and if this continues, there will have been no political power left for them because all of their communities will be majority migrant. That's what's happening. You're going to have majority migrant because the Democrats want to get them votes. They want to get them enlisted to vote. And what about Gavin Newsom in California? I was very happy to see. Did you see his poll numbers went way down today? Did you see that? Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the history of our country. He signed a bill making it illegal for somebody to even ask for voter ID. In other words, if you're with the state, and you want to check somebody, you're not allowed to vote. You're not allowed to say, "Excuse me, ma'am, may I please see your voter ID?" They want to put you in jail if you want to do that. They want to treat you rather harshly. So he's taken it a step further. Why would they not want voter ID? You know why? There's only one reason. Because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. We got to straighten that whole thing out. We will. We will. I will keep American communities for American citizens. We're going to have American people in our communities now. We're not going to let this. Do you know that these gangs have weapons that are above military grade? And that even the police, I mean, it's like very tough, very tough. In Colorado, Aurora, you have the same gang, the Venezuela gang, has taken over apartment complexes. In other words, they're like me. They're in the real estate business. But they do it with guns, and they do it with violence, tremendous violence. On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from crooked Joe Biden, which is in itself disqualifying.
All right, he's playing a video clip right now, so I have to excuse me, I have to burp because I've been eating, but I had to just mute the video while he plays the video. Excuse me. I am still eating, I'm sorry. So I'll wait for the clip to finish. They are not panning over to the clip. They are just staying the camera on Trump. I know. Sorry about the burps. What can I say? I had to eat. Oh, he's pointing. He's pointing and giving his fist. He's still waiting. Thanks so much again to our moderators. Thank you. Oh, thanks Bebop and Rocksteady for your support. Thanks Bebop and Rocksteady. I appreciate that. Oh, I think he's talking.
This disaster, you must, on Tuesday, get out and vote. You got to vote. Thank you for everybody that has voted. We appreciate it. So we're pleased to be joined by some great people from your state, largely. A man who's become an incredible senator, highly respected in Washington, D.C. by other senators and everyone else. He's doing a great job. Senator Ted Budd. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Ted. A current congressman who really is something special. I was with him right at the beginning, and now he's running for, as I understand it, Attorney General of your state. And he's going to be fantastic. He has my complete and total endorsement, Dan Bishop. Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Congressman Richard the Warrior Hudson. I call him the Warrior because he is. He's a warrior. Right. And two people that are terrific. We backed them in the primary. We backed them now, and they're going to win their races. Congressional candidates Addison McDowell and Mark Harris. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good guys, two good guys. They're going to be great. You heard him speak. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. He did such a good job here that I said, just run the whole country. I took him out. He was the GOP chair, you know that, here and North Carolina, and we won it. There was no shenanigans. He had 602 lawyers. And I said, that's the guy I want. And now he's got a lot of North Carolinas where he's got to watch, right? But it looks like it's going very well. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. Thank you. And a spectacular chairman of the GOP, Jason Simmons. Jason, thank you. And the word is that Franklin Graham is here. Where's Franklin? Is he here? Franklin Graham, I'll tell you, he is so good, whether he's here or not. I don't even care. The guy is great. He works so hard. His father, Billy Graham, the great Billy Graham, is looking down, and he's seeing Franklin, and he is so proud of Franklin. Thank you very much. He's great. And Pam Bondi is here, the Attorney General of Florida for a long time, and she is great. Fantastic woman, a fantastic friend, and woman. And to the best of my knowledge, Pam, Silk is here. Where the hell is Silk? Whoa! Look how beautiful she is. She is beautiful. My wife told me a long time ago now, darling, there's two people on television. They are absolutely amazing. And I said, nobody's amazing. You know, I've sort of seen it all. I've seen it all. Nobody's amazing. And I went over and I looked anyway. I want to be nice, you know. I got to be nice. And I saw these two, and it was amazing. It really was. And they've been with me through thick and thin for 9 years, right? And we lost our beautiful Diamond. but we still have our magnificent silk, right? Thank you. Thank you, honey. So just in conclusion, here are the facts on Kamala. She's a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders and Pocahontas herself. Pocahontas, you know, Elizabeth Warren, remember? Somebody said, you don't look like an Indian. She said, I am an Indian. My mother told me I had high cheekbones, okay? I think it's actually racist. I think that's actually racist if you want to really get technical. She was being racist when she said that she has high cheekbones. Remember? And then I drove her crazy and everyone was calling her Pocahontas, and she actually went out for a blood test and she was so happy. 1,024th is what? 1,000. That means I had more Indian blood in me than she had, and I have none. And she was so happy because they said thousands of years ago it may have happened. No, it's terrible when you do that, right? It's terrible when Kamala says that she worked in McDonald's and, you know, she labored over that French fry stove. So the fake news went to McDonald's and they said, no, she never worked here. They don't want to report it. But I bring it up as much as it, because you know why? It's so simple. She's a liar, a real liar. Not a good liar, but she's a significant liar. And when you lie about something so simple, she never worked there. But I did a little bit. This place is amazing. Just remember, it's other people saying it, it's not me. I remember when somebody, because you're not allowed to use the word fat. If you use the word fat, it's the end of your political career. So I was in New Hampshire, which, by the way, I'm leading also. It's not as recent. New Hampshire. And a man stood up in front, and I admonished him. And he said, Chris Christie is a fat pig. And I said, and you can't use the word fat. And I said, sir, please sit down. Chris Christie is not a fat pig. Yes, he is, sir. I said he's not a fat pig. So the press couldn't write about it because I was, you know, there was nothing to write. I was helping Chris Christie. And he is not a fat pig. Do you agree with that, Pam? Don't say it. Kamala destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement. And anybody who wants to defund our great police for even one day or 1 week is not worthy of being the President of the United States. She's not worthy for a lot of other reasons, too. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. All, of course, at taxpayer expense. Nobody minds paying the bill, right? But with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala, and we are going to save America. We're going to save America. Right? We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your wages. We're gonna do things that you've never seen before. We are gonna cut your prices right down to the bottom. You know what's gonna do it? Energy. Energy. You know, energy brought it up, and it's gonna bring it down. We have so much energy. We have so much energy. We're going to raise your wages and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America, including back to North Carolina. And you know what we're going to bring back here? Because, you know, I used to come here a lot for your furniture. They had the best furniture in the world, I think. There's never... There's never been a replacement to your furniture business. And I used to come, I was building hotels, a lot of hotels. I have had a lot of different careers when you think, but I was doing beautiful hotels. And I'd come here, thank you, darling. Thank you. And I'd come to North Carolina and I'd go around to the different and they were genius. I'd say, could you do something with the handle of that chair? Could you do something? Like what, sir? Ding, 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 ding. It's like a piece of art. Would you like me to put your face on it? I could do that, sir. Ding, ding, ding. And in about 10 seconds, it's better looking than my damn face. No, the talent was unbelievable. Really, it was unbelievable. And they got wiped out by China and others. They just took, I mean, you have still a small fraction of what it is. But when I do my tariffs, because as I told you, it's the most beautiful word. Outside of love and religion, see, I had to do that, otherwise I'd be in trouble. I had to say that. But it's the most beautiful word in the dictionary, tariff. It will save our country. Only stupid people don't want to use it, or corrupt people also. Do you know China, during my 4 years, paid us hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes? And they were fine with it. And we'll end up having a good relationship with China, but, you know, it was very unfair what was happening. And but we're going to bring your business, your furniture business back. We can do it so easy. Some of those guys that I dealt with are older now. Maybe they don't come back, but it's in the blood, really. It's in the blood. You have the greatest artisans in the world. You know, I went to China and I started buying chairs and things, and I had a lot of problems. I'm serious about it. They were just not made the same way. And I had, like, a guy would sit in a chair, and he's a little bit overweight, like 100 pounds, and he sits in the chair, and the frickin' chair collapses, and I end up getting my ass sued off all the time. That wouldn't happen with the North Carolina chair. How would you like it? I built a gorgeous, brand-new hotel overlooking the park. I have beautiful furniture. The guy sits down, and he breaks his ass. No, we don't want that. We want to bring it back to North Carolina. You're the best of the world. All right, Ted, you want to do that? We're going to do that. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never started. The war in Ukraine would have never started if I were president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. October 7th would have never happened. And I will prevent World War III as only I can. You're going to end up in a World War III with these idiots that we have running our country. They're idiots. We will crush violence. Do you remember they sent Kamala to negotiate with Russia? Remember that? 3 days before they invaded. They wouldn't have done it with me, and they didn't. I was there for 4 years. They never did do it. No, Vladimir. I would have said, Vladimir, don't do it. I did say that, actually, if you want to know the truth. Vladimir, don't do it, Vladimir. Please don't do it. Don't do it, Vladimir. Don't forget, I'm the one that stopped his pipeline in Europe, the biggest economic development job they ever had. I stopped it. And then this moron came in and he approved it. This moron came in and he approved the Russian pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. But you know what he did? He killed the Keystone pipeline. He got them mixed up. The Keystone pipeline was our pipeline. Keystone XL pipeline, it was our pipeline. He killed it, 48,000 jobs in a very important pipeline. So he got it reversed. It was supposed to be, let the Keystone get built. They were starting construction, 48,000 jobs. It was the reverse. He should have killed the Russian pipeline, or let it be killed, because I already killed it. But the Keystone pipeline, he should have. He got it. He gets everything mixed up. He wouldn't tell. If you asked him what's the Keystone pipeline, he wouldn't be able to tell you. If I asked him what does MAGA stand for, Joe, I don't know. You know what it is, Joe? It's make America great again. But you know what they should do? I think in the favor, in order so that we continue to say that we have a great democracy, I think she should go in and give him back the presidency, let him finish out the run. If they can do it once, let him do it again. Because I actually think he'll do just as good. So, and you got to, look, if I don't win this thing after all this talk, I'm in trouble. Will you please go and vote? I mean, I came here. Whatever the hell time it is, who the hell knows? I'm giving you the full bore. You wouldn't let me leave in half an hour. I could have run up here, done it, start screaming, "Make America Great Again" for 5 or 6 times, and then leave to the cheers of the crowd. I would have been home sleeping right now. I hope to hell that you're going to get your asses out and vote. Did you all vote? Everybody? I figured. I know these guys voted. But we'll crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. And by the way, people say, how are you going to know who these people are? The migrants. Let me tell you, your local police are incredible. They know their names. They know their middle initial. They know the serial numbers. They know everything about them. They know more about them than we want to know. They'll work with us. They're dying to do it, too. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We gave so much of it away to Afghanistan. Can you believe that? These idiots, they gave away the best tanks, the best planes. They even gave away night goggles. You know, the Afghans are good fighters, but they don't fight at night. But now they do. They have our night goggles. Brand new night goggles, better than what we have. Ours are older. They have brand new. Can you imagine what they got, Pamela? Can you imagine? They got everything. So embarrassing. And then they had a parade down their boulevard, or whatever the hell you call it. Wasn't the most beautiful boulevard, but it was a boulevard nevertheless, right? And 3 weeks ago, and they had these armor-plated vehicles that cost millions of dollars, armor-plated, 4 and 5 inches of armor, the best in the world. And they showed going down the boulevard, which is basically they were taunting us and mocking us. All that equipment. Look at Uncle Sam back there. Stand up, Uncle Sam. Look at him. Look at this guy. Wow. He's a good-looking Uncle Sam, man. He's got the whole package. Thank you, Uncle Sam. You look great. Wow. Okay, you have a deal. You have a deal. But we'll build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA. We'll rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe and clean and beautiful again. Our capital is a mess. People go to the capital, they end up getting shot, killed. We're going to clean our capital. We're going to take it back from these people that run it so badly, so horribly. With an unlimited budget, the budget is virtually unlimited, and they run it so badly. We're going to get rid of the graffiti on the beautiful marble. We're going to get, they have beautiful, the most beautiful marble columns. When a dollar was a dollar, they built it, right? Most beautiful buildings you've ever seen. We're going to clean up our capital and make it safe again. We'll teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men, of course, out of women's sports. And we will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. Look at the muscles of this guy. Excuse me. Could you stand up? Look at that guy. You in the beautiful white shirt. Would you look at this guy? Holy mackerel. I'm looking at him. I always wanted to look like that. I just didn't want to do the work. You look good. Don't let anyone stop you. You look good. Good to have you, too. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to defend our borders, and we're going to protect our citizens. We got to put America first. It's time to put America first. And we're going to help other countries, but we got to put America first. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. They're conquering our country. We will be a free and proud nation. Once again, everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and the American dream will be back. But for that to happen, we must defeat Lion Kamala Harris. And we must stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. We're going to get too big to rig. In other words, get out and vote. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. Yup, they're there and they're here. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. It belongs to you. It belongs to all of you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 3 days from now, can you believe it, 3 days? We've been waiting for 4 years for this. And if I didn't do so great, I mean, we did much better in the second election than the first. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have done this. I could have been on the beach. I could have been lots of places. But I would have had no interest. What we're doing, remember, this is the greatest political movement probably in the history of the world, in all fairness. And this is the movement that's going to bring our country back. And we can do it, and we can do it almost easily. It's going to be a little rough in places. They've taken us to levels that we never thought we'd have to worry about with all these people and, you know, murderers and drug lords and terrorists and all. We didn't have these problems. We didn't have these problems. Now we do. It's a big problem. But we're going to solve those problems, and we're going to solve them fast, and we're going to get back on track. And once we are, we're going to move like you've never seen before. 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. That's what I believe they're going to be. With your help from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never, ever back down. And we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, fight, fight. Together we will win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you. God bless you, North Carolina. Get out and vote. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back. Thank you very much.
All right, that was former President Trump finishing up his rally in Greensboro, North Carolina. We only have basically 2 more days. I mean, that's the end of, I'll say, Saturday, Trump and Harris rallies come to an end. There we go. Although Harris is appearing on Saturday Night Live. So I guess that's an appearance. But the rallies have come to an end for today. 2 more days of rallies. 2 more days, and then Tuesday, Election Day, which of course we'll have election results coverage of. Oh, and he's dancing. He is dancing. He is dancing. Thanks so much, by the way, to our moderators who have been here during the broadcast. I really appreciate you guys tuning in today as well. Obviously. Thanks to you for watching our election coverage. I hope you can join us on election night, where we'll have election live results coverage on election night, guys. And we'll be on during the day before that on Tuesday, too. He's dancing again. And we very well might have coverage the next election coverage the next couple days. We'll see what other news is going on. Star Child is going to be a busy week, especially if Iran launches again. Well, we'll see if that happens and when it happens. Of course, we'll cover it if it happens. I don't know that it'll happen before the election. But we'll see. There he is. A little more dancing. All right, he's walking off. He is walking off. He is saying goodbye. They are zooming in on him as he walks out. All right, he's out. He's leaving. He's leaving the building. He is leaving the building. Oh. All right, guys. Oh, there's still people cheering. We'll let you see the video until it stops. The video is still going on. The video is still playing. People are still dancing. It's been a long day for the candidates. It's been a long day here for us as well. We've been covering this for over 9 hours. I think we're going to wrap up soon. I need a break. All right, there it is. That was the Reuters video. Guys, we got to start wrapping this up because there's going to be stuff to cover the next couple days. So I am going to start wrapping this up. We'll have more coverage for you. And I really appreciate everybody joining us for our Saturday, 3 day before the election coverage. And watching and chatting and sending me news tips and updates and sending me comments. Sorry I didn't get to more comments. I need to wrap up the stream. I need to wrap it up. We're gonna have news the next couple days. I know we'll be doing coverage. So I really appreciate everybody watching. And hey, let's shout out our moderators who have been here. You know what the chat can get like when we cover politics. So let's shout out our moderators. Moderators, wonderful, thank you. They have been here all day during the coverage. People like Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, Queenful on YouTube, Roberts May Queen, thank you so much. Sabrina, all of our other YouTube mods on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods have been here. By the way, thanks to Ophono101 for subscribing on Twitch. And My Florida, thanks for the gift subscription on Twitch and for subscribing on Twitch, My Florida 22. Also, our Facebook moderators like Kay Lowry Body and Ronald Egnor and Raven Lynn, Paul Anderson, and all of our other moderators over there. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Huge thanks for our moderators. I love that we can have a chat where we can have people with different views and they can talk to each other in the same chat, and it can be under control, and that's thanks to our moderators. So I like that. Someone's not behaving. I might have to do some moderating. Myself. That might happen in a second. Somebody on X is misbehaving right now. I might have to give them a little warning. I might have to do some moderating. Over there on X. We'll see. Yeah, you got to behave yourself. I bet the person knows who I'm talking about too. Yeah. Hey, Pooplius on X. What a surprise. Of all people misbehaving on X, I did not think it would be Pooplius. Pooplius, that's it. Last warning, you're banned. Last warning. I did not expect this out of Pooplius. I gotta say, I am pretty shocked right now. Okay. So, hey, this is Agenda Free TV. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, and we will have more election coverage and other coverage for you. So, subscribe and follow. Pooplius says, epic shout out. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. Make sure you turn on the notifications. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. It's done through Discord. You sign up once and you get sent a notification whenever you go live. I don't know when big news is going to happen, so we can come on at all hours. If you don't want to miss a stream, that's a great way to make sure you know we're going live. Sign up for our free notifications. The moderators will post the link in the chat. You can also see it in the description of the video on YouTube and Facebook. Sign up for the notifications. And also, I will post updates on my X account, news updates when I'm not on the air, and that is, oopsie, at Lookner on X. Follow me over there at Lookner on X for breaking news updates. I post when we're not live and when we are live. At Lookner on X for breaking news. Let's see. By the way, we also have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. And that's on Discord, and it's free. It's the same link as the notification, so check out our Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord mods, too. Really appreciate all of our Discord mods. And again, I really appreciate you guys watching and also sending me messages, letting me read your comments. I'm sorry if I didn't get to your message today. There was a lot of the time we were covering the rallies, so more limited amount of time to take the comments. But I appreciate people writing in and sending news tips and all that. So thank you for writing in. Let's see here. All right. So, also, Agenda Free TV on X. Another good account you can follow. A good account to follow if you want to know when we're going live, because I always post there when I know we're going live. And also I post scheduling updates there and stuff. So to keep up with the channel, scheduling, channel news, you can follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. And hey, shout out to, thanks, the first rally we covered today, which was the Trump rally it was the first North Carolina rally today. Gastonia? I can't remember where it was. Anyways, we only could cover that because Right Side Broadcasting let us use their footage for that one. So I really appreciate them. That was nice of them. Thanks so much to that was in Gastonia, North Carolina. Thanks so much, Right Side, for letting us use your footage again in Gastonia, North Carolina, for the first rally. That was very nice of you. Let's see here. Hey, also, heads up, if you do watch us on YouTube and you subscribe over there, make sure you turn the notifications on YouTube. So if you subscribe on YouTube, you got to do this. You want to do this. You want to click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications. Make sure if you're a YouTube subscriber, you click the bell and you choose all notifications. Thanks to, thanks to everybody who donated. That is so nice of you. I think I thanked everybody individually. Although I owe DJ a thank you. DJ, I'm behind. Thank you, DJ, for all your support. I really appreciate the donations. That is super nice of you guys. That is what lets the channel be on the air. What lets me, buy footage and election maps and all that stuff. So thank you so much. So nice of you for all of your support of the channel today and generally. Thank you very, very much. I owe a thank. Sorry, I thanked in the chat, but I don't even know if he's here anymore. But Eamon O'Leary, that was very generous of you, Eamon. And also Bebop and Rocksteady and DJ and everybody else I thanked before. But if you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge shout out to all you for supporting the channel. Hey, speaking of which, also thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel by subscribing on Facebook, like Robert Rial II, Eve Richards, Diane Allworth, Lou Green, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you, Facebook subscribers, all our subscribers over there. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. Also, over there on Twitch, huge thanks to our subscribers over there, like New Goods, Kevin from Space, Blanket for You, Billy Joe, Integrity Farmer Bob, Ghost of Ned Martin, Wall Street and Shaggy, Jack's Animals. Let's see here. Thanks to all of our subs over there. Ma Florida 22 and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you. And our YouTube members. Oh, YouTube members, thank you, like Butters Bray. Laser Moose, Apple Tree, Surge Deb, Empress Palpatine, PZ Papa Zulu, UV Lightning, Joe Hard PH, PWDS. Did I say PZ Papa Zulu? Evelyn in Maine, Mike 003, Jaybird, Frankenstein, Naomi Nocturnal, Old Ace, Anthony Ciasio, Chantilly Cakes, Sea Chase 70, Robert Myers, Berry, Waltham, Turned Off, Stone River, all of our other YouTube members, Teresa, and all of our viewers, Paula Faust, and all of our viewers like Lunali Syria, Mike, Mary French, Tina Marie, thanks for watching. All of our viewers, Sarah Smile, Jessica Marie Villalobos, Shannon Davis Hughes, Thomas Hall, thank you for watching. Christy Claft, Paul Anderson, I thank you for modding, right, Paul? Thank you, Paul. C-SPAN Rules, thanks for watching. Hectate 27. All of our viewers, thank you. All right, it's time to wrap this up. It's time to wrap this up. So we will have more coverage. Of the election, obviously, and other big events. I'm sure we'll be doing more Middle East coverage soon as well. Oh yeah, as Casey says, don't forget to set your clocks back. At least in the U.S., I believe most parts of the U.S., you set your clocks back at 2 a.m. So we got to do that as well. And then it gets dark even sooner, which is sad. That's sad. I don't like that. All right, guys. So, and thanks Cold Turkey Zero Quell for watching. All right, guys. That is it for now. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much to our moderators. Thanks to you for watching. This has been our Saturday election coverage. Only 2 more days after this, and then Election Day on Tuesday. That is it. We'll see what happens. Thanks Emily73 as well, JD63, and others. All right. Thanks, guys, so much for watching. That's it for now. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.